For more updates, click on subscribe and click on bell button for latest notifications.
Hi friends, welcome to Tech ARK IT YouTube channel. In this video session, we are going to see that Linux tutorial complete beginner's guide by Tech ARK IT YouTube channel. My name is Ravi. I am here because I love to provide a training sessions. You can reach me at ravikumar48@gmail.com. One tweet away, which is a Twitter ID, is at ravikumar48. About my experience, my name is Ravi, having 10 plus years of solid experience in infrastructure, operations, management, customer support and training. I love to provide people by sharing my knowledge and skills. I always believe power is gained by sharing knowledge, not hoarding it. My technical capabilities: storage, SAN, NAS, DAS and unified storage in these brands like NetApp, EMC, IBM, Hitachi and OLAN storage. Linux operating systems, the flavors of Red Hat, CentOS, Fedora, SUSE and Ubuntu operating system. Programming languages I know is HTML, PHP, shell scripting and Python. Databases basically handled in MS SQL, MySQL, PostgreSQL and MariaDB. Backup and recovery technologies I know is that Commvault, Backup EXEC, Avamar and NetVault. Monitoring tools, you can ask me all these questions on these topics if you have any questions related to that on the comments or on my videos. So monitoring tools I know is Nagios, XI, Zabbix, Asigna and OpenNMS. Cloud technologies: AWS, Azure and Google. Expertise in storage and backup recovery management. This course is completely for beginners guide who are just starting their Linux career, who want to pursue their Linux career, then they can start from here. Course content, we are going to complete this course content. This is the curriculum for this course. Introduction to Linux. How is the Linux and what is Linux? A background about the Linux. Directory structure. How is the directory structure is built and what the directory structure is and which directory is important for what. All these details you know on that directory structure. RHEL and CentOS 8 installation. Basically Red Hat Enterprise Linux and CentOS 8 are similar, 99% cloned, but there are some difference between both of them. But you can use either of the ISO image for this practice, like Red Hat Linux Enterprise or CentOS 8 would be fine. Remote server OS installation. This is very important for the remote support who are supporting remotely. Like example, you are supporting from India but your supporting server is located in another location, example like United States. Then you want to install the operating system on that bare metal server from India. How you can do that? So that's what is covered on this remote server OS installation. Booting process. The booting process is like how the server is boot and what are the components it loads while booting the server. Accessing Linux server GUI and CLI. For the first time, how you can access this Linux server GUI and CLI. Updating Linux packages. How you can update the Linux packages for the first time, like how you can do that using some tools like RPM, RM, how you can do that. So that's what is the clarity you can get it out here, and understanding the standard input, output and error. Changing default targets example, switching back from CLI to graphical user interface and graphical user interface to CLI, and you can also switch back from these interfaces to the emergency mode. All of this, how we can switch between those targets. That's the topic, is changing default targets. Basic commands. The basic commands is around 30 commands. The learners can learn the commands of basic commands of 32. Understanding and creating soft and hard links. Text editors. This is more important while you are editing any configuration files on the servers. You have to use text editor. The text editors are in this course is Nano and Vim. Compressing and extracting files and folders. Like if you want to send a big file to the email via email, how you can do that? You can just compress that files and send it. So how you can compress that and how you can use this archiving mechanism to do your system backup. Getting help from command line. This is very important, is that when you do not have internet access to the systems, but you wanted to find out what are the commands and what are the command line options you have to use on the system. Grep command with regular expressions. Grep command is more useful while you curling a larger text files or the larger log files. Based out of those log files, how you can get a required content for you, or the required logs and errors messages, how you can grep that content using this grep command. Red Hat Package Manager and yum repository configuration. So basically Red Hat Package Manager is the very important content. This is used to install the softwares and uninstalling the softwares. How you can do that, that is the topic. SSH server and client configuration, like configuring the SSH and accessing that SSH from the client side, and how you can configure the passwordless authentication, all of this stuff. Configure key-based authentication for SSH. NTP configuration, how you can sync your time with the NTP server, that is the NTP server, time server. Copying files to the remote server, how we can copy from one server to the another server the files, that is the topic. Listing and managing the Linux processes. This is very important, like what processes are running on your server, how you can control them when the server memory or the CPU utilization is high. File permissions, how you can assign the file permissions and directory permissions on the Linux server to avoid the security breaches. Creating standard Linux partitions. This is simply useful for creating the partitions and deleting the partitions on the Linux. Create physical volumes, volume groups and logical volumes. This is all about the LVM, how we can create the LVMs and how we can extend the LVMs without disturbing the existing applications or the existing data. Reduce the LVM size if it is required in any extreme cases. How you can do that without loss your data. Swap memory explained, how to create swap partition and extend the swap partition. That is very useful while your system is in troubling with the memory. Creating users and groups. This is simply useful, and most of the times administrators, they have to do creating users and groups, and modifying the user properties and setting up the password aging for that user whenever the contractor goes from the contract, so the user should automatically expire all of this stuff. Deleting the users and groups, so cleaning up is very importantly required for the administrators to keep the system clean. Files and directory permissions. ACLs are very advanced file system controls, how you can create assigned file systems. ACL. Special Linux file permissions, which is like set gid, set uid, sticky bit. Sudo access, so how we can define the sudo's policy. Linux networking, assign static IP. This is simply useful, like whenever you set up any Linux server, you need to assign the static IP address for that Linux server. All the way you have to use this static IP setup. Firewall rules, firewall D and firewall CMD commands, like how you can set up your firewall rules for allowing, denying, all of this. SE Linux to enforcing policies, how you can set your SE Linux in a correct manner to access the content through the Linux server. SE Linux, scheduling the future tasks using the cron tab, installing and updating the packages using the RPM and M, find and retrieve container images from a remote repository. So the finding the containers and retrieving the images from remote registry, which is similar like the container technology we use, Podman, Builder, Skopeo. Inspect the container images, which is used by the Skopeo commands. Perform container management using the commands such as Podman and Skopeo. So how we can pull the images and how we can run the container on the Linux server. Perform basic container management such as running, starting, stopping and listing containers. Running a service inside a container. So this is simply important for the container services. And little bit about the shell scripting, if statement, for loop, positional parameters, exit codes. Configure a container to start automatically as a systemd service. Attach persistent storage to a container. So this is simply important, like how you can create the volume and attach to the that Podman container and run it. VNC server installation and configuration. So if you want to access a GUI, remote server GUI, the VNC service is very helpful for the remote administration or installing the GUI based applications. NFS server installation and configure, which is like file server, the content sharing between the client and server. Auto FS configuration, how you can automatically mount your NFS exports from server to client. You don't need to manually mount them, so it will automatically mount using the Auto FS. Samba server installation and configuration, cross-platform sharing content between the Windows and the Linux and the other operating systems. Thank you. If you have any questions, do not hesitate, post me on tweet or shoot me an email. Introduction to Linux. So let's understand what exactly is the Linux and how it works. So if you take a hardware components of your server hardware, or if your laptop or if your desktop or PC, whatever it is, so the workstation or whatever it is, so which has the different components. So these components, example, SMPS, the power supply unit, and motherboard, hard disk drive to store your data, and RAM for like memory unit, so and CPU or processor. So and we also have the cabinet in that. So all of these components set into the cabinet, and we have hardware ready. But whatever the hardware you have, but the hardware does not understand whatever the language you say to that hardware. Example, same if you want to play some song, so you need to have some mediator in between you and the hardware. Okay, so what is that mediator? The mediator is called as an operating system. So between you and the hardware there is a conversation. Example, if you click somewhere else on the example, if you go to the youtube.com site, if you open the browser, then it should run background process to load that website. So that website, if you want to load it, so you need to have the operating system. Then only the hardware components will listen to us whatever you want to do on that using that hardware. So that is the mediator between you and the hardware components, which is called as an operating system. In this case, we have a different operating systems like Windows, Linux, Mac, Unix. Okay, but currently we are going to load this operating system as Linux on the hardware components. So then what I'm going to do, so I'm going to take one of these hardware like the PC or the server, then I'm going to load the operating system in it. Okay, so what that operating system is, so why you need to use the Linux, so why specifically Linux is only the operating system which free for the use. So how it's called as a free, so Free Software Foundation organization, so which is built by the Free Software Organization. They start a project by name called GNU, granularly not Unix. So the main aim of this project is to develop such a operating system that can run on any platform, so which can run on example a platform like PCs, workstation, servers, any platform. So in 1991, a student, so he was a student before Linus Torvalds, developed a kernel named called Linux kernel plus GNU application called Linux operating system. So what happens, he developed in a free kernel resource and he published it to the open source. Then using that kernel, most of the people, they developed their own methodologies. So like somebody developed a cat command, somebody developed a different command, so all these commands are developed based out of the kernel, and somebody developed the GUI, somebody developed, so many things are developed by the different authors, and they published those into the open source project. So there they combined together with the kernel and they made as an Linux operating system. So that's why this is called as an Linux is an open source technology. Different companies that provides Linux in market are like so this kernel and the combination of the packages, they compile and they make a different features together and they make it as a package, or they make it as an operating system. They call it as an they build their own branding, so which is called as a Red Hat, SUSE, Scientific Linux, CentOS, or NoPix, etc. So there are so many things like they can use it. So Fedora is also one of the project for they use for a basic testing development environment. Later point of time they test it in CentOS and then release to the different brands like Red Hat, SUSE, Scientific Linux. So there are so many brands, there are so many flavors of the Linux. So you can go to the distro.org and then you can DistroWatch website. Then you can also watch how many distros are coming in, are developed, all of this stuff. So if you going to the features and advantages of the Linux, what is exactly the features you have here? So Linux is the fastest operating system in the world because it runs 2 to 3 times faster than other operating systems, because it does not need to be have a GUI sometimes. So if you want to install is CLI only, so there are not much packages, so there is no node dependencies much, then it runs faster. If you install multiple packages, which becomes the slower because it uses a lot of memory and CPU cycles. So Linux is the much secured OS as of now, which does not contains much security holes. Like example, it does not have a multiple virus kind of stuff as of now, but that's why it's called as a secured OS, and it also has its own style of security to control things like firewall, we have SE-Linux, we have inbuilt features for the file permissions, and user access control also is very different from the other operating systems. So that's why it's called as a secure OS. So Linux, everything is file. So in Linux, if you create a directory, so which is also considered as a file, but the file type is D. So that's why it's everything is flat file. So that's why it does not have any inheritance to different files, so that if you get any virus to the single file, so it does not simply spread to the different files. So that's the simple example for security point of view. So Linux is very reliable OS because kernel of Linux is very stable. So most of the times Linux uses the X Windows system, which is advanced network windowing system. So using this system, we can display output of any workstation monitor attached in the network. So that's the most advantage feature, that is the most easy feature to attach the X Windows systems like displays to the network. And most of the advantages is that crash proof, so it is not simply crash if you install any packages, that's kind of, and economical. So it's very economical, and multi-user, multitasking, and multi-processing capacity which has by the Linux, and it's scalable. So if you want to scale your operating system to the next level, so it is easily scalable, and it's very reliable. So that's the most of the advantages of the Linux and features. So what exactly is the Linux architecture if you look like? So if you have, that's what I say just before, so you have a hardware, whether your workstation or your server, your PC or laptop, whatever it is, you have a hardware here. So top of this, it sits, there is a kernel. Top of that, it sits the shell, and top of that there is a user interface called CLI or GUI. So the Linux system architecture is consists of following layers: hardware, kernel, shell, user interface. So hardware layer consists of all peripherals, devices like RAM, hard disk, CPU, etc. Kernel, so this kernel is in a core component of the operating system, which is the heart of the operating system, interacts directly with hardware, provides the low level services to upper layer components, so which exactly converts your signals into the hardware signals, and it will convert again back to the your understandable format to the shell, and shell represents your output on the user interface. So shell is an interface to kernel, hiding complexity of kernel's functions from user. So the kernel built in a complex method, so how it sends the signals to the hardware and how it get the output from the hardware. So that complexity the user need not to face anymore. So then the shell converts this into the functions from the users. It takes the commands from user and executes kernel function. So that's what the shell will do. The shell will help the execution part of it, so it easily understandable to the users. So utilities and programs. In the user interface, we have a lot of utilities and programs. Example like terminal, we have a browser kind of, we have a different applications like video playing applications, audio playing applications, all of this is called as utilities and programs. The utilities and programs give the user most of the functionalities of an operating system. So that's called as functionalities of the to the operating system, like playing the music, seeing the video, seeing the movie, or audio playing. All of this is features and utilities of the utilities programs, so which sits on the user interface. Example, if you type some command like top command, if you type it, so then the top command is executing, then the user shell will call the kernel and functionality, then the kernel will send the hardware, then only you will get to see that what is the hardware utilization of that particular server using the top command. So that's one of the example here. So that's how the Linux architecture will flow the data or the commands from user interface to shell to kernel, and kernel to hardware, and reverse back from hardware to kernel to shell, and shell to user interface. So that's about the directory structure. So how the Linux directory structure is created, and when now where your data stored, exactly what directory will store what type of data and what is its usage, and if you know that what are the directories are main important on the Linux side, what they contains, so that you can easily troubleshoot whenever you get any issues on the server side. So if you get any issues, so where to go exactly, look for where you have to go for looking for the logs, or where you have to go for looking for the configuration files. So that's why you have to know the directory structure and its important directories, so that you can know where exactly the data is stored. So let's see that. So we have the first of all, the directory structure is slash, which is called as a root directory. So not a home directory for the root, but it's a slash directory, and it's a upper directory, top directory for the Linux. So under that it contains lot of directories like bin, boot, dev, etc, home, lib64, media, mnt, opt, proc, root. Root is for root home directory, run, sbin, srv, sys, sys, temp, tmp, usr, and var. So these are the most important directories. Other than that, you can create number of directories if you want to mount a different file system all together, but these are the by default comes with the operating system whenever you install it. Okay, so in previous version there is no directory called srv or run. So but in new versions, so these are all the directories you will get it. So what they're important and how the directories are structured, let's see that. So if you go to the slash boot, so the directory contains static files required to boot the system, which means so whenever your system has been booting, whatever the required files you need for booting the system, so which stored in the slash boot, such as Linux kernel, these files are essential for the system to boot properly. So if you do not have any files missing on the slash boot directory, so your system will not boot properly, which go into the emergency mode or single user mode, or it may go into the grub mode as well. So make sure that you have all the data backed up to the slash boot, so that if you have any failures on the boot, you can just restore it back and bring back the system. So the next one is slash dev. The directory contains device nodes that either represent devices that are attached to the system or virtual devices that are provided by the kernel. So virtual devices and attached to the system. Example, you have attached your thumb drive or the pen drive to the system, so which required one device like slash dev slash media, example, or slash media slash dvd slash media slash dev slash cd dvd rom, cd rom dvd. Okay, so now new devices which CD or DVD, which is called as an SR0, SR1, something like that. So those are the devices will be contains the device node. So which means that it contains the device details, so you can mount those devices and use them. So all the device data will be stored at slash dev. Slash etc, the directory is reserved for configuration files that are local to the machine. No binaries are to be placed in. So which means the directory is completely reserved for configuration files only. So it should not contain any executable binaries. Example, like any scripts, or if you write anything, so you do not store into the slash etc. Okay, so which is mainly used for local configuration file store. So any configuration, most of the softwares or anything, if you want to read the configuration file, you have to go to /etc. Under that there are subdirectories and sub files, so you need to look for. So the next one, /bin. The bin directory contains the essential user programs that must be present when the system is mounted in single user mode. Contains important system programs and utilities such as bash shell are located in /bin. Example, the bin directory contains the essential programs, user programs. Essential in the sense like whatever the program you execute as a user, normal user, like cat cd. So all these type of commands, binaries will be stored in /bin. Again, if you boot your system into the single user mode or emergency mode, then it's also required some files. Example, if you want to edit some configuration, you misplaced some configuration file, so you need to copy it, or you need to create some files on the single user modes, then you can use the vi or nano. So those are the essential programs required to the user is stored into the /bin. Again, /bin directory is accessible, and those commands are a normal user commands. Most of the normal user commands will be stored in the /bin directory. And /sbin directory is similar to the /bin directory. So it also contains the essential binaries that are generally intended to run by the root user or the system administrators. So example, there are few commands which can only be executed by the root user. Example, fdisk command, it can only be executed by the root commands. If you want to change some partition size, or if you want to create new partitions, all this stuff can only be done by the sudo users or root users, which means system administration required commands will be at /sbin. So this will be why it is divided, because if you want to restrict somebody user who do not have the access to the administration commands or the more system commands, so you can segregate into the different directory and you can make the permissions appropriately. So that's why it is differentiated between the /bin and /sbin. /home, so most of the people know /home is the contains the home directory for the users. So example, if you create a user called Ravi, so by default it's create the /home/Ravi is the user directory, so which can create users data. So example, desktop, documents, downloads, whatever the data you want to store at your place, so it will by default store is your home directory path. So /lib or /lib64. So lib directory contains the libraries needed by the essential binaries in the /bin and /sbin folder. Libraries needed by the binaries in the /user bin folder are located in /userlib. So basically bin or /sbin contains some essential commands programs, but those are also required some associated supporting files. Example, the library files, the C code library files. So whenever you want to execute some commands, right, so which required some supporting files to run in background. So those libraries, essential required libraries, linked to this /lib and /lib64. So /lib is for 32-bit systems and /lib64 is for 64-bit systems, operating systems. So /media and /mnt, most of the times in all operating systems we see that /media and /mnt. So historically speaking, the /mnt directory is where the system administrators are mounted temporary file system while using them. So whenever you want to mount a temporary file system, example, you just plugged in your thumb drive or the pen drive, then you want to mount that, so you can just use /media or /mnt to mount it, and you can unmount it. So those are the optional folders, or those are the folders are just given to use it as a temporary mount points. Slash media directory contains subdirectories where removable media devices inserted into the computer are mounted. So the same example, slash opt is a directory contains subdirectories for optional software packages. Additional packages will install into slash opt directory. So which means that whenever you have an optional package which is not a mandatory package for the operating system, example, if you want to install a Chrome is a browser which does not come with the operating system, which is an external software or the optional software. So those type of optional softwares and its related directories or the configuration files or the related executables will be stored in the slash opt. So that the optional directory for softwares, optional softwares can be stored over there. And slash proc directory contains special files that prevent system and process information. So represent system and process information. Basically the slash proc directory contains the very special files. For example, if you want to know your system memory utilization or the memory, how much memory you have installed on the system, or how many CPUs it contains, what is their speed, brand, their details. So this proc contains most of this, its hardware and system process information, all the details in the proc directory. Slash root directory is the home directory of the user. So example, the root user can only access this directory. So because slash root is very special for the slash root user, so the slash root user home directory will not store in slash home slash root, so it's stored in slash root directory. So that's the special directory for the root, because root is a very special user and it contains high privileges. So that's why it has separate home directory for root. And slash run directory is fairly new and it gives applications a standard place to store transit files they require, like sockets, process IDs. Example, which is very special directory which is created on a new distributions, like example like RHEL 7 and RHEL 8 or CentOS 7. CentOS newly coming versions. So here what this store, slash run stores process IDs. Example, some application is running with some process ID, so it creates some PID file, .pid file, and it locks. So those kind of files and sockets will be created under slash run. So the directory is only clean solution for early runtime directory problem. So example, it creates the directory before it was in slash tmp, something like that, but recently they changed it to slash run because this is cleaned very oftenly. Example, the system process has been completed, then the process ID will go off. So that time the PID log will go off and it clean up. So that's why early runtime directories, so that problem will be resolved over here. Slash SRV directory contains data for services provided by the system. You can use slash SRV to store application data alternatively. So if you want to store some application related data, so you can use slash SRV as well. Slash sys directory, modern Linux distributions include slash sys directory as a virtual file system which stores and allows modifications of the devices connected to the system. Okay, and slash sysfs, example, the sysfs is used by programs such as udev to access device and device driver information. So this is where the slash sysfs is used by the programs to access the device and its device driver information. So that's the sys directory, and this sys directory may not contain in previous versions like RHEL 5, RHEL 6, but in RHEL 7 and RHEL 8 upcoming versions will contain this /s directory. /usr. So /usr directory contains applications and files used by users as opposed to applications and files used by the system. The user usr directory also contains other directories. For example, architecture independent files like graphics are located in /usr share. Example, architecture independent files, which means that is not a important files to the systems, but these are the important files to the users, are the important files to the content. So that's the main purpose of /usr. So example, if you install any Nagios monitoring system example, so it's stored in /usr local Nagios. So that's the example of the storing the data which is not essential for the application, example not essential for the system, but which contains the important data. /var, so most of the log files, if you say /var, which contains the stands for the variable, and the contents of this file is expected to grow. This directory contains log files, spool, mail, and temp files. So here this /var directory, it's expected to grow because most of the log files, example the messages or any different related application log files will be stored over here. So if you want to look some troubleshooting stuff, what happens in a previous one day, why the system is growing, why the system is behaving like every time the memory peaks, or example the CPU spikes. So then you can identify exactly the timings and log data using the /var log files. So this is most important for the looking at the log files data. So keep on storing the logs, the directory will automatically grow. So that's why you need to keep flexible to increase and decrease the data of the /var. /tmp, so this is very temporary purpose used. So system's temporary directory accessible by the users and root, stores temporary files for user and system till next boot. So whenever the system has been rebooted, so most of the temp directory will be cleaned up, so you do not see some data if you store it the /tmp path. So that's why do not store any important data over here. So just downloads or some temporary files and you can just clean it up. Okay, so if you store any important data in the /tmp, so anybody can access and delete the data, because the temporary directory contains the special permissions to access by the users and the root. Red Hat Linux Enterprise version 8 and install that operating system in order to practice the Linux version. So let's see that how you can do that. So first of all, you need to register yourself as a personal account on the Red Hat site, so that you can use that login to download the trial version or the evaluation version of the RHEL 8. So currently I am just showing you how you can register first of all, then you can download that using the register ID. So here you have to visit this redhat.com w/app/ugc register.html page. Then you can see that this is the screenshot. This is what you can see on the registering page. Okay, after that you can just select the type of the account, which is personal. Then you can just create a Red Hat login name. So any name you can just use it, the UID, the username. Then that is what used for login.
Then after that it will ask you in the below page, you have to provide your email address, password and confirmation password, and what is your title if you are using your company address, then your first name, last name and region where you are, country you are registering from, and provide your address. If you want to fill the complete address, you can also fill that, and city and state and phone number. Then after filling all of these details, you can just submit that request. Then after that you will receive a confirmation email to your email address. After that you have to just click on that URL or copy paste that URL into your browser, then it will activate your account. So after activate, you will see that your email confirmation, your email address has been confirmed. So this is what you have to register your creating your account on the Red Hat site. Now go to access.redhat.com/downloads page and click on start evaluation. So it will redirect to the new page, and go here and click on try it, then start your trial. So here you have to key in your username and password, then click on login. So then it will redirect to the trial download page. So here is your evaluation ready, and you can just read your terms and conditions and click on download or accept and start the download. So you need to agree this and click on agree and get started. So now it will redirect to the your evaluation start download page. Now your download will begin shortly. So either you have to wait, if download is not begin in a few minutes, then you can just click on the start the download now URL, then it will start the download. So now let's see, the page will redirect and the download will start. So download is started. Let's wait for downloads to complete. It's 8.8 GB in size. So after completion, we will start the installation. So it's about to complete the download. So it's almost completed. Download is completed now. Let's start the installation. So now you just click on the file and create a new virtual machine. So first of all, I'm just going to create a folder which is called Linux Lab. So in this folder, I'm just move the VMs so that it called easy for me to identify. So just click on new virtual machine and select advanced settings and click next. And here you don't need to do anything. So this is the latest version. Just select next. And here do not install any OS. Just select the OS, which is Red Hat Linux 8 version here. Click next. So now it will show the name. So you just rename it as per your recommendation. So I'm just going to put RHEL8_3. Then next. Now select your CPUs based on your hardware. So currently I will select two processors, two sockets, so it will come as 4 cores. Now you can set the RAM as 4 GB is enough, but I am setting 8 GB. Now select the NAT settings next, and here select the appropriate settings. Now which is recommended is NVMe. Then next, then create the hard disk. So next, and give the size as per your requirement, but I just give the 40 GB is enough for me, and store it in single file, so easy to move to the any drives. So that is a VMDK file name. Next, and click on the customization and remove the appropriate devices if you do not need any devices. So then click finish. Now the VM has been created, so just move that VM to the Linux Lab. So let's edit that VM and attach the ISO file. So edit and click on the CD DVD drive and select the ISO file here. Browse the location of the ISO file, so which is in downloads. Now select that RHEL8 and now click OK and power on the machine, power on the virtual machine. Now just power on. So it will start booting from the ISO file. So now it is started ISO file. So now there are few settings which is called testing and troubleshooting. This is not required for now, so we're just going ahead with the installation for now. So just go with the installation. So it will take a little time to load the initialization. After that you can see the screen for the installation steps. After the screen load, you can just select the language for the keyboard and your installation language which you would like to use it, and click on continue. So now it will load one more screen. So here you have to set all of these things, then click for the installation. So now we are going to set it up the installation destination. So here we need to create the custom partitions, so based on our requirement. Otherwise you can also do an auto partitions, there is the options. Okay, so just click on the installation, the settings, then select the customization partitioning and click done. So now here we are just going to create the partitions. So click on plus sign. So now first of all we are going to create the boot partition, which is not a LVM, which requires a standard partition. So which is 1 GB I'm just taking as, and now click again plus sign. So again create the, so you can see that is a standard partition, so not the LVM. So boot should be always standard partition. Now select the swap. So now 4 GB I'm just selecting here 4 GB, and so which is an LVM partition here. So now click and say slash and click assign. So here it will take entire space which is free. So this is what we require now. So we don't need to create any external one as of now. So if you need any external mount points, you can just create it. Now click done and click accept changes. So now partitions has been created. So now we need to select the time zone. So which time zone, and click select and click done. Now software installations. If you require any softwares you would like to install while installing the operating system, you can select. So I would like to select the legacy compatibility packages libraries. So legacy Unix compatibilities and developer tools. So which tools we may use for most of the times, so that's why I select it, and select the network settings. So now if you want to assign a static IP address here itself, you can just switch on this network, and I have DHCP enabled, that's why I get the automatic IP address. So now I just go ahead and change this IPv4 settings, turn it as in a manual, then add the IP address. So I'm just going to give 201 IP address, which is 192.168.48.201, and network mask 255.255.255.0, then gateway 192.168.48.2. So this is the settings as per my network configuration. So you can just give your DNS, whatever the server you have, DNS server. So DNS and gateway IP is same. I'm just going to disable IPv6 here. So I do not need IPv6 because I do not have IPv6 network. Okay, so that's it. So if you want to change the name of the network also, you can change it. So now here I'm going to change my host name as well. So change it and click on assign. So apply. So it will change the host name. RHA local domain. So here there is no underscore will take, so you have to just add hyphen and then apply. So now host name is applied, click done. So now settings has been confirmed. Now if you have the policy settings for the SC Linux, you can assign some existing policies, but you do not want to switch on SC Linux, you can just turn it off. So now set the root password. Root password should be strong, so otherwise it won't accept. So in case if it is weak password, you have to click done 2 times, and I'm just creating the new user, which is called Ravi Ankam, and my username I would like to use it as A Ravi and make it as administrator and provide its password. Then click done. That's it, and begin the installation. So that's it. You set all of this because now you do not have any software subscription from the Red Hat, so I'm not giving any username and password to subscription. So I'm just beginning the installation. So now installation will take a little time, so until that I will pause the recording. Then after screen change I will start it again. So now installation is completed. Click complete, then the system will reboot. So reboot the machine. System is rebooted. Now click on license and agree the license agreement and click done. So now if you have a subscription, you can just subscribe to it, otherwise you can just click on the finish configuration. So now your system will boot again, then it will boot and ask for the credentials. So now we already created this user, so you just click on that user and provide the password and click sign in. So now you are into Linux. So now you successfully installed and you are big in the Red Hat Linux Enterprise version 8. So you just change the settings, language settings and privacy settings according to your requirement, and just begin the start. You start using the Enterprise Linux, and this is an introduction for using how you can use it. You can just click close and you can just click on the menu. You can see that all the options here, installed applications and everything. You can just go to terminal and type cat/etc red hat release. So you can see that what is the exact version of this one, so which is 8.3.
OS installation. So how you can install the OS in remote server which is located in different country or maybe a different location. So physically the server is located in a different country, and how you can install the operating system in that server. So definitely we need some help from the help desk guys or help desk team. If you have any help desk team at the data center location, or anybody who can help for the racking of the hardware and connecting the power cables and network cables, then set up some few settings for the accessing the server. Okay, so this can be done by the either if you have any help desk team at the location of the data center, either you can opt for an vendor installation. Like if you are purchasing a server from the Dell, so you can opt for an installation. So they come and rack the server and install the server physically, and they just let us know the IP address and username and password. So that's it. Based on that we can just install the operating system. Okay, so either you can also, any brand that has this connection, like in Dell they say it has iTrack, in HP they call it as ILO, in IBM also they have the ILO. The similar way, so the remote connection, you can just use that technology to log into the remote server and install the OS. So let's see. What exactly it's do. So here I took two servers as an example. So you have a integrated NICs and you have a iTrack connection. So
So what exactly is the iTrack connection? So iTrack connection is in a mounted board. So in motherboard there is a separate controller which is mounted, so which is no need to power on separately. You just connect the power supply, that's it. So the iTrack will get the power supply, then it get all the control of the server. So from there you can control everything. So you can reboot the server remotely, you can do anything. So but before that we need this activities done by the site engineer, like rack the server. So you have to put the server into the rack, then connect the power cables, connect the network cables and iTrack connectivity, and we need to set up the iTrack static IP address. So you just go to the iTrack settings and set up the IP address, username, password, and you have to just provide the IP details, gateway, all of these details, then that's it. So our server will be ready for remote access. In similar way you can do it for an ILO as well. So you have to set up at the first time, then after that you can just access your system. So I just show you where exactly is the iTrack connectivity or the iTrack module will be inserted. So you can see over here as well, you can see this is the iTrack connectivity. So this is a separate network cable, you have to connect it and you can reach to that server. So whenever you type the browser the IP address which is newly installed server, then you can able to get this integrated. So this is the new version of it. So then you can just type the username and password here, credentials, so which is set up by your site engineer, or you can change that username password later point of time, or you can create a new credentials as well. For the first time you have to use the setup the credentials. So then you just type the username and credentials, you can just log into the server. So you just open the browser, but whatever you are doing you should do it on the local server itself, which means that which is located in different country, right? So in the same country you just use a different server, maybe it's a Windows server with different Linux server, you just use the browser from there itself, because whenever you mount this ISO file to that server, if you are mounting from ISO file from the different country to different country, so the network latency will be there, so the server response or the installation will take longer time. So other than that you can just use a local server. So you just RDP to the local server, and from there itself you just attach the virtual ISO, then you can install the server. So first of all you just need to open the browser and type the IP address of that iTrack console, then you can just key in the credentials, then you will get into the console. So in the console you just go to the configuration management, and here you just click on the virtual console. So whenever you click on the virtual console, so it has the option to launch the virtual console, which means that exactly your monitor, whenever you connect your HDMI cable or the VGA cable, you see the monitor, right? So in the monitor whatever it's going on the system, you can see that. In similar way the virtual console is like a monitor. Whenever you launch this virtual console, you can see everything what's going on, how the server is booting up, what are the components is loading, everything you can do using this virtual console. So from here in the virtual console there is a options called, you can power up, power on, power off, power on, boot, all these things you can do it. But here we don't need all of these options for now. You just need to mount the virtual media. So there is a coordinate in virtual media, then browse your image file, where exactly your image file is located. In this case I am just going to show you CentOS 8 installation in this process. So you just go to virtual media and map that browse and ISO file, then map the device. So after mapping you can see that the virtual media is connected. So if there is a green dot, you can see that the virtual media is connected. So after that what you can do, you just reboot your system and boot from the virtual media. So similar like booting from the DVD CD media, similar process. So let's do after same process, we have to follow it. So after rebooting and booting from the virtual media, how you will get it. You can see similar things. So whenever you boot from the virtual media, so I'm using CentOS 8 here, so that's why it loads on a installation of CentOS 8. Okay, then you just we have two options here again. So install, test and troubleshoot. So we don't need troubleshoot and test media for now. We are just going to install the CentOS 8. Select that install CentOS 8 and hit enter. So after booting with an ISO file, you can see the similar process. You need to select the keyboard language and your language of your system. Then you can just click on continue. So here you need to select your installation media, which is we already selected is in a virtual media here. Then you can set your language and you set your package selection and you can set your time and date. So for now I'm just going to do the custom partitioning here. Okay, so here I just say click automatically create. So it is already created, swap/boot, all of this. So you just click on done. So now the custom partition has been done. So now you can select the server packages which you would like to install over here. I just select the legacy Linux compatibility libraries. Now set your time. So anyway, which is located in a different country, so don't bother. So the same settings I would like to use it over here, and connect the network connectivity here. So if you already have the network connected and you have a similar IP address settings here, you just click on the configure and go to IPv4 settings and set it manually. So now I'm just going to set it up this 192.168.250 here, 255.255.255.0 and 192.168.48.2 and DNS server IP address 192.168.48.2 here, and I'm just going to say IPv6 is disabled. So for now I'm just going to ignore it. Okay, either you can disable it. So ignore in the sense it does not need to be set up any IP address. So here is the settings, that's what you need from here. Just click on save. Now your IPv6 IP settings has been done. Now here you just need to enter your server name if you already have some. CentOS for now, just for 8.2. So this is the CentOS 8.2 and just in local domain. So if you have a domain name, you can just type that domain name as well here and apply the settings. So now click on done. So now you set up the keyboard language and installation media and partitioning, language support and package required for your server to install, and KDump is enabled. If you would like to set up anything here, you can just set up that one, but I set it as automatic, and you can just select the security policy here. So the security policy, we do not have anything. So if you would like to fetch that by searching the security policy, you can do that. So we just do not have any policies found over here. Just begin the installation. So this is what you have to set it up, then begin the installation. Similar process, we need to set up the root password for later login and click done. Okay, and I'm just going to set up the new account here. I would like to use this username, and here you can just set up the, that's it. So the installation process will take little time to complete the installation packages. Then after that, again it will ask you for the reboot similar process. So let's wait for the completion of the packages. So currently the packages is 1332 packages which is going to install it. So now it's configuring. It's in a final stage of installation, so it will complete in few minutes. So here we comes with the setup which required for license information to be agreed. So now click on the accept the license agreement and click on done. So here you do not have any subscription management because this is CentOS, so this does not have any subscription model. So CentOS is free to use, so that's why you just click on finish configuration. Now you can see that which is going to load your screen. So now your screen has been loaded. You can just use your credentials to log into your machine. So now you can see your similar setup. You just need to switch on your all of these settings, start using CentOS. So in similar way, the same process, you have all of your applications over here, frequently used applications and all of your applications. So currently I do not have any applications which is frequently used. So now you can just click on here, and if you want to reboot or turn off, you can just click on the power button. You can just restart at power button. So now if you want to verify your version, you can just use /etc red hat -release, so which is the CentOS Linux release 8.2.2004 core.
First of all, how the Linux boot process starts and where the Linux actually booting process comes into the picture. Example, say if you press your server power button, then immediately do a post power on self test. In the sense, each component of the hardware, they will power on their own, they will test their own power, like okay, I'm able to switch on myself or not. Then all the hardware says okay, I am ready to power on. Whenever you press the power button, the post completes and immediately the BIOS program, basic input output system, will be loaded from the hardware, like all the details about the hardware and how many devices are connected, all the devices are functioning well or not, is there any errors, all the details will become over here about the hardware details. BIOS will be loaded. The next one is that master boot record. So the master boot record is a very fast record on the hard disk, which is 512 in bytes. Say whenever first read comes to the MBR, says that okay, here is my MBR. The MBR will be located with the partition information, and where my OS partition is located, where is my boot related files will be located. The MBR will guide the system to go there and boot up. After that, the grub will be loaded. The grub will be loaded like basically after the MBR. MBR says that okay, here is your /partition, boot partition, and all the information about the partitions where they are located. After that, it finds the grub in that, and in grub, what the grub will do is that initial ramfs, init ramfs, the files will be extracted into the initial phase as a temporary file system. Then the /sysroot will be mounted as a read-only file system. Then it will verify all this related file system and kernel. Then after reading all these steps and kernel, when it's jumping into the kernel, then the hard disk process starts and the kernel will be located and the kernel trying to load. That's where we will get the boot menu, like it is asking as for the RHCL7 something like that. You want to enter, press space bar to wait few seconds. There itself you can interrupt your kernel boot process, then you can reset the password or whatever you want. But if the grub password is there, then you have to enter the grub password and it enter into the kernel. If there is no grub password, it directly from the grub it directly goes to the kernel, and kernel will be loaded where your process gets started. First of all, the system D process gets started with the system fork call. The fork call will be executed, and first PID for the system D is going to be process ID 1. That's where the system D will be started, the daemon of the system D will be started. Then it takes the entire services to load upon the which target you set as a default. Example, say the target is set as a GUI target, or maybe a CLI target, or maybe an emergency target, or whatever the target you set. If it is on a GUI or CLI, then its associated services will be started on the target one by one, and all the services status will be verified. If any failed is there, it will retry. Sometimes if it is not able to retry, then it will skip that one, as it keeps on a failed mode itself, and it goes to the next one. Then associated required services are started, then the system will be started. Next, the target is going to be load all the services. After that, if it is in a GUI enabled, then you will see in a GUI interface. If it is in a CLI enabled interface, then you can see in a CLI interface over there. That's how the boot process completes. Whenever you switch on your server, power on your server, post happens and BIOS will be loaded, and next time is the MBR will be loaded. It's located for the where is your partition information and grub information, all this stuff. Then the grub will be loaded as a initial RAMFS. Then the kernel is loaded into the multiple stages, like stage 1, stage 1.5 and stage 2. Then the kernel process completes, then it starts the processes from the system D. Then it loads associated target enabled services on the targets will be started, and your actual servers will be loaded. That's about the boot process.
To register your RHEL system with Red Hat using this Trail version account, so which we have created in a previous video to download our ISO image. So the same account we are going to use it and register your system with the Red Hat, then get the update and packages. So how we can update it, how we can register your system with Red Hat. So that's what in this video we are going to see that. So let's begin. I'm going to log into the Red Hat system, my system. So I'm using the root account to log in because the registration requires a root login. So let's sign into the Red Hat machine. So I'm directly accessing this VM via VMware. So you can also access the VM similar way, and click on activities and click on terminal. You can see the terminal window. Now type subscription manager register. So now enter the credentials. So my credential, I'm just going to enter it here, my username and password. Now it will take a little time to register your machine with the Red Hat. So let's see that how it happens. So now you can see the system is going to be successfully registered with your Red Hat network in order to get your update packages, all the stuff. So let's complete this registration. After that, we are just going to subscribe few of the repositories, then we will attach few of the repositories, then update the packages. So now I'm just going to auto attach the repositories. Let's see, subscription manager, attach auto, so which will automatically attach the repositories, so which will available on the subscription.
So sometimes it may not do that, so we have to manually get the repo ID, then add. Now you can see that the system setting has been changed to subscribed. So now we can just list out the pool ID, so that each subscription will have a different unique pool ID. So whenever you get the pool ID, you can just add the pool here. So subscription manager list available will get the pool ID here. So using that pool ID, we are going to attach the pool. So let's wait command to complete. So yes, command is completed. You can see that the pool ID is here. So you can just grab that pool ID and attach the pool. So using the subscription manager pool equal to pool ID. So subscription manager attach pool and pool ID, which is going to attach the pool. So which is actually a trial version we are using currently. So the 30 days trial we are using here. You can see that the 30 days trial subscription we are using, and we are going to subscribe that pool ID. And whenever you list a REM repository, then you can see that there are repositories, the default repositories attached using that pool. Now you can see successfully attached a subscription for 30-day Red Hat Enterprise Linux self-supported evaluation. Let's verify the subscription list so that you can see that whether the subscription is completed or not. So if you see subscription manager list, so it says that it is subscribed and its duration of the subscription in the window. So that's what we required. So the system is successfully registered. Now just type yum repo list. You can see that what are the repositories has been enabled on this repository. So this is the 2 repositories enabled. So now I would like to see that more repository list in the repository. Then I will subscribe few of the repositories I would require them for installing and updating the packages, which is the AppStream and base repository, as well as some RHEL 6.5 the satellite 6.5 repositories to update the packages. So let's wait. So this is going to list out all the available repositories here. Then we will subscribe the few repositories which we require for updating our packages. So let's see. So these are the available repositories. From here I'm just going to pick one of the repository here to enable the repository. So you can just use subscription manager, the same command, and subscription manager repos enable, and use that repository name. So here I'm just going to use the code ready builder for RHEL 8 RPMs. So I'm just going to use it, subscription manager, and I enable this repository. So subscription manager repos enable equal to repository name. So either you can do this way, or you can also edit the /etc repos.d configuration file redat.repo, and you can just make it enable equal to 1. That is also enables the repository. So either if you do this way, so which will be if any URL errors or anything, so it will automatically corrected using this configuration. So either ways you can do both actions, do the similar step. Now you can see that the code ready repository has been enabled on the system. So now run mrepo list in order to verify the repository is enabled or not. So I'm just going to subscribe one more repository here, so which is the RHEL 8 for upstream RPMs. Now you can see that the repository has been enabled here. So now let's do mrepo list. So verify the existing repositories. Mrepo list, you can see that the repositories which is enabled here. So I'm going to enable the repositories using the vim command. So vim /etc m.repos.d/redhat.repo. So this is the repository configuration file. Here wherever there is a enabled equal to 0, so which are disabled mode. So I'm going to enable 2 repositories from here, so manually, so that we'll just verify the mrepo list command and verify these repos are enabled or not. Okay, so this is the one of the repo I have enabled here, and I will enable the upper one. So go up and enable this repository as well. So and make it 0 to 1 and save the configuration. Now run mrepo list, so in order to verify the repositories. Now you can see that the repos has been updated. Now just run m update -y, so that the existing packages which are having any updates, which are going to update automatically using this update command. So let's run that. Before you are going to install anything on the system or going to use the system, so first of all update the packages so that you won't need to disturb any existing installed applications later onwards. So now I just run the m update, so which are going to get around 68 packages for updated update as a marked for updates, so which are going to update automatically. So let's wait, it will download and update for packages. So I will just resume when the package has been completed. You can see now all the packages got updated which are eligible for the updates, which means that the packages which are after the installation, those are made available for the repository. So now this is how you can register your system and update your packages on Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. Let's log in back to your Red Hat customer portal and see on the systems whether your system has been showing over here for the subscribed system. So you can see that the RHEL 8-3.local domain, you can see that, which is our subscribed and which is green dot, which means that your system has been successfully registered to the Red Hat network. Let's run mmake-cache command, so which will cache the repository. So no need to again and again list out from the online, so which will take longer time to list out the packages. So instead of which will make the cache in the /var directory, so now it will make faster to the mrepo listing every time, and packages also will be resolved faster. That's about it for this video. So I think you already got an idea that how you can register your RHEL system with the Red Hat network and update the packages and enable the repositories using the RHEL 8 version. To access Linux and accessing the Linux GUI and CLI. So in this environment, I'm just using the VMware Workstation as a provisioning for the servers. So here is my both the VMs I just created for this Linux usage. One is CentOS 8, another is RHEL 8.3. So both are different versions, like both are similar. In clone it's 100% similar versions, but Red Hat needs to have the subscription. So as we yesterday joined our system to the Red Hat network, or subscribed the network using the Red Hat console, and CentOS is completely free for us, so we can just utilize this CentOS version. So now currently I'm accessing the GUI version of it by logging into the opening the workstation, VMware workstation, and switching on the virtual machines. So this is the one way you can access the GUI. So but in real environments where you have a production environment or the real-time environment, so you should not have GUI access most of these times. So what you have to do, so you have to work on command line itself. So either you can have iDRAC access, but all the time accessing the iDRAC is not that good option, or remote console access is not the good option. So what you have to do, so you have to configure something on the server side to access the system to the remotely. So how we can do that? Let's we have few ways. One is that let me open a notepad here. So let's so one is that we can have the SSH to server, so which is on a command line access, we will get it directly. So either here you can use so many tools. So the by default most of the tool which is used called SPUTTY, and you can also use mremote ng is a default tool, or some guys will use X remote, something like that, or you can also use multi-tab putty, something like that. So there are so many things, so you can use anything whichever you'd like to use. SSH client as a software, so anything you can use it, whatever you want. So for GUI access, either you can directly log into the remote console. So that is not a good option always. Either you can configure VNC, so we will later know that how you can configure the VNC access, or either if it is a VMware or something like that, you can just log into the VM console. So this is the way you can access the GUI server. So first of all, GUI I'm just accessing using the here. So you can see that this is my server console. I'm just accessing my GUI. So this is how it looks whenever you are accessing your GUI. So if you'd like to access your system as a CLI, then so first of all what you have to do is that you need to install few packages and start the service, otherwise it won't work. So otherwise you cannot access your machine. So first of all what you have to do is here is that yum install. So you need to install open SSH package. So this is the package you need to install and start the service. So then only you could able to access the server via Linux. You need to set up firewall things, all this stuff, then you can able to access the OpenSSH server. So this is the packages I have installed here. Now what you have to do is that systemctl enable SSHD. So this is the service we need to enable here, systemctl start SSHD, and verify the status of that service. So you can see that this SSH service is running over here, which is active. And if you have a firewall or the SC Linux, you need to make some changes to the firewall as well. Firewall -cmd -permanent, we need to add permanent and add service. So either you can add the service or the port number to the firewall to allow your, which is says that which is already enabled in the RHEL. So sorry, already enabled in the firewall. So you need to do anything. So most of the times the SSH will be auto enabled, so in most of the servers. But if you do not have, but you need to verify that and check, this is enabled over here. Okay, and now get the IP address of your system. So here IP space A, if you type it, you can get your system IP address. So this is my system IP address, is 192.168.48.250. I just copy this system. So, and if you have a Windows machine, example, you would like to access your system, then what you have to do, install the PuTTY software. Okay, then open the PuTTY software here. So you should not get all of this here, you just get only default settings here. Okay, so these are my saved sessions because I already using my PuTTY session from long, so that's why I saved few of the sessions. So here what you have to type your IP address, server IP address, and port number is 22. By default the SSH port number is 22, and select your SSH. You are going to SSH to your server. If you would like to save your server as something, you can also save that session. Later point of time you just click on that, so which will automatically load your settings. Okay, so I just save this as CentOS 8.2. okay, 8-2, and save it. So here is my settings has been saved. So now IP address, port number, and what you have to do is that you just click on open. So which will give, for the first time, which will give you an alert saying that your PuTTY security alert. So you are going to trust your host key. Say yes. Then whenever you click yes, so you will get the access, something like this. So you need to type your username and password here. So my username is this one, and I'm just going to type the password. So but whenever you are typing this username, it will take little longer time because since it is a local environment, we do not have a DNS settings over here. So that's why it's could not able to resolve your DNS. So it will take little time to log in. But if you'd like to make it faster on the Windows side, what you have to do, I will just let you know. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to just open drivers file here. Okay, so whenever you open the drivers, it will open like this in the folder, system drivers folder, and etc, you just open this host file. Open host file, and so in order to open this host file, what you have to do is that you just run your command prompt as a administrator. Your command prompt as administrators, and cd drivers etc. Okay, and open notepad and host file. So in this host file, you just add your entry here, so which is called 192.168.48.250, and the server name here. So what is the server name we are using here? CentOS 8.2. So this is the one. We just have to enter it and save this file. So if you have administrator enabled, then you can save the file, otherwise you cannot do that. Okay, so now I'm just exit this one, and I reopen the PuTTY session here, and I already have this CentOS 8.2 saved, and click on load, and now click open. So the PuTTY window will open here, and if you type, so you can see that it will go faster. See that? So it's much faster than access. So this is the way you can just simply access your PuTTY. So according to your settings, you just change your PuTTY settings, your background settings, and all of the details. You can just set your appearance here, like changing the colors, behaviors. Okay, if you'd like to do any text changes, all of this you can do that here. Okay, so this is the way you can just access your CLI. So remember that you need to have the OpenSSH package installed here. So how you can check that whether it is installed or not? You can simply go to rpm-qa and grep for an open SSH package. So you can see that. So the OpenSSH package, if it is installed, OpenSSH server is installed, then start this service, which is called systemctl. You can just verify that SSHD is running or not, and you need to verify that whether your network is open to access default 22 port. So most of the networks will open by default 22 access, so that's why you don't need to worry about it most of the times. Okay, so this is the way you can just access your system from Windows machine. You can use the PuTTY and you can access the system. But in case you are using a Linux machine or as a desktop, then how you can access? So here example, I have one more server. So this server, we need to do the similar step here. So this is example, if it is a considered as a server, that this center is considered as a client. Okay, so then you can just verify this as okay. So here you just open the terminal session and you can just get IP address of this system. So here also you need to install that OpenSSH package and start the service, and you can access this machine. So here, which is machine called 48.201 is my IP address. So what I'm going to do, this is my example, consider this as a client. I just would like to access that machine from here. So what you can do, SSH and type the username @ IP address of your server machine. So this 201 is my server machine, and I already have my username over there, so which is Ravi, and I just enter. So for the first time you need to say the yes to accept the fingerprints from the remote system and type your remote user system password. So now you can see that you just access this RHEL 8.3 machine. So this is the machine name is RHEL 8.3. So if you'd like to access, you can just use the SSH command in order to access from the system. So if you'd like to access from any Linux machine or the Ubuntu machine or your Linux desktop or Apple Macintosh also works the similar way. So this is how you can use your system to, or you can access from Windows or you can access from the Linux machine. So if you would like to, if you already have some VMware installed or the VirtualBox installed, so you can just open a console and access the direct as well. So but PuTTY is most of the times will be useful, is easy to copy paste some text commands. But if you access the remote console, which is not that easy to copy paste some commands, if you already have some documentation in place, if you're trying. Okay, and you can also have the PuTTY session saved, so later point of time if you'd like to refer what you've done in before times, so always do
understanding targets, so mapping the run levels to the target. So before, in a previous versions like RHEL 6 or RHEL 5, we having the run levels, but here we have the target. So how this targets to be understands and what the targets do and how it was mapped with the previous comparisons. If you see that the run levels was we have in a previous versions that 0 to 6, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But in this new version of Linux, example the Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, we have a different levels, run levels. So the run level we call it as an targets here, so not the run levels, but the targets also to familiar with the previous run levels, they also created multiple targets with the similar type of run level names. So if you call it as run level 0 dot target or power off dot target, which are the same as shut down the machine or the power of the system, so you can do that. So run level 1 dot target or rescue.target. So if you'd like to do your system as a rescue shell, example, if you'd like to boot it as in a single user mode in a previous versions, we call it as a rescue mode over here. So if you want to switch back to the rescue mode from your system, you can do as well using the run level 1.target or rescue.target. So run level 2.target or multi-user.target and run level 3 and run level 4. So these are also a non-graphical multi-user systems. Example, say like example, if you set in a run level 3, which is basically uses the command line interface with the networking enabled on the previous versions, or here also it the similar way. So multi-user access with non-graphical multi-user system. So basically, so which is also similar mapping with that. So run level 2, run level 3, run level 4 are similarly works as a CLI mode without graphical user mode. So if you set as a run level 5 or graphical user target, which is set as a graphical user system, so you can able to access your GUI on the Linux server. So if you set a run level 6 or a target as reboot.target, the system will be reboot. So shut down and reboot the system. So this is what basically the run levels mapping with the target. So either you can use the run level 0.target if you are familiar with the previous run levels, or you can also use power off target, something like that. So these both will be working on the system. So let's see how this targets and what does target means and how the services will load while booting the system. So let's jump into the practical and see how it goes. So if I just log into my system, cat/etc, just see that Red Hat release is 8.3 Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 3 here. So I'm just going to see that if what is this default target currently I'm having here. So systemctl get default. So if you go to default here, you can see that which is set as a graphical.target. So if I go to my machine, open on a VMware, here you can see that my machine has loaded into the graphical.target. So that's why it shows graphical.target as a default one. So when you set a graphical.target as a default one, what happens in the background when the system has been booted? So if you go to the cd/etc system d system and type ls-l default.target. So this is basically link the default target to the whatever the default target we have currently. So which is usr lib system d system system/graphical.target. So what happens here is that if you go to this graphical.target files, you can see there are some services which are under those files will be loaded here. So if you go to ls and go to graphical.target wants is a directory where basically whenever you reboot your machine and loaded into the default as a graphical.target, so these are the default services which is going to be started while system is starting. So in similar way, but here we have a different mechanism that whenever you have started as a graphical target as a default, what happens is that the target will load the display manager service first, then it loads the display manager services. After that, then only kick into the Xenome display manager, then after that the services will getting started. So that's the graphical user does. Or if you set into the multi-user, so example how we can set this multi-user or the get default information here. So systemctl is the command. If you get the default target, so this is the default, but if you would like to set the default target as multi-user target, example system, or we can also have the targets here, get default or systemctl set default example here. So if you hit tab, there are so many targets basically, but I'm talking about all of this, not these targets. I'm talking about these targets here. So run level 0 here, run level 0, run level 1, run level 4. So these are the targets. Either you can also set that graphical user dot target, or you can also set there is a multi-user dot target. So these are the run levels. If you'd like to set it, you can set it. So I would like to set as a run level 3 as a default target here. So let's just say that set default run level 3 as a target, and let's execute it. And I have to type the root password in order to authentication completed. Now if I see that systemctl get default as multi-user target, but it is not completed yet, so we need to isolate this in order, without rebooting the system we would like to change it to the multi-user target. Then you need to use systemctl isolate is the command you need to use, and say multi-user dot target. So then type the root password, then which will execute into the multi-user system. So systemctl and get the default target details. So now let's go into the virtual machine and see whether we have the which is changed from graphical user to this user. So automatically which was changed. If you'd like to change without rebooting your system from multi-user target to graphical user, then again you can do that systemctl set default as graphical dot target, or you can also use run level 5 dot target, anyways which works. So I just authenticated my system with both of them. Then now again I just isolate with run level 5 dot target, so which will change my system back to graphical user mode. Systemctl get the default target. You can see that graphical dot target has been set. Now if you go to the virtual machine and see that this was changed from CLI to GUI. So that easy from switching back from graphical to multi-user and multi-user target to graphical. This is very simple and made easy with the sysv defaults. So again, whenever you reboot your system, what happens in the background is that system and graphical.wants is the directory where these are the services will be loaded into your system. If you go to the multi-user targets.wants, so these are the services as enabled on the multi-user target as a services. So whenever it boots, then the system will load the services, then it will verify that those services are started, then it will boot the system properly. So that's what the targets will do. So this is how, even if you would like to make your system reboot or power off, you don't need to use a previous commands like reboot or power off commands. You can even use systemctl reboot. So this is what your system reboot will work over here. Otherwise you can also use systemctl power off command. So this is what we can do over here. Or if you would like to go in back to the your rescue mode from here, systemctl, you can just set the default or just invoke that run level 1 to go back to the rescue mode. But do not try this rescue modes and power off and reboot set default as a reboot and power off, because whenever the system has been started it keep on rebooting the system, so it never come up to the system. So but that's what it do. So do not try set the default as an power off or the reboot, so that makes your system continuous reboot or continuous power off. Okay, so that's about the targets or the mapping the run levels in between your run levels and the targets. Though this is how the system will work over here. So we will work on more on systemctl. So you should be familiar with systemctl for starting these services, start of the services, and you can able to check your system units, like what are the dependent units and all of this, service units, all of this. Even you can just use verify that list example dependencies for the graphical dot target. So what are the services need to be start in the background whenever you would like to enable the system graphical service, graphical dot target. So these are the dependented service which will automatically start whenever you enable this graphical dot target. Example, if you'd like to verify your multi-user dot target, what are the services is going to be enabled on this multi-user target. So this is all the services is going to start in the multi-user dot target. So that's how the systemctl and the target works. So that's how it mapped from run level to the targets. So do not confuse anything, but it looks like it does not change much in between the run levels and the targets, but they call run levels on the before version, they call targets on these versions.
One of the topic called standard input, output and error. So understanding the redirection features, like example how the file descriptor we can use it to redirect the input, output and errors into the log files, or how you can input to the terminal using the file, all of this. So let's begin the session and see what we can do over here. So the basic workflow of any Linux command is that it takes an input and gives an output. So example, if you want to do some list of the files what is there in that directory, so you can just use ls command. So that is an input we are giving as an ls, then there is an output called what are the files in directory, it will show on the screen. So example, the standard input, the stood in device is most of the times keyboard, or it may be sometimes some barcode readers or pens, like digital pens we can use to give the standard input. Okay, but the standard output is example is the screen. So the display screen monitor which gives the output over there. So with redirection, so whenever you are redirecting the standard input and output, the above standard input output can be changed. So how it's going to change, and I'm going to show it on practically. So before that let's see that what is the file descriptor number and symbols we are going to use it, and what that description of that file descriptor. So the file descriptor is example, it shows us a 0, then the symbol is less than, then standard input. So that's going to be a standard input. So then the file descriptor is going to be a 1, then the symbol is greater than, then the standard output. So what it do is that, so whenever you do an less than, which actually input the terminal. So whenever what are the commands you wanted to execute, then you just write it in the file and input from there to the terminal. So it will execute those commands. So you wanted to output the you want to store that output in some other file somewhere else, then you can just use that symbol. Okay, then if you want to do an error redirection, example, I don't want to capture input and output, I just wanted to capture only the error log messages, example like that, then you can use the to redirection sign. So that's the name, captures the standard error.
So let's jump into the practical and see how we can do this, all of this example over here. So I am into the Linux over here, so which is my RHEL 8.3. you can simply show that release version, so 8.3 here. So I would like to example show that how exactly the standard input output works. So I just wanted to do an ls over here, which is an input I am giving it as an ls command, and output is this one. So all of these files is going to be in a output. Okay, so this is a standard input and this is a standard output over here. So if you want to example, you want to redirect this output so some other files, example, so ls, I would like to do an ls-ltr over here, and I just wanted to redirect this to /tmp file output, something like this. So what it will do is that it does not give any output over here, so the output has been changed to the file. What happens? So whenever the output is redirected to the file, what happened? The output has been stored into this file. If you just go to the cat this file, you can see that the output has been stored to this file. So this is a redirection sign which will send the output, the standard output, to the file. So example, if you want to append, example, I would like to append this here. Instead of ls, I just wanted to update the date, so you can just use this one, and now cat the file again, so you can see end of that file which was appended with the date. So like this, what you can do is that you can just change the output redirection to the one of the file. So if you want to example, you want to input to the terminal with the file. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to open a simple file, say mail, something like this. So in this I'm just going to write like this, aztecrkit, thanks for the video. Then I just write this as my email output, so email body, I just write it. So I wanted to send this email to the someone else. So then what I can do is that email-s, then my subject is something like thank you. Okay, then I would like to send this one to the user. Maybe just verify that user, whether I have that user or over there is not. So I have this user over here. Just send it to that email. I am just going to send this email to the A Ravi user. Okay, thank you. Then I'm just going to say is that A Ravi, and I'm just sending this file as a body to that email to this user. Then you can just send say this one, and mail-yes, and yes is on a subject line, and A Ravi and username or the email address of that user, and then I am sending this mail as a body to that user. Okay, so here, okay, so the mail command is not installed over here, so that's why it's not able to succeed that. But you can do this similar way. So this content is goes into the body of that, so I'm not typing any email body over here, but I'm inputting this as a body of that email. So then it's going to send that email saying that so and so message. Okay, so that's the one. Otherwise, if you want to example something like how many lines are there in this file, something like that, you can input this and you can get the same input over here, something like this. So you're sending this content as a redirection to this terminal. Then you can see this wc if an lu is reading, and this file contains 5 lines, something like this. So you can also do like this. Otherwise you can also redirect something like this. When you wanted to execute some commands, you can also execute it over here. Okay, then that input will execute the commands. So that way you can input and you can output. So output you can redirect it, input you can redirect it. So how you want to redirect the error example? So let's switch back to the one of the user. I just wanted to change one of the root password, trying to change it over here. So this is an error message here. So how you say that this is an error message? If you can query this one, you can see that the error message is 253. So that's the error message over here. So but I don't want to redirect any of the file content or anything. I just wanted to redirect the error message to somewhere else. So then now we can redirect it here. So you just say to redirect sign and provide something like this. So the error has been not shown over here and it was sent to the error message. So like this, whenever you are doing something, you just wanted to redirect only the error message to the particular log file somewhere else, then you can do to and redirect and sign. So this what happens, the error will be captured into the some of the files. You can easily identify that okay, this is the error message, then you have to do something to resolve that error. So that's the way you can just input, output and redirect the standard input and output and errors. So in case, so where exactly you can use these methods to input, output and redirect this input, output and errors. So here this would be very helpful when you are typing example. You have a lot of content in example /etc. I would like to see all of this content ls-ldr. So this is like you have to scroll up and down and see all of this information over here, right? Then instead you can just do is that you can just simply redirect to the one of the file example /etc output something like this. Then what you can do, you can just download that file and put it in a nice format and see that. Or you can also import to the some of the CSV file, something like that. You can filter those content based on your requirement. Then you can look for the content what you want. So that would be sometime helpful. Sometime I don't want it to enter any commands or any email body, something like that, but I want to automatically send the email at particular time to the some users with the some standard email body. Then you can also use that way. So sometimes I have scheduled some cron tab here. Okay, example say that password root something like this. So that is example I am saying here. That is the command I would like to do it at every 1 minute from the some other user, something like this. Then I want to capture the errors something somewhere in var log. So, okay, error messages something like this. So what happens whenever the cron job has been executing, then it has some errors, then it will redirect to that error messages. Then you can just cat that file every day, maybe somewhere around when it was failed. Then you can simply go to that var log error messages and see that okay, there the cron job executed with the errors. So that way you can use this standard input, output and redirections to the in your real-time in scenarios. So that would be more useful for the as a beginner and experts, or anybody can use this file description methods, input, output, redirections. Start with basic to enter what is the commands we have, and before running the commands, what is the steps we have to follow, the rules and regulations we have to follow on the Linux command line. Okay, so before you turn over to the next chapter where you are going to meet the commands, remember a few things that apply to all Unix commands. So basically, whenever you are going to enter any commands on all of the Unix based platforms, like it may be Red Hat Linux, CentOS, Fedora, or Ubuntu, or whatever it is. So but these are the rules you have to follow in all of the Unix based platforms. So all Unix commands must always be entered in small case letters. So it's a case sensitive, means if you have a command in caps or small letters, something like that, you have to enter it to the exact letters, otherwise it won't execute. So if a command has any capital letters, if you enter it in a small letters, it won't work. But most of the commands are in small letters, so you have to enter it in small letters only, so otherwise the commands won't execute. So between the command name and the options that may be available with the command, there must always be a space or tab. For example, if you want to execute a ls-l is the command, so ls space -l, so that is the command you have to enter it. So here is the command, whereas -l is the option and the two have been separated by the space. So that's what the method here. Whenever you want to execute any options, you have to give the space or tab. This option is usually preceded by a minus sign, so which is called as a hyphen. The option available with the command are often known as switches. So which are the options which are the switches, like ls-l is the switch. So two or more options available with the command can usually be combined. For example, the command is ls-l-a is same as ls-la. So if you have a multiple options or the multiple switches, so you can combine after the hyphen, example after the minus sign, like that. So if you want to enter like ls-ltr, so you need to type ls-l-t-r, so you can simply combine them as ls-ltr, something like that. So that would be in a two or more options would be combined together. If you make a type mistake, press backspace to erase the characters. Don't try back using arrow keys and then attempt deleting using the del key. So basically why this is mandatory is that, so if you enter any of the command as mistakenly, example, instead of entering the ls, you just entered lsa, something like that, or instead you enter as. So instead of ls you may be entered as, then no need to enter, because we don't know that we have a command called as, so that may be a disruptive to the system, then so it will execute that command. So that's why whenever you type any mistakes, then do not enter, just press backspace or use the delete key to delete the appropriate characters, then replace with the proper characters, then enter the command. To cancel the entire command before you press enter, press Ctrl C, not Ctrl Z. Okay, so you have to press Ctrl C because it will terminate the command. If you enter Ctrl Z, it will actually send it to the background, so the Ctrl Z will keep on running the jobs in the background. Okay, so that's why you just press Ctrl C or use a delete key to delete the command. So that's the rules you have to follow always. Okay, remember, so whenever you are typing any command mistakes, okay, that's always should be remembered, do not enter it. Okay, and whenever you copy paste from the any of the notepad or some other websites or something like that, before entering the commands, okay, so I clearly say you just copy it to the formatted versions. Example, if you are copying the HTML formatted commands to the Linux, so there may be a difference between the options. So if you see hyphen here, so there is an option sign, minus sign, but in a Windows, if you type hyphen, so it takes a 2 hyphens over there. So that's why whenever you're copying to the plain text based writers, example text editors like Notepad++, then from there you copy to the terminal. So that way it will avoid the mismatch, or it will avoid the command mismatches whenever copying and pasting into the terminals. So that's why, so always remember, do not just copy paste blindly. So just remember what the command is going to do and verify them before entering into the terminals. So these are the few basic commands we are going to see in this session, which is a date command, calendar command, clear command, ls, pwd, who, w, uptime, touch, rm, mkdir, cd, cat, time, cp, move command, last, reboot, power off, ns lookup, dig command, tree command, stat, wc, what is, who am, where is, man, info. So these are the helpline commands: man, info, command hyphen help, df, and du is the most useful commands in daily to daily activities. So let's jump into the terminal and see some practicals, all of these commands, so how we can do that. So here I am into the terminal. So the first command I am going to see is that date command. So basically date command is very most useful to check the date, and as well as if you would like to use any backup methods. For example, say I want to copy some of the files from one location to another location, or I wanted to take some file as a backup. So example, I wanted to copy some of the password file from somewhere else to somewhere else, /etc/password file. So I wanted to copy to tmp, but I would like to give this with the date command output. So just I would like to say that it should be in year format with month and date. So what happens while copying the file? So it will copy the file with the current date, today's year, date, and month time. So year, month, date. So whenever you go to the /tmp here, sorry, then you can see that this is the file you have just copied from this location to this location with the date ended with that. So that way date can also be used in more ways, so that would be more useful in daily to daily activities. So that's way you can just use it. Or date, example, if you would like to print a previous date, something like that, hyphen date equal to hyphen, you can also provide -1 day. So it will print the previous date, like, so which was February 27, which is February 28 today, something like that. So you can also print 1 year ago, tomorrow, like this. Example, tomorrow. You can also enter something like this, or you can also enter something like last year, like year ago, something like this. So or 2 years ago, something like this, 1 year ago, or 2 years ago, something like this. So it will print all of this. So this will be very useful. Example, if you like to grab the previous dated folders or files, something like that, so you can also use this date formats and get this fetched on the script somewhere else. You can also use that. So one more thing is that calendar. So calendar is the command calendar, or if you want to enter a particular month, date also, you can do that, something like this. Okay, so this way the calendar is very useful to see the dates whenever you would like to see that. So no need to go back and click on somewhere else and see what is the calendar or what is date or something like that. So even you can use this calendar over here to particular month or date or year, that you can find out the dates. Maybe this can also be printed in that what is the date format, like day format, like 1 2 3 65 days also it can print in the calendar. So clear is the command, so you can just use this to clear the command line from bottom to top. So you can also use Ctrl L to clear the screen. So that would be very useful for us to clear the screen and go up and type the commands. So that would be, I'm doing always most of the times. Okay, so here you can also use ls command to list out the files in the current directory, or you can also list out the remote directory, which is different directory from your present working directory. Also you can list. So ls space the directory name and you can list out those files. So here ls has a many options to get this data, like ls-ltr, so you can just long list with the time on a recursive base. You can also see that what is the file and what is its permissions and what is its size of it and when it is was what is the size of it and when it was created, all of these details. So it also have the custom formats, like if you would like to see this date and time format in a different customized format, you can also do that. Okay, so that has a feature to get the information of listing the files and directories. So if you want to list out example directories and identify the file, something like this, so you can also do. So here it is based out of the file type. You can identify that this is a directory, something like this. So this is the ls command. So the next one is pwd command. So pwd is present working directory, present working directory. So example, so whenever you are changing your directory from one directory to another directory, so to ensure that you are in a current directory where you are currently working. So example, I would like to work on / or log directory here. So where I am, so I just wanted to verify myself whether I am in a correct directory to execute the commands, or correct directory to copy some files from that location to another location or something like that. So that way you can just always verify before copying or moving some files from original location to temporary location or temporary location to original location. So be careful. So sometimes if you mismatch your present working directory, then you may replace old files with the new files. So that would be an issue on production systems. So the configuration may go wrong. So that's why always be sure that, and before that anything you are doing, so just verify the pwd through the present working directory condition, then copy or paste, move, whatever it is. So who is the command basically which gives the information like who is logged in from which IP address or which terminal is used, all of these details. And w also will give the similar details, but which is little bit extended, saying that when it was logged in and when it was logged out, what is the duration of it, and it also includes how many current users are logged in and what is the current load average on this system. So that's the different formats. So you can use w to estimate that whether the user when was logged in and what is this TTY, in the sense terminal is used, okay, and which from which terminal to which terminal is switched from user to user. All of these details you can just find out using this w command. Okay, so and one more thing is that uptime. So uptime is the very useful command, whether is that what is the uptime of that particular server. Example, it was rebooted sometime, then you can verify that whether the server is rebooted or not. You can just use uptime to verify that the server has been rebooted or not. Okay, and how many users are logged in, what is the load average of it, and current time stamp of the server. So that is the uptime command. So touch is the command. So so which is used basically for creating the empty files. Example like test. I would like to create a test file over here. You can see that is the test file has been created with empty, so you can just cat it. So there is no content in that particular file. So the basically cat is used to see the content of the file. Okay, so the touch is used basically to create the empty files. So rm command is used to delete the files and directories. Example, if you would like to delete the file just created, then you can use the rm command. Then it says that removing the regular file is empty, you would like to delete or not. If you say yes, then it will delete it. So example, if you would like to create a number of more files, so I just create some of the files over here like 1 to 10 dot txt files. Then you can see that text files has been created. Then if you would like to delete those files, example test star, then it will ask each and every file saying that do you want to remove. So if you have multiple files, then keep on saying yes. That is a very time taking process and it much irritating process for us. So instead of that, so if you say -f, do not ask anything, forcefully delete that file, then just enter. So then it will delete those files. Be careful when you are deleting this with the star options. Okay, so if you would like to delete any directory, example I just created test file directory here, you would like to create it, delete it, then with the option F also it won't delete. But always whenever you are deleting the directory, you just use the R option. So it is a recursive option to delete the directory in a R. So mkdir is basically used to create the files, directories, mkdir, and with the path where you would like to create it. If you want to create it in a current directory, you need to specify any path to create the directory. So you can say that test folder directory 1, something like that. So I just created 2 directories. So if you'd like to create parent directories, so example directory under directory under directory, so you can also do that. mkdir-p, you have to use it. test1, test2, test3, and Ravi is the directory. So you just created, and if you want to go to those directories test1, then you can simply change it to those directory, something like this. So that way you can use the mkdir command to create the directory. So mkdir in the sense make directory. So the cd is changing the directory from one directory to another another directory. So if you would like to switch from one directory to another directory, you can always use cd. So if you want to go back again where you came from, you can just use cd-. So we'll go back to the path, and again use cd-, so we'll come back where you were. So cd- will be used always to the previous directories. So here whenever you observing -ls-la, so here there are 2 directories, one is dot and another is a dot. So one is a dot which is represent your current directory, dot which represent its parent directory, which means that is a upper directory to that particular directory. So then if you want to change to the upper directory, you can simply use cd dot, which means that you are changing to upper directory. Here you can see you change from test3 to test2, and if you want to change back again, go back one level up, then you can also use one more cd dot. Then if you type cd dot, then you are not going anywhere, so you are in same directory instead. So this way cd can be used. Otherwise, if you want to change the complete path, example cd log, then you can change to that particular directory path over here like this. So and one more command is that time. So time is showing that exactly what is the command execution time of the command. So this is very useful. Sometimes you wanted to troubleshoot slowness of the server, then you can simply estimate the time, like what is the command has been took for execute that. So you can see that ls-la command has been took really 4 seconds, which means that 0.004 seconds, which is a milliseconds. In a real time user was 1 second and system took 3 seconds, so the total 4 seconds, which means that 4 milliseconds it was used to execute this command. So that way you can estimate the time based on that, how much the command or any process is taking to execute that. Before any of the execution, you just add time, so it will show that execution time of that particular command or script or whatever it is. Okay, so and copy. So copy is mostly used to copy the files and directories from one location to another location. Example that copy, so you just specify the source folder over here, okay, and destination folder. So this is the thumbnail for copying the any files and directories. Okay, so you just use copy and source directory, source file. I would like to copy this Anaconda to directory 1, example this file, then enter. Then you can just go to directory and execute that. See that there is a file has been copied. And when you want to copy the file with appropriate time details and everything, example, if you see that, so the directory 1 file has been copied over here with a different time, right? And the file which was previously exist, the file was in a December 7 it was created, but the current file is copied time is February 28. But I don't want it to differentiate the file with the timestamp and everything, so it just make preserving the options cp-p and say Anaconda. I just wanted to copy to directory 1 and say yes. Now if I verify the date and time, all of the things, so it should be similar to the this one and this one. So we should be same file properties. So that way we can use the cp command to copy the files and with the preserving. If you want to copy the directories, example, most of the times when I was in a beginners, so I just used to copy something like this. So which says not specified -r not specified omitting directory test1. So this is little bit improved over here. Before it was coming error line something like this, omitting directory test1. So which means that what happens, so directory is not copy. So always whenever you are copying any directory, you just use -r as an option, then only the directory will be copied from one directory to another directory, otherwise it will not copy. Okay, so one more thing is that mv command. So mv command in the sense move the files and directories from one location to another location. Otherwise you can also use the move command to rename the files and directories as well. Example, move directory 1. So I would like to create a directory 1 something like this, so which will be renamed from directory, so dir 1 to directory 1. So otherwise if you want to move, example, directory 1 completely to test1, so you can also move that directory. So it was moved from here to test1 location. You can see it was moved. So if you want to move back again, directory to /root. So this is the source and destination. So always you have to provide move source destination, so where you want to move this directory. So this way you can just copy paste, copy move, play with that command. Then you can also see there is a command called last. So last is very useful. Example, when is your system has been rebooted, who logged in, from which IP address is logged in, and when is logged in and when is logged out. All of this details will be provided in a last command. So if you wanted to filter only reboots, you can also use the last -reboot is the option. So you can just filter only reboots from the last command. So this would be very, very useful when you want to investigate whether it is a crashed server, or example it was normally shut down, rebooted, or something happened to the server. Then you bring up the server, then you can simply verify this last command to verify all of the details. So one more thing is that in a new way, if you wanted to reboot your systemctl, you can also use reboot option over here, systemctl reboot. Then you can just enter it, the system will go and reboot the system. So this is one way. And if you want to completely power off your system in case of any power maintenance or something like that, you can also use systemctl power off. Currently I'm not doing this reboot and power off because this will take time to bring back, and again I have to connect back to the system. So you can just systemctl reboot or power off will take system will be rebooted or powered off. Okay, do not enter any of these commands in any of the production missions, so it will go off. So one thing is that ns lookup. So the ns lookup is the main thing, is that if you would like to resolve from IP address to name or name to MAC address, example you wanted to verify whether your DNS is working properly or not, then you can simply use ns lookup. Example, say that I would like to resolve google.com. so then you can find out that what is your DNS server, and whether it caused deep authoritative answer or non-authoritative answer, and what is the name of that site you just resolved it, and what is the server IP address. So you can see that it's IPv6 IP address and IPv4 IP address. And if you would like to resolve back from IP address to name, so you can even do that. So you can see that this IP has been resolved, something like this. So the server name is MA03S0-in F14, something like this. Okay, so this is exactly server name which exactly you're looking for, but the domain was mapped to this one. So which is authoritative, not a authoritative answer. So that's why ns lookup will be used to find out the exact details. But in ns lookup you may not find more details like which server it got or whether it got the proper answer or not. You can simply use the dig command, so which will be provide more details in like how much time it took and what is the record name, whether it is a PTR record or it's a mail record or whatever it is, like authoritative section of the details. You can see that, and with the server details, how many seconds it was take to resolve the DNS entry. So 142 milliseconds it took to resolve this, and all of the information would be provided with the dig-x. So how many queries, how many answers, how many authorities, whether it is authoritative or whether it is a additional information, all of these details will be provided in the X, so that if your DNS is not properly working, you can simply type this way, then you can get this total information, like where it was failing, exactly whether you have a DNS record proper or not. So that the two commands to execute your checking your DNS entries. And one more thing is that tree command. So tree command will be used whether you would like to see, like example, I would like to provide level 1, something like this here. So you can see that, like I would like to see a slash level 1, and you can see under the slash these are the directories present with the level 1. So enter tree type directory structure. So which directory has which folders and files. If you want to see that, you can just type tree and provide the folder name. So detailed information will be provided by that directory path. You can see that tree under root directory. So how many files and directories are there? You can see file directory, under the directory this file is there, under this directory. So directory paths will be something like this. So these are all the details, like tree like structure to the files and directories. You can simply use whether if you have any application, the application whether properly formatted files and directories are there or not, structured data is there or not. You can simply verify using the tree command. So one more is that stat command. So the stat command is very useful to basically verify the security measures of the files, like when is the file was accessed, modified, changed, all of this information with context of that security context. Example, if you are doing some security audits, or example, suppose the file not to be modified or accessed by any of the users or anything, then you can simply identify that when is accessed and when it is modified, when it is changed, all of this timestamp information with the file name, file size, and where was the device path and inode number, block number, all of these details, whether it is a regular file, it has any links, all the details information with the access levels. So this would be more detailed information about the files and directories. You can simply stat that file or directory. You can get this information from the file or directory. One more thing is that simply WC, so it used for word count, something like that. Example, say I would like to cat anaconda file, then I would like to count that. So how many words, how many letters, how many lines it has. So all of this information over here. So this many characters we have, this many words, and this many lines. So example, if you'd like to see only lines, how many lines you have, you can say -L, or how many characters are there, you can say -M, and how many words are there, you can simply say W. So this way you can simply count those lines, words, characters on that particular file using the WC command. And sometimes you wanted to see that what exactly is the command is going to do, you don't know what this command you wanted to verify, then you can simply say what is ls. So it will provide some information saying that where it was from and what this direct command is going to do. So example, ls top, say top display Linux processes. So ls command will do listing the directory contents. So that way you can simply know that whether what this command is going to do. So example, who am I? So which user you have currently logged in, then you can simply type who am I. So this would be more useful when you are trying to do any additional activities or administrator activities. You can simply use this whoam command, so that you can find out which user you have logged in. You wanted to find out like where is ls command is, so you can simply see. So the ls command is associated with these files. So these are the manual pages of that particular command, and this is the command path. Or example, say where is pwd command. So this is the command path and associated man pages. So this way you can simply find out what is wham, where is. So it would be a little bit detailed information about those commands, exactly where was the path from, and all of the information. And you can also use man pages to read about any commands. Man space command name, man space cd, man space cd. So cd commands or man space ls command details, or man space top command, so top command details. All of these details you wanted to verify most of the commands, so 90 to 95% of the commands will have the man pages. So few of the customized commands or customized scripts may not have the man pages, so you can use man space command name to read the information about that particular command's man pages, to understand its options and what's going to do all of this information. So info is also one more command which also reads the man pages, but it's in a different formats and it's different way of reading the information about that particular command. So you can also read ls-l, which will show the short list of the options of those particular command. So you can see that ls-l or cd-l, so which will show the exact details of that particular command, options with options. And mostly used df command. So basically df command is used to determine how many mount points you have and their utilization, which means that how many disks you have and disk utilization information you can find out over here. So df-h is the human readable format, and -x example you wanted to remove one of the temporary file system from the table listing, so you can also use -x. So this way you can simply list only the actual file system details, not the temp file systems. Or if you want to find out what exactly is the file system of the mount points, you can also use -t here, so you can find out this file system type is XFS, ext4 or ISO file or temporary device temporary file system. So this df command would be easy to use and very useful whenever you wanted to verify your usage, what is the mount point usage and what is the available space of it and what is the total size of it. So that's the df command 2. And one more thing is that example you want to estimate what is the size of the particular file or directory, then you can simply use do-sh, then example provide the file name, so that it will give you the file or directory size. What is the size of that particular file or directory? So example, if you want to do entire file information, something like this, you can also find out what exactly is the /etc size, so which shows 29 MB here. So that way S is used for human readable format and S is the size information about that particular directory or file. So these are all the commands. Example are most I have covered 32 commands.
Difference between the soft link and hard link, and do the practical how exactly is the soft link and hard link works. Okay, let's see this how it works. So what is the difference between the soft link and the hard link? So in a tabular format, if you could see that hard link, so hard link is linked file assigned the same inode value as original. So the hard linked file which will be assigned to the same inode value as the original, and soft linked file is assigned a different inode values. So the original file and the soft link file will be a different inode values together. And in hard link you cannot find difference between the linked file and the original file, so which means that it pointing to the same original block, so the same inode value. So after creating the hard link, you cannot even identify which is original or which is the linked file. And in soft link you can see that you can find the difference between the original file and linked file, because the original file says it's a regular file, and if it is a linked file it says it's a symbolic link file. and the inode values also is different, so you can identify the difference between both of them. So in hard link, we cannot create hard link for directories. So example, if you wanted to create the hard link for directories, we cannot create, because so multiple directories with the same inodes we cannot create, because it's if you place the files here and there, so it cannot be looping back to the original files and the linked files, so that's why you cannot create it. So in case of soft link, you can create the directories for soft link, because so whenever you store the data into the soft link directory or the original directory, it stores to the original locations, not stored to the shortcut location. So that's where it's pointing to the original point. So you can create the soft link for directories. We cannot create hard links in a different file systems. Example, if you want to create the hard link from source file to destination file, it should be in same file system. So example, if your source file system is in ext4 and the destination file is in xfs, then you cannot create it, or ext3 to ext4 or vice versa, you cannot create them. So if it is a cross file system, example is a different file system, so hard link cannot be established. So we can create the soft links between the across the file systems. Example, the file system is source file system is ext4 and the destination file system is xfs, you can create it. So if the source file system is ext3 and destination file system is ext4, you can still create the soft link. So that's the difference between soft link and a hard link. And deleting the original file will not affect linked file, because it's pointing to the original blocks or the single blocks, or the inode values should be same. So it is same. That's why if you delete the original file, still the linked file will be exist. So you can still access the linked file. So in case of the soft link, deleting the original file will make soft linked file inaccessible, which means that there is no file. If there is no original file, the linked file does not have any value associated with that. So let's see some here a deep explanation how exactly in a diagrammal format. So example, here is a soft link example how it works. So you have a original file, and example, the original file inode value is 401. Then you create a soft link. So the soft link pointing to the original file. Then the soft link have the inode value as 427. Example. So the actual data is storing on a hard disk is original file, not the soft link. So the soft link also is pointing to the data on the hard disk, but which does not have any meaning if original file does not have present, or the original file is deleted. So that's the main difference here. So let's see this. What is the hard link example over here? So you have a hard disk, you stay the original file, and you have a hard link to file. Then both the files will be pointing to the original file inode, which is 401. Example. So if you delete the original file, still the hard link file will be exist on this inode value. So if you delete also, it does not make any difference to the hard link file. So that's the difference between the soft link and hard links. I hope you understand better in this format. So let's jump into the practical and see how we can example create the soft link and a hard link, and delete the files and see how it works. So I say soft link source here, and say soft link destination file. So now I'm just going to create a soft link here using the ln-s. S is for soft link. You can just create the file. Now you just go and start the file. Start means it gives the full details of that particular file. So okay, so that is the start of the soft link source, and this is the start of the soft link. Sorry, it's not start, it's a start. Okay, so you can see that. So this is a soft link file which says it's a regular empty file, and which is a file to soft link from destination to source, so which is pointing to the source soft link source file, and the size of this one is going to be a 14 in case which does not have any size over here, and the inode value of this particular file is going to be 69806911. This file is going to be 69806894. So the both the inode values is different, and the links is going to be for this file is 1 and this file is also 1, means so it has link from the source to destination, so the destination file also have the link to source file, so that's why it has only link one file, and you can say that this file is a symbolic link. So now let's update some content on this file soft link source and just verify that how the data is going to be updated. Test soft link file from source. So let's save this file and see whether do we have the content in soft link source and the soft link destination. So we have. So let's edit the soft link destination and write some content over here. So we can say that test soft link file from destination. So I'm just updating soft link file over here and cut the soft link source, so which is updated, and you can update the destination. So it has the same content in both of the files. Okay, so now if you start the soft link source and start the soft destination, and you can see that the size variation here, the size of this is going to be 61 bytes or 61 bits, so then this is size 14. So it is not having any size because it does not occupy any size, which is just a shortcut to the original file. So that's why this file may keep on increase the size as soon as you write the content to that file, but this will not increase because it's just a shortcut file to that one. So in case of if you want to delete the source file, so then what's the things happens over here. So let's remove this soft source file from the source and just try to access the destination file. Do you have anything here? Let's say that is not accessible. So now let's try to do LSF and LDR on this file. So it does have anything. So it is broken to the source. So that's why it does not have the content on that particular file. So it is original file is not there. So I cannot access the soft link. So let's create the hard link. So let's create the soft link on directories and see verify here. Let's say that soft source. So mkdir soft source. I just wanted to see that ln-s, and I just wanted to create soft source to the soft destination, something like this. You can just see that ls-ldr. You can see the soft destination has been pointing to the soft source file, source directory. Now if you go to the soft source and create any files on this, touch test soft link. I have created 3 files over here, and go back to the soft destination folder over here and see this also contains the same files over here. Okay, soft source and soft destination. So both the directories contains the similar files. So now the similar way, if you delete the source, then it goes the destination. But let's delete the destination. What happens? So soft destination folder over here, and go to the soft source and see we have still the files because it's a original one. Okay, let's see that how hard link works over here. We just create the hard link and see that how this hard link is going to work. So just I switch back to the desktop folder here, so it does not have any files. I just wanted to create a one single file which may be a hard link, say that hard link, Now I just wanted to create a linking file to the other files, maybe in the same location. Say that hard link, and it say that dest link, something like that. So now let's go ahead and see the both the files. Start these both the files and see what is the difference between the files. So now start and see the destination link over here. You can see that now both the files inode values are same. So 35392517, 35392517, and the size is 0 and hard link, and the file is destination link and size is 0, size is 0, and the block is 4096, and it's a regular empty file. It is also a regular empty file. So now let's go ahead and update one of the file here. So let's say hard link, I just wanted to update test hard link data. So now save this file and cat this hard link file and cat this destination file. So both have the same content in this. So now let's start both the files and see example what is the size of the both the files. To understand better, you can see that now the size of the hard link file is 20 and the destination file also is 20, and the inode values is same in the size. So you can see that links to, because it is linking to the destination link, and it is also getting one more link from this. So it is looping back from there to here. So that's why it has a, it says 2 links. Okay, so let's delete one of the file from here. So let's delete the hard link from here. Okay, the hard link has been deleted. Now just cat this destination file. So the destination file still has the data, so it does not have any difference. But if you start this file and see what is the link numbers you have, so the links is 1 only. Still the inode number value is same and the files is same. So this is the best example. So now let's try to create mkdir hard link directory here and try to create the hard link for both the directories, something like this. So ln say hard link and say dest hard, something like this. So now hard link not allowed for directories. So that's the main difference between the soft link and the hard link. That's how we can create the soft link and hard link on the Linux system.
One of the text editor called Nano. So this way what we can do is that when you want to edit any configuration file using the command line interface, so most of the people that using the VI would be much faster than Nano, but they confuse the keys, like what are the modes, you have to switching back and switch back from one mode to another mode in VI. But it's a Nano is a plain text editor where you can directly go and edit just like a notepad in Windows. So that's that, but it also has some controls. Okay, so let's see that how useful it is and how we can use it on your regular basis to edit the text files or the configuration files on the system, Linux systems. So Nano provides more features than Pico. So the Pico is in one more editor, and colored text for writing the scripts languages, example C, C++, scripting and Perl, etc. So but this one more thing is that Nano can only provide one language for the color coding. So most of the times what you use, so you can set that configuration for that particular language so that it provides the scripting in a colorful manner. Like example, if you open a quotation, then it show that okay, there is a red color, so it did not close the quotation, something like that. So that would be very useful feature if you are writing more code on the language, any language. Okay, and smooth scrolling, and so when you want to scroll up and down, so this would be very smooth scrolling you can do on the command line interface. And simple control keys, like it does not provide any complexity on editing the text files. It's very simple, like up and down you can just go here and there. And regular expression support. Example, if you want to search some text within the large file of text configuration files, you can use the regular expression to do that. So multiple buffers to do, undo, redo and edit the text file. So whenever you are editing any file, so it just buffer the content inside the hard disk. So before you commit any changes, it does not write to the hard drive. So that's a more buffers example. Whenever you are editing the configuration file but you do not save the configuration file, then you can revert back the changes back to the where you were. So that's the beautiful buffer support by the Nano text editor. Okay, so let's jump into the practical and see how we can do that. So example, here I am into the RHEL 8.3 version. Okay, so basically when you want to edit or create any file, simple, you can simply say that nano and provide the file name. So that is example like ARK80. So this is an empty file, there is no file, so that's why it just simply shows as an empty file. So you want to write anything, so there is no any modes over here, it's just a simple control. You can just that this is the text test of nano edit or something like that. So that's it, and you can simply press the buttons to save that writing. So that's it. So see, it's simple nano editor. But if you want to go up and down and edit any control files or anything, so you can just press Ctrl X and it says that do you want to modify this buffer file. So this one says buffer file. So if you say no, then it will discard. If say yes, then it will write to the file. If you say yes, Y, enter, and it will ask you for the file. Now you can see that the file has been created here. So if you have any larger file, example save files to work on, but let's see that maybe I can just switch back to the root user and try to nano that file. So this is only for avoiding the permissions. Is for example see this. So this is the configuration file which has so many lines in it. Okay, so example, if you want to go up and down, you can simply press arrow keys like down arrow, up arrow to go up and down, and the side arrow to this side and this side. So left side and right side you can move freely with the arrow keys. Okay, so if you want to jump cursor, example in position to position, if you want to jump the cursor, so you can just do Control A, example say, so you can just go to the beginner of that current file. Example, if you are somewhere in here middle of the line, so if you jump to the begin of that particular line, so you can just press Control A, so it jumps to that particular line to the beginner. So if you want to go end of that particular line, you can simply press Control E, so it goes to the end of that line. So this is the end of that line, and you can just Control A, so it come back to that line's beginner. So that way you can just move from one ending to the normal, or you can also use home keys and end keys to move up and down. So like end of the line and begin to the line. So move home and end also does work on this nano editor. So moving the cursor and a paragraph to paragraph, you can also just use Alt 0. So just behind end of the program, then next program. So if you wanted to go paragraph by paragraph, you can also press Alt 0 key, so you can just go to the end of that paragraph. If you want to go to the beginning of that paragraph and press Alt 9, so it just go to the beginning of that paragraph. So Alt 0, Alt 9. So that is in a open bracket and close bracket. So moving up to the paragraph first and paragraph end. So that's the keys. You can just use it on the nano editor to move up and down. And if you want to come down page by page, if you have a multiple pages lines, so you can also press Alt reverse slash. So just move to the first page of the line. So you can just press on alt and reverse slash, so it just move to the next page and the front page, next page. So I have only one page, so that's why it just move to the page, that's it. So if you have multiple pages, you can just move from page to page by using the alt reverse slash and forward slash. So that's the reading the page by page on the lines using the nano, and moving the cursor within the paragraph. So if you want to move from paragraph to paragraph, example, you can use the Control F to go forward, like Control F forward one character by character, or even you can use the simple arrow keys to move this way, so that is also works, and Control B to the backwards, or Control F to the forwards, backward, Control B for backward. So moving fast word by word, example, if you want to move word by word, so you can just simply press Control space bar, so just it move word by word. So you can see that's the word starting, it just moving word by word. So you can also press Alt space bar, just move back from word by word. So it would be much faster with the Control space bar and Alt space bar, move forward and move backward with the word by word. Moving the cursor line by line up and down, so I can simply use Control P, so it's go up, and Control N, it just move down. So line by line you can also use so Control P and Control N, like moving downwards and moving upwards. So you can just, if you want to copy the multiple text by copy pasting, so you can simply use the nano text editor to copy that one. So example, if you want to copy just a single line, so where you were, you just press Alt 6, so the cap character, then it just copy that line, and if you want to paste it, you can simply paste that as well. Okay, so you just copy to that buffer file, and you can just paste that using the Control U. So you can simply press Control U, so it just copy paste, copies Alt 6 and paste it, Control U. Or you can also use the functional key called F10, so we just paste the content from the buffer to here. So example, here I would like to paste the content, you just press the F10, so you're just copying that content out there. So the line is copied using the Alt 6, and you can just paste the content using the Control U or F10. So you can just cut the text, so using the Control K, you can simply cut the line, so using the Control K. So if you want to undo that again back, so you can just paste the Control U, so you just paste that cut buffer from the text. So you can also use the bulk line cutting using the Alt T from the cursor position. So Alt T, you can just completely cut to the end of that file, so that way you can just paste again by pressing the Control U. Okay, so you just pasted the content over here. So that way, what you can use that bulk cutting, you can use Alt T, and you can simply line cutting or line copying, you can just use the Alt 6 the content to copy paste. So inserting and deleting, something like if you would like to do inserts word by word or line by line, something like that, you can also use line by line by Alt V. So this Alt V keystroke, so you just say that verbatim input. So tap to the cursor position, okay, and you can also use Control I, just tap that position from the control, so you can also use that. If you want to put a new line over here, you can just press the Control M. Okay, so you just put the new line over here. So or you can also use backspace, or you can also use enter keys, a simple ways, just like a notepad. Otherwise, if you want to delete the lines, example, so you just press the Control H. Okay, so you just delete that character, so which you want to do, just like a backspace. Okay, so that way you can also use a single character deletion like Control D. Okay, so this way you can also do that, and deleting Control H, Control D would be useful, like forwards and backwards deleting the word by word, and inserting the lines and the tabs in between the characters, you can just press the Ctrl I like this. Okay, indent and indent the current line using the keys. This example like Alt and open braces, you can just press that, not a bracket. Okay, you can simply press the Alt, press, so it's just a bracket, something like this. So it just press left between the margin and start of the indent line. So whenever you wanted to specify paragraph spacing like that, you can just press that Shift Alt open braces and close braces. So you just add that paragraph lining on this lines. So example, if you want to start the paragraph over there, you want to write something, then you can simply press that Shift Alt open braces and close braces. So that way you just add that content lining and the paragraph spacing. So that would be very easy for whenever you are writing essay, something like that. So that would be very useful. Okay, so pressing the Ctrl W, you just for looking for a regular expression word. So where you want to search, what you want to search. Example, I would like to search RHEL8.3, the machine name. So you just Ctrl W and hit enter. So if you want to repeat that, and you can just do this way. So you just repeat that word which you would like to search for. So this way it would be, you can search how many words you wanted to do that. So that would be very simple way to search on the things. So if you want to replace, example, say that I wanted to replacing the particular word, you can simply use Control \. So it's ask the replacement, you wanted to replace which word. So example, say I would like to replace that machine name would be something like ARKIT. Oh, sorry, switch back to the different language. ARKIT.local, something like this. So then replace, you wanted to first line, last line, or everything you wanted to do, something like that. So replace with what? So just I would like to replace with this way. So it does not have anything to replace, it does not found anything. Okay, so Control \, and you just look for this string and replace this with ARKIT.local. So how many you wanted to replace? Example, you want 1 or 2 or all, you just press A. So it just replaces everything on that file. So replace a string on a regular expression. So example, Alt R also does work for the replacement. So our Control \, or Alt R also uses for the replacing. So scrolling up and down, you can simply use Alt + Alt =. So does this works for any things. Okay, example, Alt + sign. So you can just use Shift towards to the scrolling up and down, like scroll or Shift Alt + sign and just Alt =. So that way it just scrolls down, and if you want to scroll up, you can just press Alt -sign. So you just scroll up the text. So you can also use a normal keys like up arrow, down arrow, side arrows. Also you can just scrolling the content from up and down. So that also saves. So if you want to save, unload the buffer, example the content, you can just press F2, close the current file buffer, exit from the Nano. So you can just press F2. So it just asks you for the, you want to save this buffer file, you can just enter, just save it by pressing S and enter it. So it just file has been saved to the disk. So that's why, so it just buffer file would be saved to the current disk. You can also press F3, it just asks you for the file to write on the content. So that way you can just simply use this nano and press Ctrl X. You wanted to exit the file, you can just say yes to save the file, no for the not saving the file. So here if you want to enable the language support for the nano text editor, you can just use nano and /etc nano rc file. So this file has the configuration of the related to the nano. So there are so many things if you want to edit, like language support or the character support, all of these things. But if you come back all the way down, you can simply use include example, this way include, and write this which language you would like to support. Okay, /usr share nano / so which one you would like to see that. For example, it's a Perl or Python or shell or something like that. So I would like to see that shell, so nano rc. So this is the rc file. You just enter it and Ctrl X and say save this file. And now if you edit the file, example, say that touch testing.sh, now nano, I just edit this file testing.sh and write this way. You can see that it's a coloring, say echo hello, something like that. So the color is not enabled over here, you can see that, if you see. So that way you can just enter the coloring, yes. Then you can also set some background coloring on this file and do that. So that's about all nano editor in detail. So if you would like to do some advanced stuff, so basically in a little faster manner, VA would be a great option. But as a beginner, if you want to do some edit configuration files, all of this stuff, so you can use the nano. We are going to archive and compress the files, so using some inbuilt commands, or you can use also install some commands to do this on the Linux. So this is very important things, like most of this stuff, if you want to do some emailing stuff, or if you want to send some files out of your uploading to the FTP or web-based web server or something like that, then ultimately you have to do a compress, then send the files, so that it would be sending faster, because it reduces the size. Okay, but here there are some important to understand distinction between an archive file and a compress file. Okay, an archive files is a collection of files and directories stored in one file. The archive is not compressed file. So archive is not a compressed one, the compression is not an archiving. So archiving and compression is on a different method. The archiving is only that putting all the files or the directories into the single file, where it does not reduce any file size, which means that whatever the file size you are putting, or like example, say you are gathering 10 files which are each 1 MB 1 MB, which is 10 MB, but if you are putting all the files into the one archive file, the archive file also is 10 MB only, it does not reduce any file size. But what is the use over there? But you can keep all these single files as a single file on the archive. But if you do a same files, if you compress them and zip them into the single file, then what happens here is that file which is compressed will compress your actual size. Example, say your 10 MB you are compressing, then the 10 MB may goes to the 7 MB or 6.5 MB, something like that. So out of it you are saving some 3 or 4 MB size in your file system, or if you're sending over the low internet bandwidth, something like that example, right? That not only that one, if you are sending a large amount of files, example the text file, if you have 1000 or 2000 text files, then if you are sending all the text file directly without using the compression or without zipping them into the single file, then it take a number of time, too much of time to send those files. But if you compress them, then what happens is that the text files will go very reduced stuff. Like if you are compressing 100 MB of text files, then it may goes to the 60 MB or 55 MB, something like that. For compressing the files, we use majorly three types of zip methods. One is a gzip, which is called as a gunzip, okay, and the next one is bzip or bz2 option, so which is called a bunzip, okay, and one more is a normal zip, okay. So why? So these zip methods we have to use to compress the file. So what is the gunzip and bunzip and zip do? So they do all is the same functionality, like gzip also compress and bzip also compress and zip also compress the files, but whereas their compression algorithms different and their file extension is different, that's it. But both all these zip methods will use to compress the files and directories, but they only do method is that compressing the files and directories. Where is the compression method or the compression algorithm, so that the compression ratio would be high or less, something like that, that's it. But most is same. Let's see that. So if you want to do some archive, okay, let's see over here. Example, I'm just doing ls over here, and let's do verify the current directory size using the do-sh command and current directory dot, and see that what is the size of current directory or the current home path over here. Or else you can just see that sorry, maybe you can use something like this, do-sh/home/array star, so that it has each and every file. So totally 293 MB in size. Now what I'm going to do over here is that I'm just going to compress these file. I'm just going to give some archive all these files, and how the archive is going to be verified. Let's see that. Okay, so simply you can use the command called tar, okay, xcvf. So we can use this method to create. So C in the sense create an archive file, V in the sense Kerberos display all the file status to archive, and F in the sense specifying the files. Examples, I'm just in this case I'm just creating some name called archive test.tar. tar is an extension for this archive file, and specify the file names. Okay, so here I'm just specifying the file name called figlet, and one is called varlog zip file. Okay, I'm just using this file to create an archive file over here, and you can see that now archive file has been created. But before that, you can just verify that what is the size of this one, figlet and varlog, okay, what we have used. So these file sizes are 128 KB and 548 KB in size. If you take the archive file size, so it's as same combination of two files 680 KB, right? So if you do the same and compress the files, then how you will get the size? So in the same command I'm just using just compress the file, okay, using the gunzip. I'm just using the gunzip here and gz file, enter, and verify that what is that file size over here. This is the file I have created, okay. Now see this 652, which means that which is decreased by 30 KB, something like that. So that is the difference between the archive and the compression. But why you will create an archive and why you will create a zip file? Example, say, so I'm just going into the some of this directory, maybe open, go into this, and there is no files now. It's going to create some files over here, testing from 1 to 20 files, .txt files I'm just creating over here, right? Created, and one of the file I'm just editing here and adding some text for testing archive. I am copying same lines and pasting some lines. So okay, creating some file over here, and again I'm just copying that file test1.txt to test21.txt, so that some files has been created over here. Now what I'm doing here is that I'm just creating a archive file, archive tar and star.txt. all the text files I just wanted to archive them, do it archive. Now you can see that there is an archive file has been created, right? So archive file has been created. Now if you want to update this archive file, which is newly created files or newly updated content on the any of the file, then what you can do is that you can update to that archive. That is the beauty of archiving. So example, say here I'm just editing some .2.txt file over here and adding something. This is on a second testing archive file, check it up, something like this. And if I want to update, then what you can do is a star-u capital UVF, which will update the content, or small UVF also works, update the content of the archive file. Now you can just provide the archive file name and what you want to update. I'm just not giving any file name over here because it's automatically take the file which is updated latestly. Just enter that txt. So which one it's took to testing2.txt file is took for updating, because the archive knows that okay, this file got updated, then it takes automatically into the archive. That is the beauty of archiving. But whereas if you compress the files, or if you compressed already, then you cannot uncompress. You can also list the files of archive. You can simply use star-tf, then provide the archive name, so that it will list out all of what are the files are there in that archive. That like that you can use that, or extract the files from the archive. It's this very simple. Okay, tar-xvf and provide the. So here what I'm doing over here is that rf and star.txt files. I'm just deleting all the files from over here, so no file is over here, and I'm just extracting the files from the archive. tar-xvf, vf in the sense verbose and file specifying the file, x in the sense extract. Okay, so I'm just doing over here, the files got extracted, and you can see the content of 2.txt file, the content is available, and 21.txt file, the content is available. So that this is the way, simple way you can simply make a lot of files into the single archive file, and whenever you want some updates to be pushed to that archive, you can do this way to update those archive, right? This is the simple method to do that. But if you want to compress, example over here, I want to compress these files, then how you can do that? So I'm just deleting this archive file over here and done, and I'm just doing the txt file over here. So 4 KB something like that. There is a two files, okay, each 4 KB, okay, and the remaining are all are 0, something like that, which means that 16 KB 18 KB something files is there. If you want to create a compressed file, you can simply use cvzf. Z is an extension for doing a gunzip. The gunzip extension is that tar.gz. Here I'm just doing that compressed tar.gz. You should specify the correct extension so that it compress in a correct format. Okay, star.txt file over here. Now you can see that the file has been created, and you can simply verify that file, compressed file, what is the size. So it's supposed to be 16 KB in archive file, but the compressed file is compressed and it is 4 KB, which means that actually 16 KB is compressed and it becomes a 4 KB in size, like that. But if you want to update this compressed file, so you cannot update it. You have to create a new compressed file. So that is the compressed file mechanism. So if you want to uncompress it, okay, you can simply use the same method to do that. But before that, okay, tar-cv, I'm doing jf, so which means that the j is used for doing a bunzip, which means that the different extension. So here I'm using that different method, one compress tar.bz2 is the extension for the gunzip. Then you can use tar.txt. So all the txt files I would like to compress over here, and you can see that there is another file has been created. You can simply see that what is that compressed file size. It is also 4 KB, but here you cannot see much differentiate because I do not have much file sizes over here, so that the compression ratio cannot be verified with these small files. If you want more files, maybe you can copy from something over here. Here we like there is some RPM file over here. If I want to copy the same file to this one, okay, the file is over here. Again we run again we compressed it and we just verify which one is doing the best. So maybe you can do this way. Again I'm running the same commands here, not this one. I'm just doing the star, right, created the bunzip file, and tar-cvzf, and I'm doing compress.tar.gz and doing star, non-star actually, star.txt and star.rpm, because if I put star, then it also, the compressed file also will go into that. Now both the compressions has been created. You can simply verify which one is did the good compression over here. Okay, do -sh, and you can use the method. In this case both the archive did the same one. Okay, if you want to extract, you can simply use xvzf or xzvf for gunzip. You can simply say compressed over here and say that will extract the files. Or if you want to do a tar-xzvf for this one, simply do that. Or you can also use xvf, also will extract the files. Like that you can do it. Or if you want to do using the zip file, zipping the files, you can also do that using the zip command. And let's provide the zip file name. Example, say that test.zip file, and say star.txt or star.rpm file, so that all the files will be compressed. You can see this like this, right? The zip files will be created over here. If you want to do something, or if you want to do a directly compress over here, you can simply use R option. Or if you want to use a high compression ratio on this zip command, you can simply use zip-9 and R, and provide this test1.zip extension, and provide the directory path directly, so that it will compress everything on that directory to that zip file. See this? Like this, you can do a compression using this. Compression ratio will be more in this case. If you want to exclude some files, example, say I don't want to create files. Okay, here I just wanted to exclude the -x. I wanted to exclude this this file. You can simply use the path over here and the file name, so that the file will not be is going to be compressed, or it's not going to add into the zip file. The file will be excluded. Like that, you can exclude particular files. Okay, if you want to delete a particular file from the zip, you can also delete it using the zip-d, and provide this compression file name test.zip, and I want to delete something like 21 text dot something like that. Then you can simply use this path. Okay, I want to delete the second file from that. You can simply use, so that what happened, warning, sorry, the file name, so that the file has been deleted from the zip. If you want to update newly modified file using the zip, you can also use -fr and provide the file name over here, and then put star over here, then the file will be updated. Like that, you can also use a zip, and think that if you want to unzip the content from that zip file, you can simply use unzip and provide the file name. But if the file is already exists, it will ask you that if you want to replace it, or if you want to overwrite, or what you want to do over here. If you want to rename it, then provide the renaming file, so that it will create a new files with the renamed file system. Or if you say yes, or if you say all, then into all the files will be replaced. Like that, you can use these compression methods, or the archive, or maybe you get a decent idea that what is an archive and compress. How to get help whenever you do not have any internet access, or most of the production servers do not have access because of the security reasons, but you have some command, don't know what are the options, or how you have to use the command, or what is that command is used for. Okay, then what you can do here is that internal command line help. So what it makes, in the sense, it give you a lot of information about the command, or a lot of the commands, if you can do that. Okay, so what you can do over here is that if you use this man command to get help. So there is a man categories. If you go in this man pages, okay, so these categories, so there are 9 categories. Okay, so 1 to 9 categories. Each category, they play a different role. Okay, so what does mean by the category over here? So I will tell you later of this explanation. Okay, first one is the executable programs are shell commands, which means that any programs which you make, like example shell scripts, and you place them into the bin folder or sbin folder. Okay, so those becomes a commands. right? So all the commands, most of the commands are 99% of the commands are shell scripts, or some scripts are wrappers. Okay, system calls, which means that any command you run or anything you run on the system, so the system will make some call to the kernel and execute that call. Okay, which means that anything you are running, so that in the back end there are the calls which are exchanging in between the kernel and the operating system, and the hardware and the kernel and the actual user interface. Library calls in the sense there are some program libraries which are the dependent programs. Suppose say if you want to run something, there are these different library files, that .so file, something like that, those library calls. So whenever you are running some program, so the program will not run alone. There is a supportable packages, or there are some supportable libraries, those will load. That comes under the category 3. And category 4 is a special files. Example, say that /etc/password file, or some device files. Example, say that device files like DVD and SR0 and the tape drive files. Okay, those are the special files. Usually they are found in the /dev directory. So which means that they have the files, like from the front end, if you look from the command line or front end, it looks only that that is called as files, but those representation of those files are actual devices, right? So those are called a special file. So those special files related category is 4. And special file formats, like file formats and convention. Example, that /etc/password file. The password file will have a different format in the file, because everybody in the Linux machine, they execute password command to change their password, but they do not have full control on that file. But how they are going to execute this? That is a special due to a file format that makes all the users accessible, or all the users make their password change and password update, all the stuff they can do using that special files. The category 6 comes under the games, Linux games. And 7, which means that any miscellaneous in the sense which are not come under those 6 categories, they come under this miscellaneous, like macro packages and conventions. Example, that man7. Okay, those are a miscellaneous, comes under 7 category. So this miscellaneous, most of the stuff they do not have man pages, because they write just comes under the miscellaneous. Okay, but some they do have the man pages. And 8th category is the system administration commands, which are mostly useful for us for the system administration stuff. Anything you make, anything you change on the system using the super user account, they comes under system administration commands. Example, say that fdisk command. Fdisk command is a system administration command. So those are the sudo command. Sudo command is also a root command, which means that whenever you execute the sudo, which means any command which executes on the root privileges. And 9th one is the kernel routines. Kernel routines in the sense whatever the kernel related routine things which comes under the non-standard format. So these are the 9 categories are there. So why I'm explaining this 1 2 3 4 5 9 categories over here? How does it make sense? So whatever the category it is, but we need the manual, right? So okay, so I will tell you over here. Okay, if you go over here and you can see on the left side corner over here, man page under 1, which means that the man page comes from the category 1. In the same way, I'm going to just show you man password file over here, user utilities. Okay, which means comes under the shell scripts and just commands. Okay, password 1, right? But the same password also has the different category of man page. You can see that man-s and 5, and see that password. See that this is a Linux programmer's manual. See that, right? So it makes differentiate on the same command but they has the two category of the command. So manual first command is a user utility command, which means that users, they update their authentication tokens using this password, which means that they change their passwords. But what about this fifth category? This case means Linux programmers. So the password file, which is the formatted, special formatted file format changes. It explain about those things. So how the file format would be, and what you can make, what you cannot make, and what are the file contains, all the details over here. But if you go to this man page, it contains the different manual, which means that how you can change your password, how you can use these commands, unlock your account, all the stuff. That's make the differentiate in between the commands. So if you are looking for certain category of the command, like administration commands or programming related commands or kernel related commands, then you should go into the appropriate category. Then you can look the command. Okay, you will get the exact help from the command line interface. How you can go to that man page, example, say that man, and provide your command, what is the command you would like to see that help, and enter. Then it will provide you that command example. So what is that command will do? So list directory contents, example, in this command ls will do. Okay, and what are those options you can have with that command, along with that command? Okay, these many options are there. So with that command description, so option with a description, so that what happens, then it will make those command options, so you can grab those options and you can execute them, what are the command option you would like to. And you can also do search, example, say if you want to do some short name searching, example, say man-k, so I would like to get some short information about this printf command, how many printfs are there, or else you can say that concatenate the files. So what are there? So all this, what are the matching word are you searching for, it will give you those examples. Example, if you want to man-k, if you are looking for compression. So these are the commands which are related to the compression and decompression. See this, like this, if you are looking for particular any command, man-k, example, that I am looking for some disk related commands over here. These are all the commands related to the disk. You can just search using that man-k and search for something which you are looking for, then it will give you all the command details. Okay, you can just, if you find appropriate command, then you can find out. Or else you can also use -s category, example, say that I'm looking for fifth category and I'm searching, example, password related. Then so in the fifth category, these are the commands are available with the password string. Or if you are just searching for category 1 and I'm looking for the password related command, what are the command is there? SSL password and secret tools. Okay, there are so many commands like this. Okay, just go into that man page and go up arrow, down arrow, you can see that the entire manual page, up and down. Okay, which line you are reading, all the lines will be shared over here. Or in this you can also use space bar to come down, you can also use page down, page up to go up and go down. And if you want to search something in this manual page, if you are looking for particular option, example, say that I'm looking for all option, you can say simply type / and provide the string name what you are searching for, then it will highlight with the colors. And if you want to repeat the search and up and down, you can simply type small n for down and capital N for the up search, from down to up, up to down, small n and capital N, you can use that. And you can use escape to escape from this method, and you can just press small g, you go for the manual page to the first line. If you press capital G, will go down the manual page, which means that all the end of the line which will go small g and capital G will go up and down. And if you want to quit from this utility, you can simply press Q, so it will quit from that manual page. These manual pages are located on the /usr share directory. In that there is a documentation or the manual page folder. In that manual page provided files will be there with the .gz extension. You cannot directly read them, but you can read them using the man utility. Or if you would like to use any alias name commands or something like that, you can use man pages. Or there are some instance help. You can also use pinfo command, which also works like the same as the man, but it will give you the different format and the output. Okay, you can see that it's a different one, right? See this, it's not exactly the command options described with the different options and what it's doing, which means that it comes from where and what does it will do and what is the status of this and the command output exist status, all this stuff. So which will give you a little bit different using the info, which means that page information will provide you by the, so the man page details, all the stuff it provides you, right? But it's little bit different than the man page. You can also use info. The info also provide the same, almost same output as like the man page. The only thing is that the difference here is that you can search in a different way on the commands and you can locate up the whichever is easy for you. The man page is the most easiest way, so you can look up the options and the command and description, all the stuff. And sometimes if you'd like to know where is that command is located exactly, so this is very useful whenever you would like to write some bash shell scripts or PowerShell scripts, Perl scripts or Python scripts, something like that. So sometimes the Python command is located somewhere else and the Python version will locate in a different different Python versions if you installed like 3.2, 3.3 and 3.6, something like that. So you particularly wanted to use particular version, then you can use where is ls or where is Python, something like this. So it will provide you that exact details where it is exactly located. Then this command path you can use to specify on the shebang somewhere else, so whenever you are looking for that command. So sometimes what happens here is that the path variable, if the path variable is not working properly, example say echo $path variable is not defined perfectly, then whenever you type that Python command it does not work. Example over here, user bin is not perfectly given, then where is the command, you can look it up over here and type that entire line so that the command will be executed. Or if you want to short description about the any command, you can simply type what is the command name, it will give you that ls listing directory contents, what is password. So there are two categories, update the user authentication and password file, something like this. If you want to do man page, so what it provides, that information will be provided over here. So that's about the getting the help on the command line itself. So you don't need to search on the internet and all the way you do not have internet, don't panic. How this grep command can be worked along if you want to search a content within a file. Example say that the file has so many records, like lakhs of records on the file, in the sense text is there on that file. But if you want to search what you need out of so many lines of text, so if you want to do that, then what you have to do, example say that, so the grep command is there or not. So the grep which is I'm using currently is that 2.20 is the version currently I'm using in this machine. So if grep command is not available, then you have to install this grep package, then the grep command will work. Or else you can also use what provides grep, then it provides the package name, then you can do that. So here in this case I'm just going to use some demo file. This demo file contains a few lines. Out of these few lines, if you would like to do some grepping, so how the grep is going to be used over here, so you can simply say that grep and provide your whatever the string if you are looking for, and provide the file name. In this file name, it greps that particular string whatever you are searching for, then it give you the result. So as just I am showing you over here, grep, I am just grepping for the first in the demo file. So what happens, the first line in this grep demo file is shown. So but in this demo file there are few lines, so in that there is no line contains first, but the first line contains the word called first. That's why it shows that result over here. In same way, if I am going to use this f as a small, then it does not show anything, because the whatever the grep you are using, it's a case sensitive. So if you want to ignore the case, then what you can do that just use -i, which will ignore the case, which means that the word is in capital letters or small letters, whatever it is, it does not bother about that. Example, say that I am just putting as a capital, but it does not care about whatever it is. So then it just do a in case sensitive, okay, which means that it ignore the case sensitive and it just provide you the result whatever it is. So remember that if you not sure that whatever the word is there, it is case sensitive or not case sensitive, if you want to ignore that case, then you can just simply use -i along with the grep command. Searching for the text which is not matching the string. Example, say that, so in similar way, I don't want to do a search except first whatever the remaining things are there, just show me. See this. So here I did not use I, you can also use I along with over here, or else you can, if you can see, do this like this. You have to remember what is there or not. So if you can use I over here, example say, so which works fine. So like that, -v in the sense which is not matching the string whatever you provide, which means that in a reverse case, if you want to search in a reverse manner, which means that instead of matching, do not match text should be to be shown over here using the -v. In -v, if you want to use some more strings, example say, instead of one string over here first, right, but if I want to use more than that, so you can simply use -e expression over here, or you can combine -e expression over here within the quotation marks over here, and go and write one more e over here and say last, first and last in demo file. So which is going to be ignored in this case. If you want to do a grep with both the things, you can simply use -e to grep those files. This is the way you can eliminate whatever you don't want out of this text. Then you can get the text output or the grep text output in the result. So if you want to do a print the matching strings and it's after number of lines, example say that I am matching over here the grep command with the first, not only the first line, I want to display below 2 lines of that matching line, then you can use this way is that grep, I'm just using the string over here, then capital A, and I wanted to display 2 lines below that line. See this, like this. So what happens? The matching is the first one, grep is matched, then 2 lines are displayed after that. Or if you want to display only 1 line, or if you want to display the 3 lines. So this is the way you can use the grep to match the string and print after the number of lines after that. Okay, that you can use it. Or if you want the same lines to be printed before and after. Okay, before and after, you can similarly use the same word, or maybe I'm going to use some different word which has all uppercases characters is there, right? I'm just going to use this one, all, and I'm going to show you that, okay, below line and up line, which means that 1 line below, 1 line up. Or if you want to show only this above line, then you can simply use B. Okay, or if you want to do a 2 lines more, then you can do like this. So A, B, C are the options. A can show you below lines, okay, B can show you above lines, okay, C will show you 1 line above, 1 line below. So this is the grep options. If you want to do something like this, then you can do the stuff like this. Or if you want to search some recursively all these folders or the subfolders or subfiles within the directory, you can also use this grep. So grep, example say that recursively contains whatever the data over here, example say in home folder and array directory. So then it will show you the detailed information about that, right? See this, the files are grepped with the recursively on all subdirectories. Like this, you can use -r as a recursively and -l as a listing those things, okay, along with the grep command. Maybe if you want to highlight some text with the different colors, you can also use grep color is automatically added to the bash rc file. That's why it's by default it shows the color. Or if you want to change some coloring, example say over here grep command -, I can just going to show you that first in the demo file. So which is the first is highlighted with the red color. Or if you don't want red color, if you want to highlight with the different colors, then what you can do over here is that echo, just call this environment variable called grep_color, okay, which do not have any string over here. So now I'm just going to export this grep_color with the different values over here within the single quotations 1 semicolon 30 semicolon 42. This is the value. I'm just going to do that, and now you can see that the highlight whatever the matching word with the green color. See this green color value. So like that, there are some codes, color codes, okay. So you can just see that grep color codes. Based on that color codes, you can modify this environment variable value, then it will show you in that difference. If you want example say that yellow color over here, so you can simply modify this value as 43, then it show you in yellow color like this. So there are some colors matched over here, then you can do that. So example say if you want to do some matching the lines or whatever the you're grepping some word, the word is matched how many times, just show me the count of matching strings. Example say grep, I'm just going to see that -c over here, say line in demo file. So the line word has 4 times in this file. See, line 1, 2 and 3, 4 and 5, but this is ignored because I'm not using case sensitive over here. but if I use along with the k60 value, the value would be 5. Like that you can use this. Or search for files. Example, say that if you want to search some files which are matching the given strings. Example, say if you want to search some files in this directory, so say that grep-l, I already show you in the above recursive method. So say this demo star over here, then whatever the file is matching that demo over here will be grepped, which means that the file will be showed over here. See this demo file is there, which means that if you want to grep, you can do that. So, or else if you want to grep something over here, example, say I'm just going to show you some varlag messages over here, okay, with this maybe with the sudo options over here, okay. See this, there are so many content, so many of content over here. Example, say that 26th content, 25th content, something like this, right? So out of this, if you want to grep something like which is matching the exact the date or time or something like that, okay, what you can do over here, it is that this is the matching line. I would like to grep from that this file, okay. You can also along with the use pipe symbol to along with the different commands you can also use, okay. Within the quotation marks, I am just doing this value and the cap character over here. The cap character, what it will do here is that whatever the line which is matching in the first, then that will be shown over here. See this, out of so many lines, what is matched over here, this is the particular time period or the time period logs are matched, which will be shown over here like that. Or else if you want to do direct grep over here /var/log messages, okay, then you can also do this way. The same command over here, you just paste over here the string, then it will be matched the same values, okay. You can either use this way, either use that way. So but what is the output you are expecting, which means that the match lines over here, that is the starting the value beginning of the line with the cap symbol, you can grep it. Or example, say if you want to do in different way, that I wanted to do the lines which are ending with example, say ending with demo over here in this file. So you can simply use grep within the quotation marks, say that demo $, just put a $. So the dollar in the sense end of the line the demo contains, whatever the lines are contains with the demo in the ending of the line, which will be shown over here. So beginning of the line and ending of the line. So like this you can use the grep command to do so many stuff out of the lakhs of messages or the lakhs of information, lakhs of lines of information in the file. If you want to grep a certain things, example, say here over here cat/etc/password file, which contains all the user information. Out of it, I don't want to see all the user information, I just wanted to see my user information over here. You can simply do a grep with that, or you can directly do a grep on this password file, okay, with the particular string without using any other commands like this. So which has so many lines, but whatever the information you want, that can be shown there. So like that the grep regular expression is going to be useful, very useful in while digging out any issues, or while you are searching for a certain strings on certain log file. You can do this grep. RHEL 8M repository setup. So basically in RHEL 6 or 7 the M repository is a little bit different, and the setup is different. Here the M repository setup for the actually RHEL installation media ship with these two components, which is called AppStream repository and base OS repository. So we have to configure them in a little different way, so that in RHEL 8 it works. Otherwise, so if you set up as a normal like RHEL 7, it won't work. So AppStream is used for installing the applications, and base OS is used to install the base OS required packages on the base OS. So that's the purpose of over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create a one directory called RPMs, and I'm just going to dump the entire content of my DVD repository to this RPMs. Okay, so here if I go to /mnt, so this is my DVD content repository. So in this, the entire content is not required. Example, say that the images, ISO, Linux, all this not required. EFI also is not required. Just you have to copy these two directories from here. So one is AppStreams, another one is the base OS. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm just going to copy this AppStreams to /RPMs. Okay, so I'm just going to pass this video until this copy done. Okay, maybe first of all I will copy this base OS, so it will take a small time to copy this one. Okay, so maybe you do not put V, and it's a so the copy has been completed. Now you can copy the AppStream to /RPMs. So now both the base OS and AppStreams are copied. Now let's go to /RPMs and see there are two directories which are copied the data. Now what we have to do is that we have to go to the let's go to /etc m.repos.d, and here we have to create the .repo files in order to let it work off this AppStream and base OS. So first of all, I'm just going to create AppStream.repo. Any name you can give. Just I want it to be in identical, so that's why I say AppStream repo, like this. Anything you can give, maybe I can give like this, or let it be AppStream. Okay, so the name you can give anything over here, AppStream repo, something like this. You can give, I want in quotation because I have some space here, base URL. So here I'm just going to give the base URL as files : /RPM/AppStreams. So this is what my directory name is, and enabled equal to 1, GPG check equal to 0. So if GPG is equal to 1, then you have to specify the path name. So I'm just copying this AppStreams as base OS .repo. Now I'm just going to edit this base OS .repo. So here I just have to change this path of the app stream to base OS so that work for us. So here I just have to change the path to base OS. So now here the name is base OS repo. That's it. So first of all I have to verify that whether it is correct or not. The path is so app stream and base OS. So now we can cat it the configuration files m.repos.d and base OS, and you can see that's correct, RPMs, and you can just see that app stream is also correct. So now first of all clean this, all the before repository, all the stuff. Okay, now the DB will be cleaned up. Now type mrepo list. So it's just going to give you the repo list. So AppStream repo and base OS repo. So both the repos, it's working fine. So in order to register your all the packages, what you have to do is rpm -import and give the this release, Red Hat release, so that it won't ask you whenever you install that it gives you error that this package is not licensed, something like that. So in order to avoid that, from the media there is a file called Red Hat -release, Red Hat GPGK release. You have to import that so that the error will be avoided. That's about it, guys. Setting up your RHCL repository, AppStream and base OS. So if you want to install any package, you can just install it. So it's working fine. Maybe you can say yes. So the HTTP is going to be installed on this machine. That's how to SSH server and client configuration. So which is actually a open SSH server and client. Okay, so using this, how we are going to log into the remote servers. Okay, so how securely we can log into the servers and how this open SSH technology works. Okay, then how it is authenticates against to the server and client. So all the stuff we are going to see in this session. Let's see that. So okay, this before open SSH there is a protocol, so there is a authentications happen using the telnet or login or different other things. But whereas telnet and or login does not provide any security in the sense like where what of the data is communicating between the server and client is just transferring the data over plain text, which means that any data which is sending from the client to the server, which is going on the plain text, anybody in between your server and client, somebody tapped your connection or somebody is trying to listen your port data, then they can get your authentication, like the sensitive information of your username and password, the credential details, to the other hands, which means that so if it goes to the bad hands, then they can do anything. They can log into your server and they can do anything. You don't know, right? So what is the user privileges you have? If the user has a administrator privileges or the root account user privileges, then so nothing you can do. So pretty much you can do anything on that server, right? So that is not always accepted things, like sending the authentication information over the plain text. That's why the SSH server, open SSH server, will have the encrypted connection in between the server and the client. So what's happened over here, it is that the server and the client, so it pairs using the key pair. Example, say that here is your client, here is your server, this is your server and this is your client. Example, if you want to connect from here to your server using your SSH connectivity, SSH, then the port number by default is 22, so you can change it later, not a problem. Then what happens? So here this has a public key. Okay, here it has a key and it also has the private key. So what happens here is that, so whenever the client sends a request to the server, what happens here is that the server send its identity information to the client, says this is my server identity. Okay, then the fingerprint will be accepted to the client and say that yes, I can able to accept your fingerprint or the client server identification. Then what happens? Immediately it will ask you for the authentication, user authentication. Then the user authentication will be sent from the client to the server, says that this is my username and password on the encrypted method. Then what happens? The server, if the user and password credential is exist, then it accepts the user authentication and establish the connection between the server and client. So this happens, a cryptographic handshake is made so that the client can verify that it communicating with the correct server. What happens? The cryptographic handshake happens to the server and the client so that the communicating with the correct server, which means that it sends the cryptographic key, the fingerprint key will be happens. Next one is that transport layer of connection between the client and remote host, which means that the server encrypted using the symmetric ciphers. Symmetric, so there is a methods, symmetric and asymmetric methods. So it sends the encrypted using the symmetric cipher. Then the client authenticates itself to the server, so it sends the authentication to the server using the this is my credentials. The client interacts with the remote host over encrypted connection. So that's what happens over here. So the first of all, a cryptographic handshake is made so that the client can verify that it is communicating with the correct server. Okay, so which means that whatever the connection is sending over the client and server is encrypted, then the encrypted key would be verified between the using these key pair, so public key and private key. So if public key pair and private key pair is matched, which means that whenever you are not encrypted key is with you, so the encrypted key with the remote server, then the key pair should match. If the key pair is not matched, then what happens? The server will immediately terminate the connection, saying that yes, I cannot able to identify your keys, where maybe you are authenticating to the wrong server. So that's how the authentication happen in between the SSH server and the client. Let's see that how it's going to be done in between the server and clients, what we have to do server side and what we have to do on the client server. So this is my server. This IP is 192.168.2.140, my server IP address. This is my OpenSSH server and I'm opening the client one. So this IP address is okay 141. This is, you can see that 192.168.2.141. So what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to establish the SSH connectivity in between these servers. In order to do, what you have to do here is that you have to install install OpenSSH server, or you can also use OpenSSH package. You have to install this OpenSSH server package and see that just grep for OpenSSH. Okay, it's not the information over here. See this OpenSSH server 7.4p1 is already installed and client is already installed. So this is the package you need to install on the server side. Now what you have to do, so you have to configure the configuration files or the SSH keys on the server side, then authenticate with the client. So in order to do that, so I am just switching back to the root user, or you can also use sudo in front of every command. Systemctl status sshd is the service name. So this service is started, is listening on the server, then that's fine, you can able to connect from the client. This is the OpenSSH server daemon, so which is active and running and which is enabled to enabled on the run on the startup, so which is already listening. The process ID is over here. Okay, all the configuration is done. Now you can see that systemctl, you can, if you want to restart, you can restart SSHD service. Okay, I'm not going to do that. And you can also, if you want to enable that on the startup, you can use systemctl enable, and SSHD is the stuff. You can enable the SSHD server on the, whenever your server is rebooted, it automatically starts the service. This is how you can start the service and install the packages. Then you can verify the configuration. So the configuration file is over here, /etc sshd_config file. So this is the main configuration file, and here in the configuration file there are so many things over here. So but this is the stuff we don't need actually. Example, this is the information about how you will configure or how you will enable the TCP ports and all the stuff, right? So this is the, basically the port number is by default 22, and address family, which means that what is the address family you would like to allow our listening address. Okay, you can specify over here, but we are not doing, because by default it takes whatever the server IP. We are allowing all the address families to connect to this SSH server. By default SSH host key is going to store and /etc/ssh/host_key_RSA key file. So these are the key file types. This is RSA key, and this is DSA key, and ECDA key, and ED25519 key. So what does mean by all these keys? So all the keys works in a same manner, but their encryption level is different. That's it. And cipher keying, so this is not okay, logging in, and system facility authentication. So there are so many options over here, right, in this. So maybe if you want to do something configuration, then you can do over here. So there are so many options over here, right? But all these options over here is not required for us, right? So which means the configuration file is going to be huge. Okay, what you can do over here is that few of the things you can do on the configuration side. The configuration side, what you can do is that the protocol type. So the protocol type should be always on 2, protocol number 2, because that gives you a more secured environment to connect your SSH server. And your authentication facility, like do you want to permit the permit user login to the root, or you don't want to log in? And if you want to password authentication to be yes, or permit empty passwords, no, we don't want to authenticate any empty passwords, right? It should be password, and password authentication is yes. Okay, and here some of the options over here is that permit root login, do not permit root logins, and X11 forwarding. X11 forwarding, it means that whenever you log in from the client using the X11 forwarding options like the -Y, then what happens is the server Firefox, in the sense you want to open on that client side, then you can open. Or if you want to open any graphical window using this SSH connection over, then you can open that. So that is called an X11 forwarding. And so this is the banner connectivity, which means that if you want to configure some banner message to the users saying that whenever they log into the server or before logging to the server, so they would like to get some message. Here I am just specifying that the file name is, anywhere you can specify the file name, not only this one. So this is okay, let me delete all this configuration over here and go one by line, right? Let it be. So this one we don't want to see now. Authentication, permit root login. If you want to root directly can log into this server, then you can just permit the login over here. So but this is very dangerous, like whenever you permit the root to log in directly to the SSH, then the root user can log in. There is no, if the root user password is in somebody's hands who does not know what to do, then they can do something, right? So always we say that permit login to be no, which is more secure to authenticate. And public key authentication, which means that no passwords, you just authenticate using the key based authentication. Okay, that's how we can do that. That's I'm going to show you over here. Okay, so password empty, this is all configuration is just a default configuration. Okay, then what you can do over here is that you can restrict the users to log into this server. Okay, or you can make some PAM authentication enabled, so that every enabling the PAM authentication account processing the session processing. So what happens, it's enable the PAM authentication will allow through the challenge response authentication mechanism. Okay, so example, in this by default there is a PAM, no PAM is using over here. So just what I'm going to do here is that the PAM is yes, use PAM is yes, and X forwarding is yes. So here there are some other options. I don't want to log in all the users to using the SSH. I would like to permit only the certain users or the certain groups. So what you can do over here is that you can just specify the group name, allow groups. Okay, what are the groups can log into this okay, so I'm just specifying saying that SSH users. Okay, here I'm just writing something like allow only SSH users group members to log in using SSH. So this way what happens here is that whenever you create the new user over here, the user cannot log in directly to the server. So but they have to be in SSH users group, then only the user can log in. Okay, let's example save this one over here, and what happened, I'm just creating the group add SSH users. Okay, right, now what happened, user mode -a and g, I'm just using the username SSH. Okay, username SSH users. Okay, sorry, so what happens, the Aravi user has been added to the SSH users. Now let me check how many users are there over here. So there is a user 1, user 2, user 3, all this. So I'm just resetting the user 1 over here. I'm just reset the password and say this cat/etc/password and grep for user. The user is already there and is not part of the group. Okay, ID and user 1, so is not part of the SSH users, but the Aravi user account is part of the SSH users. Let's see this, how we can log into this SSH server. Okay, now exiting from the SSH server. From here I'm doing SSH Aravi at 192.168.2.140. so it is asking for the password. Now I am entering to the server, right? I'm just exit from here, and again I'm going to the same server using the user 1 and I'm typing the password. Oh sorry, I have to reload the services. Okay, now you can also log in from the Windows using the PuTTY authentication. So here I have already the saved session.
right? Now I have to just become a root and systemctl restart SSHD service and verify service is running fine. Now exit from the server, exit from the client, and now try from here. Okay, just type the password, it is logged in. Now try using the user one. What happened? So said permission denied, please retry. So I typed the password correct, but it is saying that you are not permitted to log into the server. So the user is exist, but they cannot log into that user. Okay, you can log in using this server over here like that. So now I'm just, what I'm doing over here is that I am switching back to the root user now and edit the banner file /etc/issue.net. Here I specified something. In this I'm just specifying something like welcome to $hostname, okay, $user, okay, something like this specified over here. Then when I log into the server, it gives me that welcome message, so that makes more users interactive and happy. And you can also write some rules saying that something, see that welcome to hostname and user, so it is not actually replaced. Okay, we have to make something over there like that. So you can do this SSH banners. Let's see that I disabled the root user to log in over here, and I'm trying to do a authentication, how it works. I do this and make the new connection, and here is, and I'm just logging to the root user, say it is access denied. Okay, so this is how you can do a authentication to the servers and client. Okay, from here you can do SSH username @ server name, server IP address, then provide the password. You can log into the server, right? Or if you'd like to example, say that I don't want to every time type the password, or I would like to run some scripts on the from one server to all the remote servers, so you can also do that using the key based authentication. So it means that it will not ask you for the password unless you have that key pairing in between the server and client. So how you can do that key based authentication? So first of all, you have to log into the server, right? I just logging to the server, and I'm just here you just generate the SSH key. So the key is stored over here on the .ssh. So the authentication key is already generated, right? This is the one is already there. But if you want to refresh, then you can simply do a rf and just simply delete all the files over here, right? I deleted, and ssh-keygen-t RSA type. You can do DSA or RSA, ADSA, whatever you want, but I am using RSA key pair over here, and I don't want to pass pairs to ask. Then I generated the key pair. So a new key generation over here, the key is done, right? Created over here, and do a .pub authentication. This is your private key file. So what we have to do is that you have to copy this key file to the remote server, then you can make the authentication from here to that server. Okay, or if you want to do a reverse way, if you want to directly log in from client to server, then you have to generate over on the client. As I say, I just generated the key over here, see this, and now just to do ssh-copy id to
which user and which server. 192.168.2.140. I would like to log into the A Ravi account. Okay, then type that user password over here, remote server user over here. Now what happens here is that if you go to the server here and see, there is a file called authorized keys has been created, and the key has been copied over here from that client to server. See this, aravi client.arkt.local. Now you can go and see over here id.pub. so the same key pair is copied over here. So now you can log. See now, so it does not ask you for any password, so just log in to the client from the server. So SSH, the username and the IP address. See this, so it just log into the client without asking any password over here, right? That's how you can make the key authentication. So what you have to do, you have to generate the key. So the key will be generated under the SSH keys over here, and this is the key. You just copy over to the server where you want to log into that server without asking for the password. So you can just simply log into the server, just type and SSH and server, the remote machine IP address, then it will log into the server client without asking you for any password. So like this, what you can do over here is that log into the remote server and type the commands, so host name, so that the remote server, the command is going to be executed on the remote server and going to give you the output over here. Like that you can do. So there are so many settings. If you want to refer the configuration, you can simply do man-s5 and sshd_config. So here there is so many things of configuration, allow groups, allow streaming. So most of the it's a complete configuration. It also authenticated the Kerberos. Okay, you can do so much of things over here. So if you want to change the port number, you can also do the port number changing using the by default. If you want to change the port number from 22 to different port, so that would be a little more at the security levels, because the by default port, most of the members, they know that okay, this is the default port of SSH. But if you change the port number, so they don't know the port number, they can not log into the remote server unless they know the correct port number. That's about the SSH server and client configuration.
NTP server and client configuration. So the time server and client configuration, basically time server and client synchronization is very important if you are using the clustered environment servers or reporting server, something like that. So the time is very important to get this synchronized, the heartbeat checking, all this stuff. Here you have a one server and one client. So what happens is that the first time the sending the timestamp using the protocol, which is the port number is 123 and the protocol is UDP. So here and send the timestamp and receive the timestamp. So this way it will just synchronize between the server to the client and client to the server, so that the server gets the time stamping from its upstream servers, then it sends to the clients. At the end of the day, there is a device which actually pointing to the server, the time device. Then the server will get the information from there and synchronize with the clients. This way NTP server and clients will synchronize the time between the server and the client. If you do not have the server, you can simply manually set the time, and it based on your server CMOS battery, so it keep on running that. But whenever you reboot it or you shut down for a while, it might be an issue that the time may not be get updated. So if you have the time difference between the clustered environment servers, like the heartbeat may change, so the heartbeat will be delayed, so
thinks that the other cluster host thinks that okay, the server is not responding in time, which means the server might be down. Then what it do is that it just try to take over that resources to the client. So other server thinks that the host 2 is not responding, and it's so this way what happens is that the cluster is keep on switching the resources between the servers. So that way, so the NTP is very very important in synchronization, so that you won't get that type of issues. Here what we have to do on the server side, so the server side or the client side, you need to install the Crony software, this Crony package, which required for both of the client and server configuration. And both the sides, on the server side and the client side, you need to enable Crony D service. And in the server side, what you have to configure is that you just need to enter the series, the allowed network series, which you want to allow to synchronize with the time server. Then restart the service and allow the NTP service from the firewall. Then update the NTP using the NTP upstream server, so that it gets synchronized the server with the upstream server. Then you can configure the client here and enable this NTP /etc crony.configuration file, and add that server NTP server address, and restart the Crony D and verify that the sources and the clients, whether it's able to reach the server or not. So this is what you have to do on the NTP side, from the server side and the client side. Then your time gets synchronized. If you want to manually update the date and time, I can also use the NTP update command or
DNF install Crony packages, Crony FNY, so which will install the required package for the NTP server and client. We use the same package. So it's already installed, there is no action required. Now let's see systemctl status Crony D, which is not running. Let's start it and see the status, so which is active. Let's clear the screen and now enable this one to start up. Edit the configuration file /etc crony.conf and allow the network where you would like to get this NTP synchronization. That entire network you can allow, or particular clients also you can allow. So I am changing this IP 192.168.175.0/24, so the entire series, and save that file. Let's restart this Crony D service. So allow the firewall port, firewall CMD -permanent -add service NTP. Now I can also reload this firewall port settings. So let's run to the client configuration. Go to the client and edit /etc crony configuration file, and here add the server address, specify the NTP server address. So now all the way go back, and I'm adding the server address here, the NTP server definition. Server and NTP server IP address or host name. And save this file. Now let's restart the cronid service and verify the clients using the cron command. That's it. And you can see the sources, clients.
How to securely copy the files and directories from one server to another server. So you can, what is the commands you can use or how you can copy the data from one server to another server, that's what we are going to see in this session. Let's begin. So here example say that my environment over here, I just have a server machine which have the IP address is 192.168.2.140 and another server we have 192.168.2.142 over here. So let's copy some data from here to there and there to here, and how we can do that. So this securely copy the data from one source to another source. You can if you take another system where you can share the data directories and access into the remote machine and copy the data, where you have to provide some permissions over there. But here that is not case. You don't need to share any data from that server to this server or mounting over here or copying the data. That's not the case over here. So I just know the username and password of that machine. I can just copy the data from this here to that user's accessible directory. So that's you can use over here. So in order to do that, you can use SCP. SCP in a sense secure copy from one server to another server, where I would like to use this one. So here I have a file called Linux kernel file. This one I would like to copy from this server to remote server. So this is the source over here. Then the destination you have to specify is that the username. So in this case I am just using the root user to copy the files. So because of the permission issues, yes, I would like to use root over here. So the destination server IP address of this server name you have to use 2.42, right? 2.42, and specify the directory where you would like to copy. So I just wanted to copy the data into the root directory itself. So I'm just going to do that, enter, and say that. So whenever you are doing a first time, the authentication, the fingerprint is going to be authenticated in between the server to server, which means that your server is sending some fingerprint and the fingerprint will be stored on the device. Say that okay, this is a trusted device. So if you say yes, then the fingerprint will be stored on the known host device. Then it will ask you for the password. So we have to type the remote server password. Then the data is copying over there. So it is around 97 MB of the file, which is copied in 0.02 seconds. Like that, you can use the SCP to copy the data. So like this, if you want to copy a multiple files, example say that I would like to copy the files over here, something like this. So okay, any number of files you can copy from over here to there. So these many files I would like to copy to the remote host and to the remote this location itself. Say this time it will not ask because it's already a known host, and it will ask only the password. You say that, enter the password, then all the files has been copied over there. But I'm saying it's copied, but let's verify going there and see that Okay, pwd, I'm into the root directory over here. Let's see that. See this, I got the files, demo files and timestamp files, LMCLI file and Linux kernel file. Like that you can copy the data from one location to another location. Or example, say if I would like to copy the entire directory itself, I don't want to copy the files, so how we can do from here to there. Let's say that I just would like to copy this links directory from here to there. You can simply use sep-r and provide the directory name, okay, directory name over here, and provide the destination path where you would like to copy. So in similar way, I'd like to copy to the root itself, :root. You have to specify the directory path over here, enter, and say it will ask you for the password and enter the password of that machine. Then your directory will be copied to the remote machine. So I can go over here and verify that you got this links directory over here. Like this you can use the files and directories to copy over here. Or in some situations I have a limited bandwidth, I would like to compress the data and send it to the WAN link, and that should be create less traffic over here. You can do that as well using the capital C, SCP capital C, and provide this file name over here which you would like to copy from here to there, and provide the destination location where you would like to copy into it. Example, say that I would like to copy into the links. So here maybe you can see that the data will be compressed and sent. So it does not send the entire data in the similar way, it sends the similar data into the compressed format and it's sending the compressed information over there. So this is how it sends. Example, say if you'd like to limit the bandwidth, or if you'd like to preserve the settings or timestamps, whatever the timestamp the file is created over here. So here example, see that this is my location, timestamp and details of this file, but if I go to the destination server over here and see this, it should be different. See this, so it is the root and the timestamp over here, it is that 10/18/12/208, okay, but here 10/18/12/208, it should be different. Yes, it should be different. See this, October 4 here, but here it is October 11th, right? So like this the data difference will be there over there. So this is actually the size, that's why it's not, there's no variation in the size, but here you can see that the timestamp is varies. But I don't want to do that actually. I would like to preserve the timestamp, all the stuff, so I just wanted to delete this file from over here, and I will copy the data from server to over here with the exact timestamp, and everything will be preserved in place. SCP, you can use RVP, or you can use the P for preserving the data, and I just wanted to copy the file itself. I will not use R, and copy the direct data from here to there. Example, say that root and say 192.168.2.42:root. So enter 1 2 3. So your data is copying. Now your data has been copied and exit status was 0, and you can go over here and see that the data would be October 4 and 5:36. You can see, come back over here and see that the same data would be, see this, there is no difference over there and over here. So that's how the preserving your information or the timestamp, all the, you can do that. If you have a limited bandwidth from server to server, or if you'd like to copy the data, you can also use by limiting the data size by typing the -L and say that I would like to limit to the 500 kbps link over here. I just wanted to copy some data from here to remote server 192.168.2.42:/tmp. I would like to copy. Then you can type the password. So the data will be copied in very less limitation. You can see this, the data is sending within the 500 kbps line. So that's how you have 100 mbps of the 100 mbps of line, but you don't want to use entire the network bandwidth. If you'd like to restrict that bandwidth to particular kbps, so that this works very better in terms of if you have the limited bandwidth from source to destination, you can limit the bandwidth here itself and send the data using that pipeline itself. Okay, see this, it's sending very limitedly, so that's what we specified over there.
In this video session, we are going to see that listing and managing processes. So this is very important topic to the Linux administrators to know what exactly is going on the server. So you can use this process listing mechanism to manage your processes and see what is process, how it is created. So basically, what is a process and how it will be created on the system. A program loaded into memory and executing is called a process. So whenever you execute anything, so basically it loads into the memory and start executing it. So that is called as a process. So the first new process will be created by a fork system call, which is systemd with PID1. So while system is booting up, then the systemd process will be started with the system fork call. Then the systemd process will be set to the 1, the PID1. So under that, all the processes will run. So new process, how it will be created. A new process is normally created when an existing process makes an exact copy of itself in memory. The child process will have the same environment as its parent, but only the process ID number is different. So the child processes will have the similar environment as the parent, but the thing is that the PID of that child process will be different, which means the generated process, so which is a round robin mechanism to generate the process, then the process IDs will keep on increase as a round robin mechanism. Process types and states. So there are two process types, which are foreground process and background process. Foreground process is basically executed by the user programs, example initiated and controlled through a terminal session. So when you connect it to the terminal and execute some programs or run some commands, anything, so which are foreground processes will be displayed the output on the terminal itself. And background process, which are automatic processes not connected to a terminal. Example, you run a browser from the remote server, or any scheduled programs which is running automatically, so which are run in a background process. So process states, there are running processes and waiting processes, stopped processes, zombie process or defunct process, which is basically a died process but still existing in the process list, and orphaned packages, orphaned processes list, which is parent is existed before the child exit status, then the child become an orphan, then it directly connects to the systemd process. So these are the states which you can see on the process table when you type the process table commands. Then exactly what is the structure of that process listed on this, or how we can see that. So the phase, basically the systemd is started as a part of system boot, so which is a systemd process with the PID1. Under that, all the processes will run with their parent and child. There are some processes will run directly with the parent, there is no child for that. So then
the process structure looks like this. Example, it's like your family structure. So like where we have the grandfather, father, mother and children. So in similar way, system D and its parents, children, all these runs on the process tree of that process structure. So little more detailed information about this processes. Multiple instances of the same program can exist with their respective memory allocation. For instance, for a web browser with multiple open tabs, each tab is considered a process instance by the kernel with unique memory allocation. So whenever you open a browser but you wanted to open multiple tabs in that browser, then what happens, each and every tab will be considered as in a different instance by the kernel, and there are the unique memory allocation has been done to that particular process. So that's the unique method whenever you are running in a multiple instance of the same program. So it creates the multiple processes. If multiple processes are executing simultaneously, the OS must ensure that the memory allocation of every process is protected from accidental access by another process. So it's a very secured environment. Like each and every process will have their own virtual environment, then it does not access to the another process. So that's the security level on the kernel. So the kernel provides a level of abstraction between the process and physical memory called virtual address space. Virtual address space is process view of memory. It is how the running program views the memory. Virtual address space creates an illusion that every process exclusively owns the whole memory while executing. So which means that, so virtual address space is created for a particular process, then the virtual address will be executed its own, and it does not having the access to the any other process, which means the processes will not have any cross access to the each process. So that is the security level, and that's how the memory has been managed by the physical and the allocation to the process. So the physical memory looks like single physical memory, example 4 GB or 8 GB or 16 GB, something like that. But under that physical memory there are a lot of logical processes are running, so and accessing the same memory module, but it runs its own virtual environment and exit from there. So that's the kernel mechanism, how the process memory has been allocated to that each and every process while executing. So when a process requests a kernel service through a system call, the kernel will execute on behalf of the caller process. The kernel is now said to be executing in process context. So what happens whenever you run any process or any command, it triggers the system call, then the kernel will take that call and execute on behalf of the caller. Then it creates the process, then it will execute the process context, then your process will be allocated with the memory CPU and executed. After execution, it will be exited from the process table. So that's the simple process, how the process will be created and how the multiple process will be handled on the system, and how the process will be called, the kernel and its execution details. So here are the few example of the PS commands, so you can just use them to listing of that processes. Example, that ps-a, -e, -r, -x or -u. So basically if you want to filter by the users, or if you want to filter by the groups, then if you want to customize the output of that PS command, you can also use -o for the options, then customize your values of that command output, what you want exactly. Or if you want to monitor some real-time processes which are executing in a higher level, example if you sort by the memory utilization, or if you sort by the CPU utilization with the watch, so the watch command will keep on repeat your process every second, then you can see what exactly the processes are running on the process table. Okay, let's jump into the terminal and see practically how this memory works. So how we can use this ps command and list these processes, and how helpful is to listing the processes. So here is the Linux server. Then if I want to see that what are the processes currently running with this particular terminal, you can simply type ps, then you can see that what are the processes which are tagged to this particular session while you log into the terminal. So this is the processes which are running on that particular terminal. So if you example run some processes, let's see that I run some sleep command for an 800 seconds in the background, and see what is this ps will show. So this is the process which is executed by this particular terminal. So this is a foreground process which is running on the but I sent it to the background. So if you want to see all of the processes, maybe you can see -a or capital A. So you can see all the processes which are running on this system. Is a normal process listing here. Okay, and what exactly this is providing us, so you can see that. So there is a PID, the process number, and which terminal it is using, and what is the time, and what is the command of that particular system. So you can see all of these details, how much time it is executing, what is the terminal it is utilizing for to execute. So all these are, there is no TTY, which means that they are running in the background processes. And ps-ef will provide a detailed information of that process listing, and you can see that ps-ef UID of means which user it is, user is running under which user, and PID it's PPID instances, parent ID of that particular PID, and what is the time, date and time it's executing on that, and terminal, which terminal is using, time and command of that particular. So start time and end time of that particular process. You can see that all of these details over here. Okay, so now let's you wanted to sort down the process details. For example, if you wanted to see only particular to particular user over here, so which of the processes are running by the root, you can see that this is the command ps-f capital U, and you can filter down by the particular user. Or if you want to list down maybe with the different user, if you have any other user, then you can also see that. Okay, but there is no, I see some user here, I will just run some command on this particular user. Okay, now I exit from this user and see that, so the process is running on that particular user. So you can also use UID number if you already have that particular user UID. Example, it is 1000. Then so the user is, you can list out that what are the processes running by that particular user. So in this case, if you, most of the applications will have their own service account, so what's going on with that particular application, you can list with this particular service account, then you will get the details. So otherwise, if you want to sort the details with the higher memory utilization or higher CPU utilization, you can also use sort field here with pCPU and might be a P memory, so which will sort these details with the higher memory utilization. Okay, higher CPU utilization, something like this you can see. So here higher CPU utilization and higher memory utilization of that particular process. So this is the way. What you can do is that you can simply get this top process listing here, and you can sort it out. Okay, there is the processes running with the high memory utilization and high CPU utilization. Okay, and so each and every process will have their own nice value, which means that the priority value of that process, how much priority it's got executing on that particular process. Okay, so then let's see that ps command. Okay, ps-aux might be, or I use -o option here to sort that values. Okay, so PID, PPID, nice value command, and might be some memory utilization, might be some CPU utilization here. Okay, let's see that. Sorry. Okay, you can see that this is particular, might be I just do a grep so that easy for us to understand. So let's see what is the sleep command here. So the sleep command is 800, 700 is I just executed from one of the each user. Then you can see the process ID is here, and the nice value is 000. So which means the process 0 is very low priority, and -20 is the highest priority of that process. So based on that priority, the memory and CPU allocation will be done to that particular process. So if you want to do any process within a particular nice value, then what you can do is that you can use nice command. Maybe I just use 10 to particular command. I just use sleep as 900 seconds, something like this. Then I send it to the background. So now if you go again back and see, so what is the nice value of that particular 900 seconds? Here you can see 10. So in this case, if you want to renice that particular process value here, so you must be in a root and execute this renice command. So renice and say what is this value I wanted to execute. Same example, say -19 of that particular PID, and just enter it. So now what happens? The PID as the process has been changed from 10 to -19. So which means that which have the highest priority to execution this, but the sleep command does not to be highest priority since it sleeps for 900 seconds and exit. So but if you are running any particular programs, so you want to prioritize them, you can also use this nice value to that process. So it will prioritize that execution and allocate the memory and CPU is faster than the other processes. Or if you want to watch this in a real time, you can also use this watch command. So watch command is already installed, and say every second I wanted to install this PS command. Example, in a last one I just executed this sort command, right? So let's pick that here. Okay, the similar one I wanted to loop it and run it for a while. So what happens, every second this process table will be refreshing, and you can see the new process if it is comes any. So this way what happens is that real time processes in the top processes, you can watch it for a while and see okay what's going on the system. Okay, you can also sort by the memory, or you can also sort by the CPU utilization. Then you can identify which process is exactly using the value, so means exactly consuming the resources. So that's about these PS command. I hope you understand well. File and directory permissions. So understanding the file permissions, how exactly the file permissions works, and what is those permissions, all these details over here. So if you see that, so the permissions table simple. It's permission is read, then the symbolic value of that particular value is R, and the numeric value of that particular value is 4, and write is W, and the numeric value of that particular representation is 2, and execution process, so while executing, and the permission of that process symbolically is X, and the numeric value is 1. So whenever you have any file permissions or the directory permission, basically it holds two things. So okay, so one is three things, which is user, group and others. So owner of the file and owner of that group, then file and others, so which are not part of that group or part of that user, then others, which comes to under the process. So the files and directories will have the read and write execute permissions for the users and groups and others. Okay, and the default permissions for the files, it's by default it gets 644, and for the directory it gets 755. But based on our requirement, the restriction of that files, we can change the permissions. Okay, and you can use this is the file example. If you type an lsf and ltr on that particular directory, if you have any files, so it represents that these values. So the first character says that the file type, which means that everything in the Linux is a file. Based on its type, it represents in a different manner. Example, it's a D, it's a directory, hyphen is a file, and like piped files, directory files, device files, something like that. Okay, and the next one, the next three characters, which represents the file owner in the sense who is owned that file. In this case, the owner of this particular desktop directory is root. So if you want to see that what is the group of this particular directory, so there's three characters the next to that, which is a group representation, and the last three character representation is others, which means that they are not part of this user, they are not part of this group. Then it comes to the others. So others in the sense who are on the particular system, who has read and execute permissions to that particular directory. So this way what happens is that you can simply identify that who is the owner of that and who is the group of that directory or the file, then what is exactly is the size of that particular file and directory, then you can see the values. So below are some of the example how we can change the permissions later point of time. Like I wanted to change the others permissions to none, might be. So you can see that the chmod command symbolic permissions you can use, or you can also use numerical values based on the last table. Okay, U is for owner or the user, you wanted to change the values, so plus is allow and minus is deny, and combination of U, G, O, which means that user and group and others. And you can also specify the permissions like read, write, execute, so with this representation of the chmod command. So let's see, here are some example how we can utilize this command chmod. Some of the options, example, you want to recursively apply the permissions to the all of that directory, then you can might be use -r over there on the chmod command. And mode are the permissions, which mode you would like to utilize. That example, you might be utilize the numerical values, example say like 744, or you wanted to utilize a symbolical values, in this case in a particular to the changing the values to the users or the groups or the others, then you can use symbolical values. So here are some examples. So the user, in case of if you want the user permissions to be changed, then you can use U plus, then it will allocate the read and write execute permissions of the particular directory, which means allow. Or if you put in place of plus, if you put minus, then it will revoke that by permissions. Okay, these are the examples. I will show you this in practically how we can execute those commands on the terminal. Okay, so there are some few commands, chown and chgroup, which means that changing the ownership of that file and the group. Okay, let's jump into the terminal and see how we can change these permissions on the terminal. So here is my terminal. So okay, let's type lsf and ltr, might be detailed information for you. You can see that. So this is the one particular file I have here, and the user permissions, you can see that this is a file type is normal file, and read and write execute here is a owner root has this read and write permissions for that particular file, and read and read permissions to particular this group, and read permissions to the others. And it has around this many bytes on this file, and it is date and timestamp and the file name of that particular file. So if you want to change these values of that particular file, you can use chmod. Example, if you want to change the user permissions, examples 744 something like this. So in this case the first 7 represents the owner of this permissions. So the 7 in the sense read plus write plus execute, which makes 7 value here, and the 4 is a read value for that particular group, and 4 is an value for that particular others. So group and others already have read and read, so that's why I am using the same values over here, like 4 4 7. I am changing it here, read and write is and execute to the owner of that particular file. So now you can just type execute this value and see this. You can see now the owner is changed, read, write, execute. Okay, but in this value, so what you have to do is that you have to remember the previous values, and you have to simulate the numbers similarly and change the allocate that values, and you can change that. But example, if you want to similarly type example, say that 744, instead of that you wanted to change only to the particular user values, if you type something like this, what happens is that it revokes the group and other permissions and only add this user. So while utilizing the numerical values with the chmod command, so you should be very careful what is the previous permissions you have, and similar permissions if you want, then you can execute the calculating the previous values and execute the current one. Otherwise, if you want to granularly change only the particular values, use a symbolical values with the chmod command. So example, chmod, I wanted to add a group permissions or read here. So group is Z, and you want to add is plus and read permissions to that particular file, then you can specify this way. So what happens is that now you can see that so the group has been allocated with the read permission. So in this case, if you want to allocate a group and others is read only permissions, you can use Z O for others and plus sign. I can see this now, group and others will have the read only permissions. So in this way, read group users group and others UGO, and allocate the permissions based on that. So if I want to revoke the permissions for the particular user, okay, so user, I want to revoke the execute permissions of that particular file. Now you can see that, okay, let's do this only value. You can see now read write, so execute has been gone, and read and read. So this way what you can use is that chmod command along with that combination of user or group or others, and you can use read and write and execute. So if I want to execute full permissions, okay, then chmod UGO, in the sense user group others plus read write execute and to this particular file. So now you can see that read and write execute, read and write execute, read and write execute to the users group and others. So this way you can execute these values and change these file permissions based on requirement. Example, you wanted to change the file permissions under the particular directory. There are so many subfolders and so many files in it. So what you can simply utilize is that you can simply just say -R, so which will recursively change that directory permission. So which means that it will change all the subfolders and file permissions to this particular values, whatever you change it. So this way recursively change all of these folder permissions to that. You can do that. So here I have the ownership of root and root. So I don't want root and root, I wanted to change it to something else. So what you can use is the chown, and which user ownership you want and which group ownership you want. So in this case, A Ravi is a user and root is a group. So now you can see the ownership of that particular file has been shifted to the A Ravi, and still the group ownership is with the root group. So this is the group of root. So this way you can change the ownership of that particular group, the file or the directory or whatever it is. So in this also you can use capital R, so it will recursively change the directories and subfolders and everything of that particular where you point to that particular path. So in this case I don't want to change the username user, or I want to change only the group permissions. Okay, so what you can do is that chgrp and provide the group name here. So example, the group name is A Ravi, and now execute it. Now you can see that, so the group is changed. So I don't want to change the user, I just wanted to update the group. You can also update this group here. So this way what you can use that you can change the file permissions with the read and write, execute, which level you want to change it, or you can also change the ownership, and you can also change the group ownership of that particular file and directory using this commands. So that's about the simple about the file permissions, how it works, and the explanation. Creating and deleting the partition. So the creating the file system and deleting the file system, so how we can do that simple way. Okay, so let's see. So here we are going to do a disk partitioning. So partitioning is nothing but in creating a logical regions of the hard drive. So example, you have a hard drive, you wanted to create its logical region on that, so that is called as a simple partition. Okay, storing. So why we want to create a different partitions? Because we don't want to use the same hard drive or the same size of the hard drive for storing the multiple type of files. So we want to categorize them with the different file systems, so that it supports the different level of applications. Okay, store different types of data. So here in this case I have a 2 hard disk example. So the partitions example, in this case the first hard drive we have here, in this case you want to create the partitions. If you create the partition type as primary, then you can maximum create for the particular hard drive is 4 primary partitions you can create. Okay, so if you, while creating the partitions, if you select the primary, then maximum is 4 you can create, and you can format those partitions with a different file system. So what file system you want, you can format them. Example, in this case partition 1 is formatted with the ext3, partition 2 is formatted with the ext4, and partition 3 is formatted with xfs, and partition 4 is formatted with the ext4. So this is the way hard drive you have. In this you can create a maximum of 4 primary partitions, but if you want more partitions than 4, so then what you can do is that you can create a 3 primary partitions, you can create 1 extended. In that extended you can create a number of logical partitions. So in this case, if you are utilizing a virtual device, the maximum partitions you can do is that 15. But if you are utilizing a physical device, might be a hard drive, or it might be something like LAN, something like that, you can create a number of logical volumes. So based on that, so which type you would like to select it, you can utilize maybe a P1 P2, and you can do a extended, or maybe P1 P2 P3 extended. Based on that, so you can do it's your logical partitioning, or how you want to utilize. So what is the steps for creating the partition? So first of all, if you already have a disk and disk has already free space, then you can create the partition under that. But if you do not have a free space on the existing disk, what you have to do, you have to attach the new disk to the server, or new LUN to the server, then scan for the new hardware changes, or you need to reboot the server to get that detected. So either of the day, so avoid rebooting, use the scan utilities to scan the hardware changes. Then maybe you can use a utility, might be most of the times we use fdisk, or you can also use gdisk, or you can also use parted. So based on your flexibility, you can use any utility to do that. In this case we are using fdisk, and provide the new /dev, the new disk name. So it might be a something like /sdc1 or sdc or sdb. Then when you enter into the fdisk utility, you can just say n, so, and that will create the new disk, and it will ask you for the partition type. So which partition you want to use, primary, or you want to say extended. So then specify based on which partition type you would like to select it, and specify the size. So example, you have a 100 GB drive, but you wanted to utilize only few GB out of that, then specify that particular, then save and exit from that. Okay, then you have to inform the kernel saying that you have created the new partition. Either you can run path probe and /device name path, otherwise in a new version you can say udev adm settle. So this way it will inform to the kernel and provide the details of that. Okay, make file system. So you have to format the drive in order to make the file system with the file system type ext3, ext4, ext xfs. So then you can mount this partition using the mount command, or you have to add it to the fs tab for the permanent mount. So whenever you reboot, so fs tab entry will be remount these partitions. So then steps for the deletion, what is the things you have to follow while you delete this file partition. So here you have to run the final full archive backup in case if you need any data from that, if it's application data or any important data later point, if you want to refer it, then you can just run a final backup of that data, then bring down the applications are hosted on that particular. So which if you have any applications which are accessing that particular data, bring down that applications or remove those applications from that particular partition, then unmount that mount point. So you have to unmount it and remove it from the fs tab entry, then delete the partition using the fdisk or the delete gdisk utility, then destroy that hard drive. So if you have any confidential data on that particular hard drive, physical drive, then destroy using the crusher or anything, then that's it. So that's how the deletion works. Let's see, jump into the practical and see how we can create and delete the partitions. So in this case I have a virtual machine which is a Linux server. So this is the one. If you see that lsblk, you can see that I have only one drive which is SDA, and this I have SDA1, SDA2. Into that I have two LVMs, which is one is a slash and another is a swap, and there is a SR0 which is on a DVD drive. Okay, so these are the drives I have. So I do not have any other disks over here. If you type fdisk-l, you can see SDA I have here with this size. Okay, now I wanted to add another drive and scan it for the new hardware changes, then do a new partitions in that. Okay, so let's go to this hardware here. So this is basically my first start of the virtual machine. Now I say right click and go to the settings of this particular virtual machine, and I do not have a new hardware, so I just adding the new hard disk to this one. So let's say and say create a new one and say I want to add 10 GB of that file. Okay, then okay. Okay, so now let's go and see that fdisk-l. So I did not see any new drive here. right? So in order to do that, so what you have to do that, udev adm and say trigger. So this way you can just type fdisk-l. There's no disk, but if something it's not working, then you have to run an echo scan against to that SCSI drives. So this is the command. So you have to invoke the SCSI host, and all of these you can just scan it, rescan it, then you can type fdisk-l. Now you can see that lsblk, you can see sdb, you can see there is a sdb drive with the 10 GB in size. Okay, now what you have to do, fdisk and go to that particular device /dev sdb, create a new partition. So in order to create the new partition, what you have to do, n is for new, and it is asking for whether you want to partition type, whether primary or extended. So I can see that here primary is 0 and 0, extended is 0, and 4 is free. So maximum is you can create 4. So I say I want to create a primary partition and with the number 1 partition, and say what is the size over here. So how much, what is the size you would like to use it. I say 2 GB. I want to create the partition type here. You can see that the 2 GB has been created here. So now if you want to create a next partition, and say now say n and say extended. Okay, now say how much you want to create that extended partition here. So I say again 4 GB here. So here 4 GB. So now you can see that one is 2 GB and one is 4 GB is extended partition has been created. Now save this and execute udev adm settle, so that this way you inform the kernel saying that you have created a new partition. Now you can see that lsblk. So you have sdb is sdb1 and sdb2 is a new partitions. Okay, you can just type fdisk-l and you can see that there are the details over here. You can see sdb1 and sdb2 here. So now what we have to do, we have to make the file system mkfs.ext4/dev/sdb1. Sorry, after making the extended, you have to create the new hard drive in that. Okay, so now let's say that logical partition, I have to make it here and say and create the logical partition with 1 GB in size. Okay, now let's see, sdb5 is created. So in extended you cannot make any file systems here. udev adm settle. Okay, now you can see that lsblk, see that sdb5, and make this file system xfs/dev/sdb5. now one is xfs and another is an ext4. so now I'm just making directory here which maybe say data1 and say data5, and I just mount that. So before that, I just see that dffnh command, there is no data1 and data5 is mounted. Now let's mount it /dev/sdb1 and to the /data1 and sdb5 to the data5. Now you can type dffnh, you can see that data1 and data5. Okay, let's clear it here and you can see that what is the file system of that particular devices. You can see one is ext4, another is an xfs. This way your partitions created and you can able to do that. So you can see that this is an extended partition, so you cannot format that one, so you have to create the logical partitions inside it. So it's just in a layer of that particular extended one. Okay, that's how you can create the partition. So if you want to delete the partition, so what you have to do now, so first of all you have to run the backup of that particular data. So since I do not have any data in this, I just unmount this one first. Okay, so now you can see that DFFNH, it is removed from this one. And now what you have to do, so you have to destroy that partition. So fdisk/dev sdb in this. So you want to delete that, then you can type D. So which partition number you want to delete? So first of all I want to delete the partition number 5. I want to delete the logical extended partitions as well, since I don't want that. Okay, now save this and run udev adm settle. Sorry, then your partition has been updated. You can see now SDB2 and SDB5 is gone, so there is no more size on that, so they are deleted. Logical volume manager, how the logical volume manager is going to be used. Okay, so before this video we already see that how to create the standard partitions and how to delete the standard partitions. But in these standard partitions there are some disadvantages, which means that if you mount any partition, standard partitions, the partition is already in use or applications are already installed in that standard partitions, what you cannot do is that you cannot increase, rather decrease the partition size unless you unmount it and bring the partition users offline. Then you can increase the partition size. So that makes a lot of systems to be given by the downtime. Like if the application is keep on running on that standard partition, then what you have to do, you have to bring down the application and databases, whatever the application is running on that standard partition, then you have to increase the standard partition, then remount it again, you have to bring back all the application and database services. So that makes a lot of our lives things goes very bad whenever the system the utilization goes behind the utilization what we specified. Now to avoid such a kind of things, like increase your file system whenever it is online and all those file systems are in use, you can increase and you can decrease, but you cannot decrease, of course you can increase the file system. That makes our lot of things easier, like you don't need to take any downtime, or you don't need to get any approval for getting the system down, all the stuff. That is the main advantages. And another one is that adding the more hard drives to the existing partitions will be more easy, and the LVM partitions will give more performance than the standard partitions, and also it supports the larger size of file systems. How it possible? So what is the scenario over here? Let's see that. So actually the LVMs are made by multiple physical volumes, so which means that multiple hard drives. Here is the example that I have the hard drive 1 and hard drive 2 and hard drive 3. So example 3, HDD3 and HDD2 and HDD1. So this is example, say that 100 GB, 100 GB and 100 GB. Okay, now so if I combine these hard disks together, example say this is one physical volume and this is one physical volume, this is one physical volume. So what here, so the standard partitions is only the single hard drive which sliced into the multiple partitions. So if somebody writing the data, example say that he wanted to write 100 MB in size, this will be written to the one of the your logical partition, and your spindle rotates and it writes the data into the hard drive. This example take a 1 minute. It simple take 1 minute. But in this case, if I simulate the same scenario over here, what happens here is that instead of working the one people to write 100 MB, or one hard drive is working for writing the 100 MB over here, the 3 people, in the sense the 3 hard drives are writing to working to write this 100 MB, which split into this 1 minute into the 30 seconds, which means that 30 seconds over here, 30 seconds over here, sorry, 20 seconds over here, 20 seconds over here, and 20 seconds over here. So what happens? So your data will be written 3 times faster than what you written to the standard alone hard drive. So that is the performance you will get out of the logical volume manager. So we are going to make here, it is that 3 hard drives, we will make it an individual physical volumes, and then we combine these 3 as one volume group. Okay, and this is one PV, this is one PV, and this is one PV. So 3 PVs are included into this volume group. From here, what we are going to do, we are going to slice the VG, in the sense the VG is now 300 GB, and now we are going to make the slices here, the partitions. What are the partition size you make over here out of the 300 GB? So which may be a 50 GB in size, this may be a 20 GB in size, okay, this may be a 100 GB in size, or this may be anything 50 GB in size or 30 GB in size. So any slice you can make from out of this volume group. If the volume group is going to be full, what you can do here is that you can attach one more physical volume over here, example the 100 GB or 200 GB. There is no like should be not in the same equivalent size. Any size you can add. Okay, now the volume group will grow and become a 400 GB, and you can increase your logical volume on the go. This is the exactly what you get on the logical volume manager. So this is the physical volumes, and this is in a volume group, this is in a LVMs, logical volumes. This is logical volume 1 2 3 4. Like this we can going to make a logical volume partitions, which makes a most advanced stuff, and we can online we can increase, so there is no need to be downtime, or no need to be get any downtime on increasing the partition size. You can write the data to the partitions. So how we are going to make those partitions over here? So here I'm going to add one more partition over here, the one more hard drive to this our virtual machine. So the virtual machine I'm going to add is one more hard drive with this 20 GB in size hard drive, and create, and this is going to be a 20 GB in size now. And now our hard disk is ready. You can see that fdisk-L, and you can see that there is a SDC drive which is the 21.5 GB, and we can also see that SDB, okay, which is also 21.5 GB in size. So we are going to use those 2 physical volumes, and we are going to make the logical volumes over here. First of all, we are going to use fdisk utility to make the partitions inside that devices. Okay, I'm going to first SDB and say new partition and primary partition, enter, because I don't want to use any sub partitions inside that hard drive. I'm going to make entire hard drive as a single partition. Now I'm going to save and update the kernel using the partproc/dev/sdb. Now I'm going to make the partitions in SDC. Okay, the first one is N to make the new partition, enter, and which is the primary one, and enter. So 20 GB partition has been created, okay, over here, and I'm going to make WQ and say partproc/dev/sdc. Okay, so what happens now? fdisk-L/dev/sdb. So here is the one partition, here is the one partition, but these partitions are not into Linux LVMs. These are into the Linux standard partitions. Okay, so we have to convert them into the Linux LVM partitions, then only we can make them as a PVs or we can add into the groups and we can make the logical volumes. To do that, you can again, you have to open /d fdisk utility and go to SDB, and now okay, to convert you have to enter the type T and say all types of the code. You can simply type capital L. You can see that all the codes over here, but out of this we need only the code 8E. This is the code Linux LVM to convert into the partitions. Okay, I'm going to enter that 8E, and you can see that now the partition has been converted into the 8E and the ID is 8E. Okay, now save it and again going back to the SDC and type 8E and verify that it is converted from Linux to Linux LVM, and write and exit and type part probe /dev/sdb and SDC. Now our partitions fdisk -L, and you can verify that both the partitions are converted into the Linux LVMs. Now we have to create the physical volumes from those partitions. Okay, we are not going to make any file system on that now. So after making the logical volumes, we are going to make the partitions. Okay, to do that, pv create and provide the path of the disk which you have created, SDB1 in this case. Okay, do you want to, because we already used this one for previous partitioning, that's why it's asking for the confirmation. Okay, I am also making the second one as the PV, so you can see that now pvs is the command to see that how many PVs are exist. Okay, SDB1 and SDC1, and which are 20 gig in size. Okay, now we are going to make a group of these PVs into the VG, which is called VG create, and we are going to give you the VG name, which name you would like to use. Maybe I would like to use the VG name called VG0. Okay, and add the PV details over here /SDB1/DV/SDC1. Okay, now VG has been created. You can type VGS to display that VG details. You can see that the VG0 is created and 2 PVs into 8, and there is no LVs and there is no essence. Okay, and which is actually 39.99 GB is free. The total volume group size is 39.99 GB. Okay, you can also use VG display and type the VG name, which will give you the full details out of it. Okay, so which has the physical extents, which means that actually the drive is converted into the pieces. The each piece size, the physical extent size will be 4 MB. You can also use these pieces to make your logical volumes or the volume group volumes. Okay, using the physical extents also, or you can also use the size to make your logical volumes. Okay, now we are done with the creating the PVs and volume groups. Now we are going to make a logical volumes over here. Okay, what is called LV create, and say the first one is the name which you would like to give. I would like to say that LV1 or LV0 I would like to create. Okay, or maybe in small, you can give anything. Okay, I would like to specify the size. To specify the size, you have to provide capital L, and I would like to give maybe 4 GB in size, and which VG you would like to use to create this LV. So my VG name is VG0. What happens? The LV has been created. You can type LVS to see that there is a LV is there. Okay, yes, LV0 with 4 GB in size. Now I'm going to create one more LV create -L and type LV1, and what is the size you would like to give over here? okay, maybe 2 GB in size and VG0. Now you can type LVs. There is one more LV with the 2 GB in size. Okay, if you want to give details total, you can also use LV display /dv and VG and LV name, which will provide the total details. Okay, the LV size is 4 GB and currently the logical extents are 1024 and currently set to, okay, this is not actually this one, LV name, VG name and its path, and it's a complete UID, which is the uniquely generated one. Okay, now what happens, we have created the PVs and we have created the volume groups and we have created the logical volumes. From now the steps are same to create the file system and mount the logical volumes and make them permanent to mount. Okay, mkfs.ext4, I am going to make one of the partition as a ext4 and one of the partition as a xfs. Okay, make xfs ext4 file system and provide the path to that LV. So LV0, enter. So it makes the same stuff over here. One is formatted, and again I am going to format one more. One is that with mkfs.xfs file system and /dv vg0 lv1. Now we make the same partitions over there and over here. Now I am going to make mkdir two partitions, one to mount for ext4 part and one to mount xfs part. Okay, now edit /etc tab file over here and come down and add /dv /vg0 /lv0 and the mount partition would be ext4 part and the file system is ext4 and defaults and 1,2. So what is this my 1,2? 1 in the sense whenever the server has been rebooted, which should be the partition should be mustly present or else the system will not boot. The second in the sense number 2 in the sense scan for errors. If any block errors are there, just make that file system checks, and if any errors, correct it. Okay, that is the options over here. Okay, again I'm going to make one more partition, lv1 /xfs part and file system is xfs defaults and I'm going to make 192. Now mount -a and you can go ahead and see that there are two partitions which are mounted. One is the 3.9 GB in size and two is 2 GB in size. This is the LVM partitions, how you can make. How to extend your file system so without interrupting any applications or databases which are hosted on current partition. Okay, so rather are on LVM. So in previous session we see that how to create a logical volume and how to mount them permanently, but how to extend the file system so without interrupting the regular one, so are the existing applications. So the partitions we have created over here, it is that these are the two. So one is an XFS file system, another is an ext4 file system. Okay, so let's go first of all with the ext4 file system, and we can go ahead and see that VGs, whether we have some free space on the existing VG or not. Okay, yes, we have free space, like we have 33.99 GB, almost 39 GB free space, sorry, 34 GB free space we have on that VG, and which are hosted. Okay, example say that PV display -m will give you the detailed information. Sorry, I have to use sudo because so which will give you a details information how many physical extents are used and which physical extents are used from which way to where, all the details. Okay, you can see that over here, the physical segments and the extents from 0 to 1024. Okay, and which 1023 is used for LV0 and 1024 to 1535 is used for LV1. And we have still some free extents from 1536 to 5118. So what is the reason behind the physical extents? The physical extents are the block sizes. Blocks, actually those are extended. By default the physical extent size is 4 MB. You can increase or decrease the physical extends from 8 KB to 16 GB in size. Okay, while creating the PV you can specify the size of physical extent. Okay, so what does that mean? So which means that the disk which you have created nearby a 200 GB of PV, that is divided into the multiple small pieces like 4 MB 4 MB 4 MB. So if you in the sense if you multiply your values, okay, 4 MB into 5119, then your actual PV size will come. So that is called a physical extents or the logical extents, which means that the logical volume also have its logical extents. So how the logical extent, you can see that over here it is the pseudo LV display, and you can provide the logical volume details over here. You can see that the logical extents 1024 logical extents are there. So the same one, the PE size or the logical sizes is almost the same, because actually the LEs logical extents are divided from the physical extents, or which came from the physical extents. So we can indirectly call logical extents or the physical extents are almost same. Okay, so I'm just switching back to the root account over here to do all our extend operation. Okay, here what we are going to do already is that we have already a LVs. So we have LV0 and LV1. So one is the XFS partition and one is ext4 partition. So I'm going to extend ext4 partition over here. So you can see which one is ext4. So this is an XFS partition, LV1 is an ext4, and VG0 is an ext4 partition over here. Okay, to do that, what we have to do, simply method is that in this operation what happens whenever you do a extend or extending the LVMs. Okay, so here example I have the hard drive, right? Hard drive. In this I have made up to here so this is example, say that VG, your VG. Okay, so your VG is there over here, in this case VG0 over here, and this is your LV0. Okay, so you have file system on this. Now this file system is example say 2 GB in size. So I would like to extend this one. So the first whatever the options we are going to do over here, it is done for the extending. What we do here, it is that in this is the free space from the VG, right? Free space. So this free space, what we are going to do here is that we are going to add whatever the slice we would like to add to the VG. Example say from 2 GB plus 1 GB, okay, which is going to be a 3 GB in size. Now your logical volume is extended from 2 GB to 3 GB. But what happens here, it is that whatever the file system you have until the 2 GB is not going to be extended whenever you extend the logical volume. What we have to do over here, it is that we have to extend the file system as well. Whatever the file system is there on the existing disk or the existing logical volume, we have to extend over here. To do that, we will do a resize fs, which means that resize the file system to the entire whatever the disk you have added to the logical volume, so that now it becomes a logical volume with file system, so that these partitions extend you can use for your future storing your files and directories, all this stuff. So this is about the logic how we are going to do a extend on the LVM extend. So let's see how you can do that. So first of all, I have verified the VG, I have some space, and I verified the LVs. Okay, the LV0 I'm going to extend. Now what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add some space. Okay, LV extend. Okay, before that let's going to see that what is our LV0 size over here. It is around 4 GB with ext4 partition, right? ext4 file system. Now LV extend, and I'm going to add some space here. No need to specify any VG details over here because it directly pick the space from the VG itself, because the LV is already reside on the VG. Now I'm just going to add one more GB to over here, plus 1 GB. So you should be known that capital L I'm using over here, not small l. Okay, there is a difference between, so that's why you have to make sure capital L or small l, and provide the device path, so which is the VG0 and LV0. Now enter. What happens here is that now the VG0 LV0 has been extended from 4 GB to 5 GB, which means that from 1024 extends to it extended to 1280 extends. Now logical volume is successfully resets. Okay, now if you go to DF-H and see that ext4 partition, what is the size? Okay, 3.9 GB and 3.9 GB. Where is this 1 GB went? Okay, because what happens, as I explained you in a previous just now. Okay, LV0. So LV0 size is 5 GB, but what it is showing over there, it's only 4 GB. So what happens to that remaining 1 GB? So the remaining 1 GB is added to the your existing LV, but that LV extended space is not have any file system. So what you have to do now, you have to resize your file system. Means you have to make the file system in that existing LV, that extended part, so that your file system will come in use. Okay, to do that, resize to fs and provide the path /dv vg0 and lv0. Enter. What happens now? Your online resizing got completed successfully. Your blocks are extended, which means that your size has been, the remaining size has been formatted with the file system. Now you can see the space. So LV0 it's went to 4.8 GB in size. That's how you can extend your ext4 logical volume. Okay, if you want to extend a XFS, okay, it is also in a similar situation, but there is a different command to do that. Okay, so what you have to do, so is LV extend is same way, LV extend and -L, and I'm going to add the same space to the /dv /vz0/lv1. okay, now you can go and see that /xfs part, which is 2 GB, okay, which is not extended to 3 GB yet. Now in this case you don't need to run resize to fs. If you run resize to fs also, the LV is not going to be resized. So to remaining, you have to make the file system using the xfs underscore grow fs /dev, okay, vg0 lv1. So this way you are going to make your file system extended on the XFS. See this, now it become a 3 GB in size. That's about extending how to reduce your LVM size, okay, which only for ext4 file system. Okay, which are the steps I am going to do over here. It is that, okay, before doing this one, okay, there is a sixth step which is going to be check for any errors. Okay, these are the steps we are going to do actually for reducing your file system. First of all, shut down all your applications or the databases which are hosted on that LVM. Then complete the backup, okay, in the sense take complete backup of that LV. In case of any errors or in case of anything happened to that LV, you can restore the data back. And unmount the LVM file system, then assure the entry in file fs tab entry to unfortunate mounts or any mounts, okay, to prevent the mounting automatically. And these options, so what are the LV reduce procedure we are going to see in this session, it's only support for ext2 and ext3 and ext4 file systems, though there is no XFS file system support for this. Okay, you can reduce the XFS file system, but that needs to done with the different steps. Okay, and check for any errors, so which is going to be do on using the E2FSCK file system. So any block errors or any size errors which will be fix it before you do a reduce. Now we are going to see that which file system. So the file system is ext4 part, the mount point, and the ext4, this one we are going to reduce from 2 GB to 1 GB in size. Now I'm just going to do a fs tab entry over here and just comment this, and now unmount /ext4 part, and you can go ahead and see that there's no ext4 now, and you can just type mount-a for reconfirmation. Okay, there is no ext4 partition mounted back. Now just run e2fsck-f and go to /vg and lv path lv0, and now you can see that there is no errors found or there is no block issues, there is no size, this is all are fine. Now what we are going to do over here is that we are going to reduce the file system, which means that the first of all we do a resizing the file system, then reduce the actual LVM size. Okay, resize fs, okay, resize to fs and provide your LV path, okay, LV0. I'm going to reduce up to 1 GB, right? So that way I'm going to give you 1 GB in size. If you want to reduce up to, in the sense if your disk is 10 GB, then you would like to remove out of 8 GB from 8, then you have to do in reverse way. You have to do resize the file system to 2 GB, or if you want to only remove the 2 GB from 8, then you have to reduce your file system to 8 GB. So in this case I'm going to reduce to 1 GB, okay, the file system, because I want to remove 1 GB size from that partition. Okay, so do a resize of 1 GB. Now your file system has been reduced. Now you can reduce your LV reduce. Okay, I'm going to do a capital L and 1 GB size, okay, and which means that I'm just removing the 1 GB size from that partition, okay, and provide the path of /dv/vg0 and lv path. Okay, the partition is going to be reduced over here. Then your partition has been reduced from 2 GB to 1 GB in size. Now you just go to /etc/fs tab entry and uncomment this mount line, then type mount-a. Now you can go ahead and see that the file system ext4 has been come to 1 GB in size. Okay, so it's not exactly 1 GB because there is some mismatch in the extent sizes, so that's why it comes nearby 930 MB to nearby 1024 MB, something like that. Okay, So that is how you can reduce your LVM partitions. Okay, be careful while doing this LV reduce. Okay, don't confuse. If you confuse, you are resizing your file system, then the data may corrupt. Okay, what is swap and Linux, and how this swap is going to be useful in Linux? Let's see over here how a swap file system works, and what is the use of swap file system. Basically, we have physical memory in Linux machine, but whenever you have the physical memory on the Linux machine, the physical memory is not enough to serve for your upcoming applications. So example, say over here my RAM has 32 GB or 32 gigabytes in my system, but my application uses is more than 32 gigabytes. So how the upcoming applications are going to be accommodated, how it's going to be run on your machine? Whenever you are occupied your total RAM memory or your physical memory on the system, it get slowed, which means that your application opening is get slowed. Whenever you open any application, so you cannot open the application immediately. It takes a while to open the application because your physical memory is completely utilized. Then how you can free up that? So maybe you can kill that application and bring the memory. So that is not a good practice, because if your production application is running on your machine, all of the sudden in the middle of the process you kill that application, you can bring the server healthy, but your production will lose some hours of time to relaunch the application. So that is not a good practice to kill the applications and bring back the application. So in order to optimize that's the kind of applications, what we do is that we take some portion of your hard drive or the partition, a single partition, and switch on the swap on the hard drive. This swap, what it will do is that whenever the applications is coming into the physical memory, so whatever the inactive applications are, which means that example say in your machine you are opened a lot of applications. Example say you have browser, you have PowerPoint, you have some other tools which are maybe a video editing tools or gaming or other stuff, but all of these windows cannot be utilized in a single go. Maybe you are utilizing one or two applications on the active phase, but whenever your inactive applications are there, so continuously you are not touching those applications, you just opened it but you are not touching those applications. What it will do is that the intelligence of this memory, the kernel memory management, what it will do is, okay, this application is inactive for some time, then that will be the page in into the physical memory, the page out into the physical memory and page in into the physical memory. So like what it will do is that, so whatever the inactive application is there, then it will kick out from the physical memory and it store that information or that application related on the swap. So you will get some free room on your physical memory on the RAM, so that whatever the applications are coming into your system, that can be loaded faster. In this case, the swap memory can help you to boost up your system. So this is the scenario how the swap used, but the swap will be using a pages approach. What it will do, it will just page out some of these things to the physical ones and page in into the physical memory whenever it requires. So that's how it's going to do a swapping system. So the swapping is going to be always, if your RAM is going to be, example say that 10 GB in size, then 10 GB into 2, so which is going to be swap memory is 20 gigabytes in size. Like that you can make swap partition your physical memory into 2. But if you, in case of if you take example say my physical memory is 250 gigabytes, you cannot make 500 gigabytes of the swap space, which no use. In this case, what you can do is that maybe you can make until a 16 GB or 30 GB or 32 GB, something like that. The swap memory would be more useful, other than more keeping a more swap space on the physical hard drive may not be useful always. Let's see that some practically how it's going to be, and we can switch on some swap memory over here, create some hard disk and create some swap memory over here, and make changes to this one or mount that one and see how it works. See this? So here I'm just going to see this fdisk-L over here, and I have one hard drive, so which is 5 GB in size. This is one SDC. I have 5 GB in size, so I did not have any partitions over here. Let's see this fdisk-L/dv/SDC over here. So this is the 5 GB in size. I'm going to create a 2 GB in swap memory on it. Okay, let's see that what is the swap memory currently I have. So here I have currently 8 GB of total swap memory I have in this machine. My physical memory is 8 GB over here. Out of it 332 is used, and it's free, because you can see that the physical memory is completely free here. That's why you cannot see this any swap usage over here. But if you are going to use your physical memory, it's going to be little more, or it's going to be full, then your swap memory is going to be full, or your swap memory is going to be utilized. So in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create some partition over here on the SDC and make that as a swap file system. Let's see that. I'm going to say new partition, and I'm going to make primary partition on that system, and say that here I'm say 2 GB in size I would like to create, and you can see P printing, and the Linux file system, the system has Linux, but I don't want this one, so I would like to be converted this into the swap memory type partition. If you want to some help on these codes, you can see the type L, and you can see this all these codes. So which are the code is useful for you, you have to take this one. So 82 is the code which is going to be make Linux swap file system. So now I'm going to change the type of the file system, and the code is 82. Now you can go ahead and see that my file system is going to be Linux swap or Solaris kind of file system, and save and quit from this fdisk utility, and update this kernel module to know that you have created this partition SDC. So now you can see fdisk-L/dv/SDC over here. You can see this, the partition has been created, and the type is swap. Now what you can do, in order to make this swap, you have to make the swap file system on that disk so that it becomes a swap partition. In order to do that, you have to use mkswap/dv/SDC1, so which makes your swap settings on that particular partition. Go ahead and mount this swap in partition into the FS tab, or you can also directly switch on the swap partition directly using the swap on command. But I would like to show you that this is a permanent solution /etc/FS tab, and here you can /dv/SDC1, and now type swap and type swap, because swap does not have any mount points. That's why the default mount pass is going to be swap, and the file system is going to be swap, and it's going to be a default and 0 and 0. So swap is not mandatory, or if it is mandatory, if you would like to check error checking and all the stuff, but you can put 192. That is not required for the swap, so that's I'm just going to keep 0 and 0. Now you can do swap on -a, which is going to be automatically swap on the partition on this SDC1 automatically. Before that, even just going to show you swap on -yes. The currently swap on is there on /dv/dm1 file system, but if you do a swap on -a, you can see that there are one more partition is going to be added. So SDC, now you can go that free -m, see this. So before it was 8 GB in size, but now it is 10 GB in size. If you would like to switch off the swap partition, you can also use this swap off /dv/sdc1. Now you can go ahead and see that swap on -s, and see the swap has gone away. Like this, you can switch off or switch on. You can also switch on this swap on using some of the files, like emergency, if you would like to create some file on some of the partition, and that file you can make as a swap on. So that is not the practical is not there in this class, so maybe I will make another video for that. So this is how our swap is going to be maintained. Or you can also use blkid command in order to verify that swapping is on or that device or not. Over here you can see that, right? So this is how you can do a swap on, or maybe if you would like to verify that how many page ins, page outs all there, you can also use -a command, which can show you in detail information about how many pages are in and how many pages are out. Okay, all the information over here. Maybe I'm just going to show you this. Say this is the information. You can see that how many pages in and how many pages are, how many faults happened in this whenever you are creating the pages applications in and out. So this is the information you can get on the SAR command. So the system stat6 will show you that how many pages are in and how many pages are out. So how many pages are crashed while dumping from the physical memory into the swap or swap to the physical memory, so where the application crash happened, something like that. User administration. So how we are going to administer the users and create the users and delete the users and change their user properties and assigning the shells and all the stuff. We are going to see that. Before doing that, actually what type of users are there, what does mean by the user, so we have to get into the details kind of stuff. Okay, so what does mean by the user? So the user is a user who uses the system resources to do their work, accomplish their work, okay, with a minimal time, or with using this system they are going to do some work which is going to be done in reducing their manpower. So that is called as an actually user. So in this user, actually the users are 3 different users types in Linux. Okay, 3 types of users in Linux. So what are those? So one is a super user, okay, or administrator user, or we can say that root user. Okay, so first user is super user or administrator user or root user, which always the root user UID, in the sense user identification number, like whenever you join to some company they give some employee ID number, right? Same like in the users are identified on the Linux using the UID, not the username. So the UID of the username or user identification number is always 0 for the super user or the root user. So the next one is that normal users. Normal users, what are those normal users? Normal users are the users which are created by the administrators or which are created by root user. So those IDs start with 1000. In previous versions actually it was starting with the 500 actually, but nowadays there are services are increased, so many system services are coming in, so that's why they increased the number from 499 to 999 actually for that. So that's why the normal users are starting with 1000 to 65,000 nearby. So which means that the normal user IDs you can create from 1000, the UID numbers from 1000 to 65,000. So 65,564 some number is there, so that is an approximate normal users you can create on the system. So the normal users are the users which are created by the administrator accounts or root account. So the next one is the system users are service accounts. So the system users are service accounts. What does mean by system users? In the sense, whenever you install some service or there's some packages, along with that there are associated users are created with that to maintain those services. Example, say that if I install VSFTPD package, so what happens? So there is a FTP user is created by default, the system user account. The user account is responsible for that FTP services and maintaining this FTP permissions and all the stuff, but we can override them by changing the configuration files, all the stuff. But by default there are some users associated with that services, those called as a service accounts or system users. Example, say one more example is that if you install and configure the NFS service, there is a account called NFS nobody is being created, and whenever you share any NFS export from one server to another server, so that by default this NFS nobody is the property value is assigned to that folder or the directory. So that's why if you give the 777 permission to the NFS nobody on that particular directory, so it is a full permissions on the remote server. On the client side you can access full permissions. So like that there are some services which runs by default whenever you install some packages. Okay, those are called as service accounts are the system users. These IDs are starts from 1 to 999. So the first one is the root user, is always the user identification number is 0, and the next one is on a service account which number starts from 1 to 999, and the normal users are start from UIDs from 1000 to 65,564 something like that. So we got little information about the users, like what are the users and their types and their UID property details. Okay, now if you wanted to create any user on the system, so how the user will be created, so what are the files are modified and what are the files it uses to create the username or the user details on the system. So the system users will be created or the normal users will be created. So whenever you say something like user add command and say username, so it by default we create all the default properties like his home directory path, his login shell details, and his by default there is a group will be created with the username, and there are some files are defaultly copied like bash rc file and bash profile, and there are some other files like dot bash underscore logout will be created, right? So these are the files how they are created. So they are not created actually, they are copied from other different directory. So what are those directories and details I will tell you. And whenever you say user add, there are some files are modified, those files called /etc/password file. So there is a entry is going to be added for the user, and there is one more file is modified /etc/shadow file. Whenever you add the password to that user, so the password has been encrypted and added to this shadow entry, and there is a one more file is modified with gshadow. If you added those user to the group and group password has been allocated, this will be modified, but by default this file is not modified if you add the user. If you add the user and /etc/skel directory, these files will be copied to the /home directory if you create the home directory path. In the sense /-m is used, or by default user add permissions are specified that create home directory, then the shell directory will be, details will be copied to the that home path. One more entry is added is that into the /etc/group is that whatever the username you create, the username by default create the default primary group for that user. So the primary group most of the times it's mandatory because you have to add some permissions to that user. These are the files. The files are modified whenever you create or type some user add command. So let's see that now. So user add command would be a system administrator command. We have to execute this command using the root user or the sudo user. So I'm switching back to the root user now. From actual user to the root user, I have switched back from here to here and say let's go to the /etc/password file and see that there are some entries. So what are they? So there are actually, these are all the users called as by default system users. You can see that these are called as system users are created by default for each and every service they maintain. Cronny is a time service, so which maintains the system time or the sync with the NTP. NFS nobody, you can see that this is an anonymous NFS user. Like that, there are some by default SSHD. So this is also one service account privilege separated for SSH. This is in a normal account which is created by the system root user. So it is start with the 1000. Now what are these fields? Okay, these fields, let's clear the screen and grep for that user. You can explain clearly over here. Okay, this first is called as is username login name. This is the login name you have to, the user has to use to log into the system, and there is a after semicolon there is a X, right? So this X indicates that the password has been encrypted and added into the /etc/shadow file. If you directly add the password without using the password command, it adds the password over here, but that is not recommended always. But if you want to encrypt, you have to use the password command. The password will be encrypted using the whatever method you specified and the logon defaults. And this is the 1000 first 1000 is a user identification number, in the sense that every user in the Linux is identified only with the user identification number. If you can change the login ID of the user, but the UID may not always changed, because if you change this UID, the permissions whatever you given to the user will be revoked. But you can change the login name, but the permissions will be as it is. This is is primary group identification number, in the sense group also an identification number. So this is called as a primary identification number. So for the user, there is only one primary group can be assigned, but you can assign multiple secondary groups. So this is just a comment or the description of the user, and this is the home path of the user. So whenever the user has been logged in, by default he go to his home path, and there is associated files and directories will be saved by default on this directory. And if the user is logged in, by default this shell will be logged in the sense whenever you say type shell, so it shows that he is into bash shell. So but if the user command, user add command you typed, where these defaults or where this configuration comes by default, say that okay, this user has to have this number, identification number, or home directory path is this, and shell ID is this, all the stuff, those details will be come from here. So that there are some defaults has been specified into this directory /etc default /user add. So in this there are some defaults specified. So this is called by default the group identification number, and home path is home. Okay, if you change this by default home to somewhere else, whenever you say user add, that user home path will be created on that directory directly. Inactive in the sense the user will be never inactive, which means that -1. In the sense the user is not disabled by default. If you want to disable, you can specify the expiry account permanently are disabled, something like that, specifying the how many days you wanted. By default user will be disabled. So when the user should expire, so expiry details has not been specified over here. And by default shell bash, you can change the bash to somewhere else, but by default bash provides good things, that's why most of the people use bash. And where that files copied from, in the sense by default there is a directory called /etc/skel, that in that there are some files. Okay, if you go to /etc/skel, there are some hidden files. So this is the bash etc logout bash profile. Here if you can create some files, example say that default home file, something like that, and here I am editing something like this, default file for testing, something like this. I have added this file. So whenever the user has been created, this file will be copied to his home path. And create mail spool. For by default, do you want to create the mail spool for the user? If this is marked as yes, then it will create the mail spool. If you say this marked as a no, then it will not create any mail spool. Okay. So these are the some default settings, but there are few more details. By default login definitions, these are the login definitions will be created whenever you say user. So what are the properties of that user login definitions? Here are some definitions. So you can see that mail directory, so where the mail directory of the user will be created, /var/pool mail, the directory will be created over here. And if you go to some more details over here, the password max expire details, okay, minimum length and minimum days, okay, warning age, all the defaults has been set over here. So which means that the minimum of the days for password is going to be used, or minimum days allowed between the password changes, all the details is specified over here. And UID, so here are the UIDs has been specified. The minimum is this one and the maximum is 60,000, and the system UIDs are minimum 2001 to maximum is 999, as I told you before. The GIDs are starts with from 1000 and the maximum 60,000. GID, system GIDs, in the sense the system user GIDs 2001 to 999. And you wanted to create the home directory, yes. If you specify this as a no, so if you specify if you do not specify any home path details, so home directory has been will not create by default. If you say this one as a no, what is the umask value for that user will be assigned. And user group, in the sense by default do you want to create any user group for that user? If you say yes, then it will create the primary group with the is username. If you say no, then it will not create primary user. Okay. And what is the encryption method you wanted to use for your password? So this is the method has been used to encrypt your password. So we have know that where are those files. So the first one is /etc/skel directory, and will be copied, the files will be copied from skel directory to the home path. And one more is /etc/default/user add is defaults, which is specified login shell home directory path, all the stuff. And one more thing is /etc/login.def is the path which is specified your user group details and login expiry password age, all the stuff. And password encryption method also specified over here. We got most of the details, like whenever you say user add and what are the details will be copied or what are the files are modified, you can verify your details. Now let's go and create one user and see whether we are getting the details or not. So now I am not specifying anything over here, just to say user add test1. So I am not specifying any home directory path or login shell or any details, just to say user add test1 and create is password of the test1, and user created and password also created for that user. Now go and see whether we have the entries in /etc/password test. Yes, we had the entry over here. And go to /etc/group and see that is there any group has been created. Yes, test1 group has been created. Now go to /etc shadow file and grep for test. So there is a encrypted shadow password has been created and his password aging, all the details has been created. Now go to /home path and see that there is a user directory has been created. Yes, go to that path and see there is a default has been copied. Yes, default has been copied, and you can see that ls-la there are some files which are copied from scale directory. So now what left? Most all the details has been created, a group created. Okay, whatever we discussed on this, the files has been modified and created. And now, so if you want to create any user with a custom shell or the custom expiry date or home directory path, you wanted to create your own customized user definition, then you can use this command. This is the most useful command for you, and you can use this command to create your user properly, which means that you can customize as it is. Okay, example, say I want to create the user with the 2000 UID number, and I wanted to create a user with the primary group which is called test1. Okay, in the sense small g in the sense primary group, capital G in the sense secondary group. You can specify a number of groups. Example, say that I wanted to add to the multiple groups something secondary groups like this. You can also specify if you have any other user something like this. Okay, but I don't want to add into the any pseudo users. First primary group and secondary group, and if you want to specify a comment about the user, administrator user for RCSA. Now I'm going to specify a shell /bin/bash, or you can specify any other, or I'm going to specify his home path would be going to be /opt user or RCSA, something like that. His home path is going to be /opt/RCSA, and I'm going to create his password directly, or you can specify the password or not specify the password. Maybe you can use after some time, or if you want to specify any expiry date for this user. Example, say I want to specify this user account to be expired on maybe next month 20th, something like. You have to specify your expiry user expiry date, like year, month and date, and what else. So these are the system properties you can specify. If you want to specify non-encrypted password, example, say that I wanted to create his password like something like this, RCSA 123 something like this. Then you can use this, and the finally you have to give the username of that user, which username you wanted to create. And so there are few more options if you want to create. Okay, so now you can go to that RCSA user and see that the home path has been created, and now you can go to the password and type RCSA. You can see that the user ID has been created with the 2000, and the UID and GID has been created with the test1. The test1 is 1001, and the description what we have given, administrator user for RCSA, and home path /opt/RCSA, and the login details has been created. Like this, if you want to create your custom details, or if you want to specify something like minimum UID details or maximum UID details, or if you want to create multiple user accounts, also you can also do that. How to change user properties? You already created some users, but you wanted to change settings of the users, or you wanted to change you wanted to move his home directory from one location to another location, or you wanted to change his login name, or lock the user or unlock the user. Maybe you wanted to change some password, aging details, all the stuff. How you can do that? You can do that using the usermod command. The usermod command, which means that modifies the system account files to reflect the changes that are specified on the command line. So the command line is used to change the user properties. So how you can do that? Example, say we take some example from a last created user. Okay, maybe test1. So the username is test1 has been created over here, but I don't like the user login name. Like I don't want test1 something like that. I wanted to change to some meaningful username for that user ID. So how you can change that? So you can simply say that usermod -small l and provide the login name, and the new login name. So I just wanted to change is new login name from test1 to Ravi. Now if you type test1, so there is no test1 login name actually, so but the home path is test1. So if you want to move his home path from that directory to somewhere else, so you can move that. So how we can move that? Usermod -small m in the sense move home path, okay, /home and say Ravi and provide the login name of that username. Okay, so how you can change is user ID details or his comment. So you wanted to add to the multiple groups, so how we can use that? Usermod, if you want to add him to the multiple groups, you can use GA or AG, okay, because A in the sense append the group. Okay, if you say only G, which means that you have to add existing groups and details also. So I wanted to append the user group details over here. So using what user ID group you wanted to add? I wanted to add to the Ravi, and root group also I wanted to add the username is Ravi. Now you can provide the username so that you can see that what are the groups he is added into. You can see that root group is added and Ravi also is added. If you want to add some more users or details, you can also add even using the capital G is a secondary group. If you want to change primary group details, you can also change the primary group details using the small g. Sorry, no append actually, because the primary group cannot be appended, so it should be changed. So that now you can see that before it was test1, now it is. Now if you want to change back again to the test1, you can change that. That is the primary group changing. If you want to log the user, or if you want to change the login shell of the user, which means that the user is system user account, or the user is provided only to switch to the from user to user only. I don't want to give him a login shell. You can simply change his login shell to the no login shell, which means that he cannot remotely log into that user using that user. You can simply say /has been/no login and provide the username. Now you can go to that /etc/password entry and see that the Ravi user does not have the login shell to login. Okay, you cannot remotely log in, but you can switch from one user to another user. If you want to revert back again, wanted to change the login shell, you can use /bin/bash and provide the username. Any shells you can use. You can simply type cat/etc shells. Okay, these many shells are available in your machine. You can change any shell. Okay, no login shell is particularly used to block the user from logging from remotely. If you want to change the user to be logged, I just wanted to log and observe that the user having some login attempts. unwanted login attempts. I wanted to log the user immediately. You can simply use capital L, so which will add the exclamatory mark on the /etc/shadow file over here, and go ahead and see that. So here there is an exclamatory mark has been added over here. See this? That exclamatory mark indicates that the user is logged. If you want to unlock the user again, you can simply use capital U to unlock the user, and go ahead and see that the exclamatory has been gone from here. So that indicates the exclamatory is that the user has been logged. If there is no exclamatory mark in front of the password, that means that the user is unlocked. So like that you can use. There are some other options to change these primary groups and secondary groups, or if you want to inactive the user completely, you can also use user mode -f and say username, so that the user will be inactive, not the password. The user itself is going to be inactive. If you want to set some expiry date for the user, in the sense the user can only be some users they joined as a contractors, or there some users they join only for internship for certain days. So you don't need to go and manually do is expiry date or all the stuff. You can simply specify the expiry date using the user mode -e in the years, example say years, and date, sorry, month and date, something like this. So the user is going to be automatically expire on that particular date. So these details will be appended to the shadow file. You can see that the user is going to be appended to this file, and say the user is going to be expired automatically on that particular day itself. So the user is going to be expired, he cannot log into the user. So again you have to come back to us and expand his expiry date to some other days to some other day. Or if you wanted to add some user comment, example say his description, user role description, or from user location or something like that, you can also add something like this, United States user or administrator, something like that, and provide the username. So if you can go ahead and see on the /etc password file, and you can see this. So the user comment has been appended from here to here. So the comment will be very helpful whenever you wanted to describe the user, like based on his location, based on his role, or based on his property details, or whatever it is convenient for your information, or convenient for you to identify the user. So you can specify that description, which will be very helpful on you. Example say I wanted to create a non-unique user, which means that the user wanted to share their UID details. In the sense, one UID I wanted to create multiple users. You can also do that using the -o option. You can also use that user mode example say user mode -o, and specify the UID number. Example say I wanted to specify 1001, and you can also specify his user ID number and specify the username. So first of all, actually we have to add the user, then modified his property details to the details, so that using the single UID or non-unique user you can create multiple logins. Like that you can use, but that is not a best practice always. I do not encourage you to create that. Now so going to the password expiry information details, so there is a command called change. You can simply type change-l and provide the username. So by default the password expires, so there is no expiry date, or password inactive, so there is no inactive because it says never, and the last password change is so and so date, and expires. When it expires, we set the expiry date, right? So 22nd, so the account is going to be expired on these days. And what is the minimum days between the password change, and maximum days, this many days, number of warning, in the sense when before these days, before 7 days, the user is going to be warned that your password is going to be expired, something like that. So if you give something like this, then the user is going to be never inactive or never going to be expired. So that's going to be a not easy task to manage multiple users on the servers. So you have to always specify the user expiry date and their account expiry details, because if the user left the organization, then account is still there, then they can we forgot to disable or we forgot to remove the user account, then they can still have the access to the server. So they may be access to the server and they may do something after leaving the organization, kind of stuff. But it's always in a good practice to set their expiry date or inactive details and all the details, so that you specify or you compile with the security program. Let's do that. So how we can do that? Using the change command, and you can using the -m, you can specify minimum number of days to change the password age. So I specify 0, and the maximum days to be changed every 90 days. I wanted to change the user to change the password, and the warning details to be before 10 days to expire the password is going to be provide the details, and when is going to be expiry dates, or example, say you wanted to specify last day, something like that. You can also specify the expiry date details, capital E. You can specify when the user is going to be expired. Example, say I wanted to extend this user to here with the 28 date, and say username. And now go to details, and you can see that the password is going to be expired, password is not inactive. So I am not going to inactive the use password, but I say account is going to be expired, and the password minimum is to be changed, this one, and the maximum is to be 90 days, and before 10 days the user is going to be warned. So like this, you can use the change command to change the user details or the user password aging details, so that the compile with the security information or the security of the users. Example, say you don't wanted to give any unauthorized access to the unauthorized persons, so that's why the system will take care automatically expiring the user details and all this stuff. How to modify the delete and set the group password and remove the group password, all the stuff in this video session. Let's start it. So in this video session, I'm going to create a group. Group add. I'm just going to create a group called fin user, something like that, which says permission denied, because I'm not the root. So always you have to execute this command from the root user. So now what I'm doing here is that group add, just to say fin users. So there is a group created called fin users. You can see that the group name is fin users, and group ID is 1002, and there are other groups also, test1 also group. And I'm going to say the group I'm going to add are users, okay, maybe user 1 I say, and I'm going to add this user, and user add user 2, user add user 3. I have created sample users over here, and their groups also created automatically. So how we can modify the group, their secondary group, the user secondary group. Let's verify first what are their first groups and second groups. You can use id command to verify the user's properties. So is created the username called user1 2001 and the group called user1, and is the primary member of this. So in the same way, user 2, user 3 also in the same way. So I'm going to add user mode, modify the secondary group of user 1 to fin users, and say I am going to add user 1, I'm going to add user 2. I'm going to add user 3 as well. Now verify the users. Who are the users? Sorry, it does not work. Now user property has been changed. You can see that the secondary group of users had added into the fin users group. Now you can just simply go to the /etc and the group file. You can see that the users are added into the fin users group. Now if you want to make that the group confidential, which means that if any administrator wanted to add any members to that group, so they do not want it to add, in the sense I don't want to add any other administrators to that group. So what you can do that here is that you can protect your group using the password. How you can do that? Like this, you can set the password for that group. So now what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to create one more user called user4, and I'm going to add user mod -G fin users and user4. So is the root, so they can add into that group. But if any member from this group, example say user4, and say if you wanted to add, so you cannot add it. Or if I go to the again back to the normal user over here and say user mod G, and say I want to add a user4, so it's already there, fin user and user4, user fin user fin users, so is already added into the group like that. So you can add it, but what that will say here is that if you enable the password for that particular group, whenever you wanted to add or remove the group, so it will ask you for the password. Example say I don't want to give any user to the administrator rights, but I can give a temporary administrator right to the particular user to add any member to that group. Example say I'm just creating user 5 over here, and I'm going to user 4 and say user mod G over here, and say fin users, and I'm going to add user 5. What it says? It says user command is permission denied. But what I can do here is that if I give the permissions to that particular user to add into the group, then what happens is the administrator is become administrator of that group, then he can add any member to that group. So the command called pswd and capital A, and provide the username and provide the group name. So what happens now? The user 4 who is the member is become an administrator to that fin users. Now if I change back to the user 4, of course he has to have the user mode command access. Okay, I don't think he had it. Let's see over here fin users, and I'm going to add user 5. Say the user not the, it's a permission issue, but it's the command issue actually. So we have to add them into the sudoers, then you can add into the members. So if you want to add a multiple users to the group at the same time, you can simply say user 1, user 2, user 3, and user 4, and user 5, and group name. So multiple users you can add into the group using the G password -M is the command. You can simply do that. So as of now what we did here is that we have created the group and added the members, and if you want to remove the member from the any of the group, you can simply use the G password capital small d and say which user you wanted to remove. I wanted to remove user 4 from the fin users group. So removing user 4 from fin users group. You can just go to the user 4 and see that there is no fin users group. He is removed from that group. Like that, if you want to remove a 2, let's see that here fin users are there, but I wanted to remove him from the fin users group 2, and now you can go ahead and see that the second user went out of the fin users group. Like that, if you want to remove, add, or if you want to give him a administrator access, you can also use G password capital A and provide the group name and provide the username. Here username user 4 and fin users. So what happens here is that whenever you provide something like this, so the user 1 becomes an administrator for that particular group, so that he can add any members to that particular group, and he can manage that group permissions, okay, all the stuff. Like that, you can make one of the administrator to the particular group. If you want to change a group properties, example say group mod, we use user mod to modify the user properties, and you can use group mod. And if you want to change a ID of the any group, example say that I say group, so here there is a group ID called fin users, it is 1002, right? So now I'm going to make that group modifications of that particular GID from 1002 to 1015, something like this, and I'm going to provide the username group name over here. So what happens, the particular group property has been changed. Now you can see that the group ID from 1002 to 1015 has been changed, but what are the permissions you provided to this group will be go off, because the file permissions will be obtained using only the GID and the UID only, not the name. That's why, so whenever you are changing this ID number of the group, so you have to be careful that we don't know what is the permissions you have. So you have to verify all the permissions with particular group, then you have to change all manually. So if you change the GID, it is not a good practice, but we still have a option to change the group ID number and group name. So if you change the group name, that does not affect anything, so just a group name only. So the first one, group name, how we can change it here is that provide the new group name. So I want to change from fin users to ENG users, then say the old name is fin users. So now you can go ahead and see that the fin users are modified from fin users to ENG users. So like that, you can change the group properties and the user properties, delete the users. You can also simply delete that user. Example say that if you go to /home, here there are some users and home directories has been already created. You say userdel and say user 5, just delete the user 5, but you can see that there is a user home directory still exists, in the sense whatever the user has been saved, user saved their data, so the data directory will be still exist. If you want to delete entire directory and everything from the user properties, user data, everything, you can delete that. But always a good practice is that to back up any user's home directory fast, then delete the user second. But userdel -r-f and provide the username, so you can the user directory settings and everything will be wiped off of that particular user. Like that, you can delete any user is properties everything using the -r and -f. -r will delete this home directory and all the settings and everything. -f is forceful to delete all the settings of that particular user. You can simply use userdel and username, so just delete and you can say user delete and -r-f will delete entire stuff of that particular user. Like this you can use the user del command and gpassword command, user group add, group del and group mod commands to modify the user properties and group properties. So access control list, so which is an advanced level of permission or the granular permissions you can give on the file and directory levels, so that you can control in a more way that you can give the access. So let's see what is this access control list. So access control list is used to provide more flexible and granular permissions to files and directories. If you want to provide the file permissions read only to the particular users, you can provide that particular file itself, so that granularly you can provide the access. So the scenario here is that, so when this ACL comes into the picture, so provide read and write permissions to /testing/techarkit file and to a Ravi user. So here we have to provide the permissions to the say testing/techarkit file to the user a Ravi. So this we can provide is that we can change the ownership, but here it's saying that you should not change the ownership of the file. Again, you should not add the Ravi to the any other group which is owning that file, since if you add to that group not only that particular file, so whatever the group has the permissions, the Ravi should get. Okay, so that should not be the case. So revoke other permissions to particular file. Example, you should not you revoke the file to others, which means that /testing_techarkit should not have others permissions. If you have the other permissions, then all the users on that system will have the access, right? But we don't want that others to be accessed. So a Ravi should be able to read and write to that particular file. So that's the scenario here. Change the ownership of that particular file, and you should not add to the group or others. If you revoke the other permissions, still the a Ravi should be able to access the particular file. So that's the scenario here. So let's see this. So here are some commands. So you can set the ACL here. So granting an additional user read access, example, so in this case Ravi, right? So set FACL, and U is for user, G is for group, and O is for others in this case. So FACL, I'm just setting up the mode is user, then the username is here Lisa, but you can change that Lisa to the Ravi user and read only permission. So we say read and write, so why RW file here. So this way what happens, the user will get the appropriate permissions. So revoking the write access from all groups and the named users. So this is something like we can remove the access from all the groups, removing a named group entry from all file ACL, so that user group staff permissions will be revoked from that particular file. Okay, and get FACL, you can replicate the particular ACL from the file to the another file, and copying the access of the particular directory to the another directory. So that is the command. Remove all ACL entries. So if you want to remove all ACL entries and permissions for that particular file, set FACL-B will remove everything and clean up that file, which means that the file will be reset to default permissions. So that's the few examples here. Let's jump into the practical and see more detailed stuff. So here is my server. Here I logged in as a Ravi user. So here what I'm going to do is that, let me create the directory here, sudo mkdir/testing and let's switch back to the testing and create file. In this, let's say tech ARKIT. Okay, so what we did is that we just created the testing folder. Under that we created this file called tech ARKIT. So this file is already owned by root user and the group also. So owner is root and group is root. So I don't want to change this ownership and group ownership here. Okay, I don't want to change it, but I want to add the permissions to the ARavi user. So that's what we can do is here is that set FACL-M and U for user. Which user you wanted to set is ARavi, and set read and write permissions to particularly that file. Okay, so this is the command we have to type. So here set FACL-M is for mode and U for user and username, and I'm providing the read and write permissions to that particular file. So now go to get FACL and type this file name here. You can see this, the user ARavi has the permissions to rewrite that particular file. Now let's open this file and try to write this something. This is testing ACL, something like this, and save this file and try to do that. So now the user ARavi is able to write the content on that particular file. So this is how. So we did not change the, okay, let me revoke the others permissions here. So this might be due to others permission, something like that, right? So what the permissions we have, read and write is 640 and take care KIT. Now let's see that get FACL take care KIT. So you can see that the effective user permissions read write, okay, and the user read write, group read, mask read, others do not have any permissions over here. If you type ls-ltr also, you can see that. So the read write for the users and group read only, and plus there is some other permissions which has, so which is the this one. Open this file and try to write some content on this. Okay, now save it. So it should able to do this perfectly. So that's what the ACL you can set using that files. So if you want to remove the permissions, you can also do that using the same command, like sudo set FACL-M, and you can just use the username here and do not provide any permissions, so that will revoke the access. Okay, now get FACL, say this. So user do not have any permissions, all are blank. Now try to open this file and write something which is saying that this is read only, so you cannot do anything. So just try to open this file which says that permission denied. So that's the ACL you can apply for particular user. So if you want to apply the similar permissions to the group, so how we can do that? Sudo set FACL and -M for mode and G for group. So group name we have to provide, and provide read and write execute permissions maybe to that particular file, and try to run this get FACL. Now you can see that there is another entry with the group name. The group name is A Ravi, and you can see this, there are some permissions exist on that particular file. That's the method you can use, method to use assign the permissions to particular user and the group. But example, if you want to replicate this permissions, example this file permissions exactly to the another file, so how you can do that? So you just need the get FACL of this one and assign to the another file. So this is how get, let's see, get FACL, okay, and file name. So this is the file name, we have to use it. And now set FACL and passing this input to the that file, set file equal to, and there is a space in between. So here we need to create another file. Okay, let's create touch test to something like this, and get FACL of that test2 file. You can see that there is a user read write file permissions, but we do not have any others ACL has been set to that particular file. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to test2, add this file here. Now okay, now you can see that get FACL and test2. See that? So whatever this file has the ACL, so the same ACL has been replicated to the another file. In similar way, you can also replicate the ACL permissions for the particular directories. Example, I'm just wanted to create some directory here, mkdir ACL1 and ACL2. okay, I have created two, and I'm just setting some ACL to the particular directory. So this directory here, let's see, UG A Ravi, and I would like to provide read and write execute permissions to the ACL1 here, sorry, ACL1 here, and I want to set the group permissions also full. So now get FACL to that particular directory ACL1. You can see now the group A Ravi and group user A Ravi has full rights on this read and write execute permissions on that particular directory. Now I want to replicate the same permissions to the ACL2 directory. Okay, let's before see get FACL ACL2 here. So ACL2 do not have any permissions here. Get FACL and now hyphen access that particular directory name, and pipe that permissions to the set FACL -d for directory and capital M and provide the directory name here. Okay, so now you can see that get FACL to the secondary directory. So you can see now the permissions has been replicated. You can see that default user, default group. So this is the way you can just replicate this ACLs from one file to another file and one directory to another directory. If you want to clear the ACL on that particular file, you can see that set FACL and -b and say test2, sorry, -b test2. Let's run get FACL test2. So now all the SCL has been gone, ACL permissions has gone on that particular file. That's about the ACL permission. So Let's see some special permissions. The special permissions are set UID, set GID, and sticky bit. So these are very high level view of that particular permissions, and as well where you can use them in order to effectively use these permissions. So set UID is a Linux file permission setting that allows a user to execute that file or program with the permissions of the owner of that file. This is primarily used to elevate the privileges of the current user. So example is /etc/password. So /etc/password is owned by the root and root user, but when you are running this password command from the particular user, so the user also able to execute that particular file. So how is going to execute it? Because it set the UID, so the password will be executed using this ownership of the root, and the file is executed with the root permissions. So that's the example here. And set GID is also similar like set UID. A process when executed will run as the group that owns the file. So example is that cron tab. So cron tab has the cron tab is a group ownership, so that runs with that particular set GID. So that's the simple example. So in similar way, whenever you are executing the file which runs the group ownership, so if you are the part of the particular group, then you can able to execute that file. So that's the simple method. Sticky bit. So when sticky bit is set on a directory, the files in that directory can only be deleted by the owner. So this is a more of protecting the files. Example, the owner create the files, then the owner can only delete the files. So that simple is sticky bit. So here is the some permissions for how we can make that set UID permission. Symbolically you can see as whenever set you see S, and the numerical value of that one is 4, and set GID, and symbolical value of that one is S, and numerical value is set to 2, and the sticky bit is T. You can see here. So I just applied one of the sticky bit set UID set GID on this particular file, and you can see that here this is how you can see that set UID and set GID and sticky bit permissions on that particular file and directory. Okay, and if it is a numerical value, so the numerical value of that particular set UID is 4, set GID is 2, and sticky bit is 1. Okay, so let's see how we can apply these permissions using these commands. So this is the commands you can apply it. So set apply. To apply the set UID permissions, you can use the chmod command. So we already see this similar command on file permission apply. So this is on a file and directory permissions, so you can use chmod U+S in the sense UID, setting the UID, and chmod. Here there is a 4, right? This 4 makes this set UID on that particular file, and applying this GID permissions, and you can use G+S, and you can also use 2 is the number with the numerical value, and assign the sticky bit. So it's simple that you don't need to use user or group anything. You just press T on that particular file and directory, then you can see that they can only do that. And chmod, so this is the one is the sticky bit value. You can assign that particular file path, okay, or directory path. So let's see practically how it's going to apply on this server. So example, here is my server I have. So I just wanted to create some directories here. Sudo mkdir set make advanced permission, something like that, and I just go into the Okay, and I just go into that slash advanced permissions here, and what I do is that first of all, to set this, I will just set the 777 permissions to this particular directory, and I will first apply the sticky bit value to this file. Okay, so now sudo chmod 177 and that particular file directory here, and go to that particular directory, and now you can just create a touch Ravi. So what you can see now, the file has been created here. So if I apply this 177 to that particular file, okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create a new user add for example, say test user, something like this, and I'm just setting that password for that particular user. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to switch back to that particular user, test user, and try to do this, and now go to this advanced permissions file, and you can see this file is completely read and write execute file permissions to all of the users. Also full permissions are allowed. So right to remove this file. Okay, and see now what it's saying, the operation not permitted, cannot remove Ravi, because we have applied the sticky bit. That's why the other users cannot delete that particular file, since it has a full permissions, but you cannot delete the particular file. To provide a root user access or sudoers access without giving them a root password, or without giving them any related to the root, but they can run any command as a root. Okay, so how we are going to give that? So access levels, so that is called in this, here it is that sudo. Okay, sudo means, sudo stands for substitute user do. Okay, substitute user do or super user do, which means that by default the super user is root, right, in the Linux. So the whatever the super user do, if you want to do as a root as a user, normal user, then what you require to configure, or what you require to add into the configuration files, so that the user becomes a super user, can do as a super user. Okay, what sudo does is an incredible and important and crucial to many Linux distributions, like not only the single Linux distributions, so across all the Linux distributions you can configure these sudoers access and allow users to run a program as a root user. How you can do that? So using this sudoers file, so what it makes in the sense, whenever you say to run any command, or particular commands can only be run as a root user, so cannot be run as a normal user. So always to switch back to the root user, and they have to type the commands from the root. If they roam the root, then they can change anything, right? So restrict the users and provide them only the particular commands to run, and log them what they are doing. So giving the permissions from the sudoers, it gives you a limited user privileges, and as well as it logs all the options to the file. So whenever they type any command, it logs to the file. So that is the main intention, to give the permissions through the sudoers. So If you give directly root password, though they can do anything, right? So instead of doing that, so we are going to give them a permissions. The permissions can be added over here into the /etc/sudoers files. Either you can edit this file. So now you can see that the user does not have any permission to edit the sudoers files. Rather, you can also do vi sudo to edit the sudoers files. Another way, any way you can do that. So now what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to give the permissions this particular user. So if you want to edit any sudo, you have to switch back to the root user first of all. Now I'm going to use vi sudo over here. So this is the default configuration file. In this we have configuration stuff, right? So what I'm doing over here is that I'm just moving that file /etc/sudo. Sorry, I don't want to move it. I just say cat /etc sudoers, okay, and I'm just backing up that file to /opt/sudo or something like this. So now what I'm doing here is the class /etc. I just wanted to make that value completely null to /etc sudoers. Now so nothing in sudoers file. Now what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to write a complete sudoers file so that it explains you better way you can understand that. So here first of all what you have to specify is that host alias specifications, which means that you can add a number of server names over here or single server name, whatever it is, you can add both. So the first of all the host aliases, host alias, and the host alias name you can assign to any group, or you can alias directly write the username. Example, say I say file or something like servers. I say servers, and I'm going to add the usernames over here. Okay, so my server name is this one and my server name is server. I added this one like this, you can add. Okay, the first one is the example. I'm just for details, host alias, and the next one is user alias. User alias in the sense if you want to make any group like user underscore alias equal to, so maybe if you want to make some admins as a group, admins. Here I want to add the users like this, Ravi user 1. Okay, here it should be a space, user 2, something like this. There becomes the admins group. Now you can specify command aliases. Okay, command alias. So the command alias in the sense the shortcut name for the commands. So you can add like each and every command add into the one line, or you can also specify like groups. Example, say command alias. Command alias is equal to something like custom commands. Say custom commands. Here you have to add full path to that command. Example, say I'm just going to add sbin /mount comma /sbin /fdisk comma /sbin /parted /sbin / these are the super user commands. So I'm just specifying over here / you can also add like what are the commands you would like to give to the any user access. Maybe these are the commands I'm just going to make as a custom group, and maybe I'm going to make some other aliases which are like administrator.
administrator, something like this. And here I'm just specifying /sbin/star, which means that whatever the command which are there in the /sbin, they are going to execute. Or you can also specify some command, only normal command aliases. Example, I am just specifying for examples to show you over here. So here I am specifying chmod, which is a very important command in to change don't change any file permissions over here. And I am again adding one more command alias over here, is called chown equal to /bin/chown. This is the file. You can add command aliases, user aliases, and server aliases. Now you can define the policies. So here you can define the policies like by default, whenever the command somebody typed wrong, then you should get email alert, or you should add the timestamp to the commands whatever they type. Log year, okay, log the tickets, like, which means that the TTY ticket numbers, all the details if you want to add, and you want to add the default log file somewhere else, you should specify whatever the commands you type over here. Okay, here I'm specifying defaults, something like this, and defaults syslog, example that it should log the syslog to authentication, and any insults, which means that somebody typed the wrong passwords, or they are trying to do something, that should be logged, and send an alert. And I'm again saying defaults over here. The log file, default log file is, or I'm going to write into /var/log/sudo.log file, and again the defaults I'm going to specify is the timestamp underscore timeout value equal to 0, which means that no waiting, so it's going to immediately write, and log the year as well. So in the time it does not write the full year actually, but in this case it writes the full year. And again I'm going to define the mail option, which means that whenever something wrong, they should send a email alert to my email address, and here, and when the mail should send always, and specify also mail backups, and mail no user, in the sense it will not mail to the users, it mails only to the root user or the specified user. And when it is sent again, so when they do a bad password, okay, here I don't want any things, I want to add as a bad password. This is the configuration I specified. Now I'm going to specify a user details. Here allow users to run any commands. I am allowing the first of all root user, I am allowing to the all the commands, and root specified into the all, and I'm specifying the user A Ravi to run all related, and I'm specifying over here it is that no password it will ask while running any commands. Like this you can specify, and you can also specify group names. Example, I would like to specify the group name called engineers. So this is the default group you can create, and you can provide the permissions to them. All equal to, example, I specify all, or I specify no password,
and they can only execute something like custom commands, these custom commands. Or you can also specify admin groups. Example say admins or admins one. Example say I already have admins over there. So here all and all, and I am going to say administrator. They are going to execute. In the engineers, or if you want to make any other group, example say I would like to make something like a DBA group over here. They also execute all the commands or all the administrator commands, but I would like to restrict there some commands. The restriction commands you can type over here. It is that using the exclamatory over here, chmod. So who are the member of DBA group? They don't want to run chmod or ch1 commands. So this is the just configuration file I have written for the sudo users. So I am going to explain you that now. There is some error, that's okay, no problem. Edit the file. There is some error over here, so I did not specify the comma over here, that's why it's giving the error, right? Now again it is saying it is actually good, not good. Our sudo file is confirmed. There are some unused aliases, that's okay, no problem. But unused aliases, basically you have to comment the file actually, but I did not comment it over here. So now if I switch back to the Aravi user over here, so what are the commands I have specified? Sorry, I just switch back to the root and /etc/sudo file. For the Aravi, what I have specified, run any command with sudo without password, and I'm just switching back to the user over here, and I'm typing something like cat/etc/sudo. So it says permission denied, but before that I just add sudo, so it's add me to execute that command. So which means that the Aravi user has all the commands they can execute, but without root. So adding sudo in front of the command. Example say if I type fdisk-l, which says permission denied, but you can add sudo in front of that, you can execute the command as a root user. Like that you can use the command line interface to execute it. Or I specify some other user, example cat/etc/password over here. So I have user 1. So in this user 1 I am going to specify the permissions for him over here, and I say user 1, I am going to say all and no password. I say only execute some custom commands. We already defined some custom group over here, right? See this custom group, I specify that custom group over here. So it's going to execute only that custom commands. cat/etc/sudo. What is the? I'm just showing you what are those custom commands. So the custom commands are mount fdisk parted. Now I'm going back to the user 1, switch back to the user 1 and type mount. So it is executed. But when I type fdisk, it is executed. Permission denied. So if you want to execute the fdisk command over here, you have to type sudo. If you want to mount, okay, if you want to mount any path, you have to execute with sudo. But if I execute any other command, sudo, example say /etc sudo file over here, I'm just cat, still it says asking for the user password. If I enter the password, still it says the user cannot enter any. Maybe I'm typing the password wrong over here. Exit from here. Let's example say set the password first and
Now what I'm doing, sudo cat /etc sudoers. Basically I did not given permission to use the sudoers file to cat or edit for the user one, so which is asking for the password. If I enter the correct password also, it says that sorry, the user one is not allowed to execute /cat sudoers file as a root the server one, because I did not given him a permission to execute those commands, but I given them a execute command called fdisk, right? If you execute without sudo, it gives you permission denied, but you can execute it using the like this. So what is the policies you have to specify over here in the vi sudo? You can add the command aliases and user aliases and user permissions you can give, but here I have specified the group. Why you have to specify these groups over here? Example, every time whenever I use the user added to the Linux or the created on the server, then I again have to go to edit this vi sudo file and giving him the permissions and all the stuff, right? No need to edit sudo file always whenever the user is joined to the organization. I want to give this permission, that permissions, no. Okay, so simply what you can do here, it is that you can simply create the user and add that user to that group. In sense, whatever the group we specified over here in the sudoers. Example, say I specified the user to add into the DBA groups or engineers group. So you can simply say group add, I say DBA group, and say whenever the user adding, okay, I would like to say add the user add, I want to say maybe 10010 something like this, and /home /Kumar, or I would like to add him to the DBA group, and his secondary group is wheel group. I say the username is Kumar. Enter. The username Kumar has been added, so by default you will get the permissions of DBAs. So what are the DBAs they has? Okay, the permissions he will get it. Now you can simply set him a password and switch back to his user ID. Now type the command fdisk-l. It is permission denied, but you can say sudo. So like that, you no need to add the users into the sudoers files always. You can simply define the group. Sorry, you can simply define the group in sudoers, then you can specify this group name or add the network manager command line interface, which is useful to do any modifications on your NIC card, like creating a profiles and assigning the IP address, modifying the IP address, and the gateway, DNS, all the stuff you can do using this NMCLI tool. So in RCL7, what is the advantage we get by using this network interface manager or the network manager interface, command line interface? Okay, let's go over here and see that. Okay, if you have a interface card here, interface card is installed and you get the interface card installed, and you can assign the IP address to that, right? But that is a standard mode, that is a standard method what we were doing on the RCL5 or the RCL6. But here on the RCL7, they called as in profiles. Okay, what they do over here on this profiling thing is that, okay, let's example say over here, if you simply say NMCLI device status, or NMCLI connection show. So here you can see that there are two devices over here. Example, say that this is your virtual bridge interface, which is created whenever you create any VM on VMware. By default this virtual bridge will be created, and this is our actual Ethernet card that is called ENS33, and the type is Ethernet, and which is connected, and the connection to the profile is that ENS33. Why these profiles, and what are the profiles, and what is the use of those profiles? Example, say that you are maybe you are using your laptop, maybe laptop device or mobile device, or any mobility device which you take with along with you somewhere else, like into the office or into the some public network or into the home or into the somewhere else like a coffee shop or somewhere else. Then each and every time whenever you travel to somewhere else, or maybe example, say that known places, whenever you go to the somewhere else, example, say office or your home or your maybe any other home which is relatives homes, or frequently you go wherever you are. So then every time whenever you connect to that network, you have to use the network settings. Always you have to set up the IP address and related stuff, all the stuff, right? Manually you have to, whenever you connect it, you have to do that. But here in this situation, what they given here is that you using a single NIC card or using a single Wi-Fi connection, you can create multiple profiles, and those profiles can be activated on the device. So how it's going to be happen? Example, say that you have example, say my home network, I had just created one home profile. That home profile has a static information like these IP address, DNS address, and the gateway address, and all the details has in that profile itself. Then I created one more profile called the outside network, or I create one more profile called office. Then whenever I go to the office, then simply activate those office profile, then your system is connected to that office network. Whenever you come back to the home, you just activate your home network, you are into your home network. Whenever you go somewhere relative homes or whatever, wherever you go on the frequent visited places, then you can save those profiles also. You can just simply activate that profile, it will be connected to that default location. So that what are the settings you wanted to change, or you wanted to activate, or you wanted to do it, so okay, do once and save those profile. Then whenever you want, you can just simply activate on that device, so that the device activation can be done, the profile is activated on that device. Then the IP settings, whatever the customized settings you did for that devices will be automatically configured. So that is the advantage of using this profiling concept on the RSCL 7. But in wherever RSCL 5 or RSCL 6, you cannot do that. Suppose say you have configured your custom IP address for one profile or the single NIC card, then you cannot configure one more profile. Of course you can do using the like the configuration files, instead of you have to go to the that configuration file and change, rename, and do all the stuff. But here it's not the case. You can simply create multiple profiles, but at the same time one profile can be activated, and that profile can be activated at any point of time to the particular device. Example, say you have multiple devices over here, Ethernet card, Wi-Fi card, and your bridging devices, or your different devices. Then which device or the which profile you wanted to activate, you simply do that, bring up those connection and bring down those connections which are not required, then which automatically going to be your profile settings. In this case I am using this name called ENS33 and the device called ENS33, and this is activated as the Ethernet profile, and this is the unique identification number of that profile.
So what happens whenever this profile got activated? So if you go to this IP address, see this is my IP address. Example, say if you create a new profile, okay, network profile, example say that NMCLI connection add, okay, which connection you would like to add. So the connection may be Ethernet connection, the connection may be anything, you can do that. So okay, maybe the type of connections you can do that. Connection add, the type of connection would be Ethernet, and the connection name would be anything, whatever the connection name you would like to give. Example, say you would like to give the connection name called home, okay, and this if name, which Ethernet interface name you would like to use. I would like to use ENS33. okay, now what happens, there is no privilege. Okay, now just create using the sudo. Now NMCLI connection show. You can see that there is one more profile got created with the different UID and Ethernet, type is Ethernet, but currently which is not using any device over here, which is not active connection. So the connection got created, but it is not using any stuff over here. If you would like to activate, you can simply bring down this connection and bring up this connection. So this connection will be activated. To create the profiles and modify the profiles, and NMCLI is a command line tool for controlling network manager and reporting network status. It can be utilized as a replacement for NMApplet, so the other graphical clients, so which is actually a very useful tool, or the whenever you are actually working in RSCL 5 or RSCL 6. On previous video I have shown you that how this network profiles has been introduced on the RSCL 7, and those profiles how we can create without editing any configuration files, and you can modify the IP addresses and DNS address, and like automatically connect the DHCP settings, user permissions, and configuring the Wi-Fi settings. Like you can directly configure or connect the Wi-Fi using this NMCLI tool directly, so that it can manage the network connections manually. So which can be shown you that okay, how this NMCLI is going to be work. So what are the commands it has? So there are so many commands actually, so but basically I'm going to show you only the few out of it. Okay, example, here is here are the best example. I can see that NMCLI connection, like you can show up, down, modify, add, edit, clone, delete, monitor, reload, load, import, export. So all these options you can do for only for the connections, not for the devices, or not for the Wi-Fi or other stuff. So there are so many other stuff also associated with the NMCLI command, but I'm not going to show you all this stuff. I'm going to show you only this related to this examination stuff, but later point I will create other videos to show you that more important stuff on this NMCLI connections, for how you can do a Wi-Fi stuff or other stuffs using this NMCLI. Okay, so this is the example how NMCLI connection you can use NMCLI command. Okay, so first of all, what the thing over here it is that NMCLI, okay, you can simply type NMCLI and general status, which means that the generally what are the connections or the connectivity is enabled, and what is the connectivity is running, whether it is connected or not connected. Okay, all these statuses can be showing you in a single status output, which is called Wi-Fi is enabled, and double LAN is enabled, and all this hardware connection is enabled, connectivity is running on fully, and state is connected. So this simple command will show you that all the details of how the NMCLI command is going to be work. Okay, the next one is that NMCLI general logging. So it is going to be show you that how many stuffs are there over here, protocols and all the stuff. Okay, and NMCLI device status or dev status also you can type in a shortcut. So this is the where you can get the information about the how many network devices you have, which means that the NIC cards you have on the system, and how many devices are currently connected or how many devices are managed, not managed. Okay, and which are the devices sitting idle, which is not connected to any connectivity, all the stuff you can see. So this is only the single status, but if you want to see the troubleshooting stuff, all the details you can see in details by typing the NMCLI device show. Okay, and provide the device name over here. So it give you the more details about this device, particular device. Okay, what is the device and type of device and MAC address, and what is this MTU connectivity by default it is 1500 actually. Okay, status, whether it is connected or not. If it is not connected, why it is not connected, which means that you have any cable issues over there. Okay, what is the IP address, gateway, all the stuff is going to be show over here itself, right? That is the single step you can see about the devices. Okay, or what about the connection profiles? Okay, NMCLI connection show will give you the connection status, like what are the currently connection profiles are there, and those profiles, whether how many profiles got activated. So at any point of time, which means that if you have 3 devices, 3 profile can be activated, or if you have only one device, one profile can be activated on that device, which means that one device equal to one profile can be activated, but n number of profiles you can create it, but you can only activate one profile on this systems. Okay, which means that only one stuff you can work. Okay, see this, like how number of profiles you can create over here. Like I have ENS profile and I have one profile, and I have another profile called bridging profile. This bridging profile is works actually whenever you install the VMware, actually with by default installed. Okay, that's different profile over here. So if you want to create some profiles and create some IP address and do the connections over here, let's see that what is your IP address currently. So currently it is 140. So I'm going to create one more profile with 141 and assign these all these DNS and all the stuff, and activate that profile and connect from that remotely. Let's see that how it works. Now what I'm going to do over here is that NMCLI connection, add the connection, and type is Ethernet because we are not using any other connection over here. And connection name, currently I'm using the connection name, maybe this is for RCSA, right? Or I'm just using tech ARKIT over here. And if name I'm going to use this ENS by default, that is the device name, in the sense interface name we have to use over here. And method, so I'm not using any method over here, just create the connection, and see no privilege because I have to use sudo over here. Got created, and you can see that NMCLI connection show, which can show you that true purpose got created. But I am going to delete NMCLI connection, delete one of the connection name is, I don't want to do this, deleted both the profiles got deleted. Okay, I'm going to use this one, NMCLI connection show. Currently one profile is created. So now I'm going to assign this IP address and gateway, all the information to this profile, and I'm going to activate this profile. How it's going to work, see that NMCLI. So in order to modify the connection, you have to use NMCLI connection modify. Then connection name, which connection you are going to modify, which means that which profile you are going to modify, the profile name. And I'm going to say IPv4 addresses, and 192.168.2.141 is the IP address I'm going to show you. But in RCL 7, if you give the IP address, you have to provide the subnet mask also, followed by the what are the subnet mask you have on your environment or your IP. You can ask your network engineer to provide, or by default you can provide /24 is the subnet mask which is. And I'm going to assign the gateway. 192.168.2.2 is the gateway IP address, and I'm going to assign this DNS. 192.168.2.2 is my IP address, and I'm going to do a additional DNS address, adding additional DNS address, which is 4.4.4 for communicating with the internet and get the internet connection over here. And I say connection auto connect, yes, which means that whenever I switch on this connection, so whenever I reboot the machine, it's automatically it should connect. Or I'm going to say that IPv4 method, which is manual, which means that I'm going to do a manual IP address. I'm not going to obtain this IP address from any DHCP over here. This is what the command says, that we're going to create the configuration file for take ARK IT profile. Oh, sorry, is do not have the privilege to create. Okay, now, and go over here /etc/sysconfig and network scripts, and say if cfg the profile name. So this is the file got created with that command, above command, and this command is similar like what we were creating manually on RCL 5 or RCL 6. Here you no need to do that stuff, right? So I'll connect this profile and see how it works. Just I'm using NMCL like connection over here, connection, bring up this connection, so which is going to be bring up this connection, but I may lose this connectivity over here. You can see that now, so that the new profile got activated over here. NMCLI connection show. See this, the new profile is got activated, and now you can see that the IP address is changed from 192.168.2.140 to 141. So like this you can change your connections. If you are on remote machine, okay, don't try this, because if you do not have the console access, because you may lose the IP address changes, then you cannot able to reach that server.
Firewall D, so that is a firewall D application on the Linux server. So how this firewall is going to secure your port access. So okay, let's jump into the topic and see what is firewall and how it is useful. So a firewall is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. So which means that whatever the security rules you already, for example, say that you block the port 80, so that whenever somebody is requesting HTTP to that particular server, so the packets whatever it's sent to the port 80 is dropped. So that's the predetermined security rules. So these security devices used to stop or mitigate unauthorized access to private networks connected to the internet, especially internets. So like internally what are the devices are accessed, so that should not have a problem. That's okay, internally that's fine. But what are the devices which are accessing the internet, example outside of our organization, outside of our network, then
we don't know that what malicious files we have or what are the impact if you download something from that. So this putting some firewall rules over there, so you cannot access the content to the unauthorized access to the private network, so it will restrict some point from the port level access. So that's the firewall. So what a firewall can provide from the Linux perspective, so it is a rich language for specific firewall rules and dbus API. Basically these kernel rules all are loaded into the packet filters with the kernel module, so it won't be manipulated during your system running. So that's why, so you cannot simply manipulate those rules from the outside, so you have to do from the server. And timed firewall rules and IPv4 and IPv6 NAT also supported. Create different firewall zones. Example, if you want different zones like red, green, yellow, something like that, you can create those kind of zones and activate the zone at one zone at the same time. And integration with Puppet. So nowadays Puppet is more automation tool, so you can also integrate with that. And direct interface, and you can also add this particular interface to that particular rules mapping. And IPset support and simple log denied packets, automatic loading of Linux kernel modules, lockdown, whitelisting of applications that may modify the firewall rules. Okay, so whitelisted applications, which are the whitelisted applications which can modify the firewall rules. Allow, deny specified ports, allow, deny specified services. So example specified services like example DHCP, DNS, HTTP, HTTPS, NTP, something like that. So you no need to remember those port numbers no more, so you just specify that service name itself over there, so it will automatically pick this associated port number from the list. So architecture is similar like this. So you have a system over here. Okay, so the system example, the system is accessing the internet from here to here, or something from the outside. So this web internet is accessing some files from this server, this system. So what happens is that whatever the allowed port is there, which will allow you using that port number. So whatever the other packets which are coming from the other port numbers or which are not in rule, then they will simply come to the firewall and they will be dropped from there itself. So that is the simple mechanism of that firewall. So it does not if the port number is open, so during using that port number you can communicate with the server, so any service. So that's the firewall, simply port level restriction you can put it. So GUI based firewall configuration. So most of the people while starting as beginners, so the mid-range administrators, so they are afraid of typing some commands, or they are afraid of doing command line activities. So but this also provides some GUI configuration tools where you can simply configure your zones and rules, services, IP sets, everything from here, port forwarding rules, protocols, and you can also use interface adding rules, all of this stuff from here itself. So this is how you can launch this GUI. If you log into your server as a GUI, from the GUI then install this firewall config, firewall D file system, and Python 3 firewall, so that if you run firewall-config command, then launch this firewall configuration widget. From here what you can do is that there are some predefined zones. Okay, if you'd like to utilize them, you can utilize. Otherwise, if you want to create a new zones, you can also create like plus or minus and add the services and associated those zone, activate that zone and add the interfaces and all this stuff from this firewall configuration. So that is a GUI window for you. Otherwise, if you do not have the GUI access if you want to do from the command line. So this is what you have to do. So you have to first of all disable the previous IP tables version. So if it is running, then the firewall may not any proper access, like you cannot use the firewall or IP tables. Both are using the packet filtering mechanism on the kernel. So that first of all stop the IP tables which are in previous ones, then start firewall D services. Okay, so this way you just mask this firewall IP6 tables and IP tables and mask them. Then you can just verify the status of those which are in mask status, and then install the firewall D and firewall config packages and start this firewall D service. Then so here are some rules you can add to that firewall. So firewall CMD is the command where you want to utilize the command line utility. So get default zone, you can see that what is the default zone which is currently activated, and what is the set default. If you want to set something, a zone which is named called home, you can set that zone as a default. If you want whatever the zone name, you can keep it here, and after that you can again verify that. And what is the active zone, so currently which is in the active zone. So there are so many zones, but at a time only one zone can be activated, so that's the active zone. You can get this. And what is the firewall version, you can get it over here using this -- version command. And zone public list interfaces. So in zone public zone, which are the interfaces are included, like similar wise, whatever the zone name you wanted to keep it over here, replace the zone name and specify, see that what are the interfaces. If you have 2-3 interfaces in your server, then one is facing to the public, one is facing to the internal, something like that. So you can specify different rules to the different zones, and you can add those interface to the different zones. And if you want to add the interface, example it is 0 is your interface name, to the public zone, you can include this way. And remove, if you want to remove it, you can remove this way. And get the services. What are the services the firewall is recognized and have those service names? You can use this command to get all of the list of the services, and you can add the permanent services. And here one of the way is that if you want to block everything from the firewall, so you can just do a panic on. So what happens is that it will drop every packet, and which means that incoming and outgoing packets from that particular server. So do not do this, do not practice this panic on any of the production systems. So it will simply drop every connection to the firewall. Okay, and if you want more commands on this firewall, you can just visit this URL, so which is my GitHub repository and TechKRKIT, and go to this firewall CMD command. So I have more examples over there. So let's jump into the practical and see how it practically works. You can also use this firewall-cmd is the command which can help you out in making the rules. So there are so many, as of I showed you in the graphical user mode, you make use of this firewall CMD to make this command line change. From the command line you can use this firewall CMD command. Example, say if I would like to make some changes, or if I would like to make any firewall related rules, then you can use this. So first of all, I'm going to verify that firewall status, sorry, systemctl status, firewall D is the service. If the service is running, you can make any rules. If the service is not running, you cannot use firewall CMD, which do not affect any configuration changes on the firewall D. So just I'm going to make some firewall CMD -- get default zone. I say that what is my currently default zone is. So anytime you can set one zone as your default zone. That's what I said, that you can make multiple zones, but you can activate only one zone as your default zone. So whatever the rules you written on that particular zone will be affected whenever you activate that zone. Okay, simply you can do that firewall-cmd set default zone equal to whatever the zone you would like to. So whatever the zone you have created, that you can make it as default. Example, say I'm just making again the public as a my default. It's already there, so that's why it says that the zone is already set to the default. Now you can see that what is the my currently active zones are get active zones. So there is always one zone that is going to be related. I can see that firewall cmd version, which version currently I am using, it's 0.4.4.4. if you'd like to list out the interfaces which are currently added into your public zone, you can simply use firewall cmd zone. So which zone you would like to use? So this zone, what are the interfaces are there? Example, say that list interfaces. So these interfaces currently added into the public zone. Example, say if you have different zone, you can use that zone. So there is no interfaces added into the home zone. If you'd like to add, you can also add using this firewall cmd command over here. Firewall cmd add interface equal to interface name. Example, say that ets0 example zone equal to equal to home, so that this is going to add interface ets0 to the zone called home. Firewall cmd remove interface equal to ets0 zone equal to home. So if you want to remove that interface from the zone, you can use this command to remove that one. Or if you would like to see that how many services are currently there on this firewall, you can use firewall cmd get services. So all the services which are currently there on this firewall, it will be listed all over here. Like this, you can add things or remove the things, or you can do a rich rules, or if you want to import bulk settings or bulk changes to this firewall, you can use this XML file where it is located on the etc cat/etc firewall d, and here on this zones, example, say that this is called a public XML file. Currently we have made the changes using the graphical user mode over here, right? Like this, you can make this XML file and add these services and ports, settings, all the stuff. You can load the directly XML file and reload this firewall settings, so that in the single go you can make firewall changes. SE Linux. What does mean by the SE Linux, and how that SE Linux will give you a enhanced security protection on your machine. So how that works and how it's going to be useful for your environment. So example, see that SE Linux, in the sense security enhanced Linux. If you already have the firewall, why you need a Linux, SE Linux? Or you already have the SE Linux, or why you need the firewall? So in security, there is no any software or any device does not provide you the 100% security, or there is some security loopholes in all the things. But if you use multi-level of security systems. Example that in edge of your network you use the firewall, in the system level you use the firewall, and the system level you use the SE Linux security, and file level you restrict the permission, so that certain security can be provided to the systems using the systems, so that our important things will be protected against hackers or malicious software things, something like that. So that's why we can use firewall. We also have to use the SE Linux or different things, but the SE Linux will provide you the different levels of security enhancements in like it can be switched on like port level security, like particular port. If you are mapping to the particular service, then you can enable that level, or if you are starting some services, then you can enable the service level, and you can also enable this SE Linux on the file level as well. So which means that 3 layers of security the SE Linux can provide, but the firewall can only protect on the port level. Like if the port is allowed, the firewall does not look that traffic which is coming the allowed port, because it is allowed. But in this case SE Linux, which means that if you allow the port 80, but still if the traffic is coming inside the 80 and trying to access the other services which are not contexted to that particular service, then what it says that it block your service. Okay, so that is the SE Linux. So the SE Linux has the 3 modes. One is enforcing mode, the next one is permissive mode, and last one is disabled mode. So what does mean by these 3 modes, and how these 3 modes can help the system? So enforcing, in the sense the policies, whatever the policies you defined on the system. So example say that cat/etc SE Linux, and there is a file called config. In this configuration file there is a policies. See this targeted policy and the minimum policy and the MLS, multi-level security protection, and modification of target policy. Only selected processes are protected and target processes are protected. So you can enable any of this one, but by default the targeted is enabled. SE Linux type is by default. So which means here, if enforcing, in the sense the SE Linux policy is enforced, which means that is SE Linux is switched on and it is looking for all the services which are already targeted. So if any of the file level times are not matched, then it blocks that service. It does not allow any other user to come inside and access that services. Permissive in the sense it does not disable or it does not restrict the users. It allows, but it only records the information on the log. That's it. It does not do anything. Permissive in the sense. Then disabled also looks similar, but it does not warn or it does not do anything. It just simply disabled policies. In the sense, no security is provided whenever the SE Linux is disabled. In the sense, no security is enforcing you to stop to access that machine. Some service is compromised, then using that service they can go into the home folders, or they can go into the different locations they can access the files. But in case of SE Linux is in enforcing mode, if one service is compromised, the service level, what are the files are accessible, they can only access those files. But other than those files, with our other contexted files, which is example that if your HTTP is compromised, but if you're accessing the FTP folders, FTP related files, so the security will stop. In the sense, the SE Linux will stop based on its context. So how the context here? So example, say if you say ls-lz parameter which show you context. Okay, so here you can see that this is the context of the SE Linux. So what does mean by this context over here? So let's see that. So the first one, unconfigured confined underscore u, which means that is a SE Linux user based context. The next one is the role context, role based access control, and this one is the type. Okay, which type of the context over here. And the next one is the level, which level of the SE Linux context is going to be provided over here. S0 in the sense that's a simple context. So here these levels can be configured on the over here like /etc SE Linux. In this there is a configuration files. Okay, so wherever you enable the policies over here, so here is the things, you can see this. So multi-categorized security level tables over here, so which is already defined over here. You see that offset can be categorized from 0 to 1023 categories defined by the admin. So here what we do here over is that define once, administratively define once, and the same definition whatever you define, it will be defined system wide, not for the particular things. Okay, you can also define particular things or you can define entirely for the system. So here S0 in the sense system low, S0 minus S0 or C0 or to system low to system high, or S0 or C0 to system high. So C1023 in the sense the system is very high security level is configured. If you configure that, you have to be very careful in configuring each and every configuration file. If you misplace some of the context, or if you misplace one of the user level context or role level context or the types or level of security you enabled, which means that the SE Linux security does not allow even you the other files which you define other than the service. So that's why you have to be very careful whenever you are configuring. SE Linux is configured, or why the SE Linux should be used if you have the other services. So the SE Linux policy is administratively defined and enforced the system wide. Okay, which means that it will be once administratively defined and it's available enforcing for the all the system wide files and the services and ports will be protected against the any attacks or the any context which are not matching the labels. So basically the SE Linux is more improved, and however the SE Linux is not an antivirus software or the any replacement for the passwords or the firewalls or the security systems. Along with the SE Linux we have to use those like password security levels and firewalls and the security systems whatever you are using. And example say that if you want CEA SE Linux architecture, the SE Linux architecture is defined as I shown you in the before, like I'm just switching back to the root user in order to show you. So first of all you have to see that get enforce, so which means that SE Linux status, what is the SE Linux status currently? It is enforcing, or is it is permissive, or it is disabled or something like that. You can also see if you want to see the details, see status, enter, then you can see that in detailed information about the SE Linux status. Example say that SE Linux status is enabled or disabled is enabled, and file is enabled, and the directory level it is enabled, and the policy loaded is targeted, and the current mode, which means that the current mode is enabled also, and from the configuration file also it is enforcing, and the policy target status is MLS, in the sense multi-level security is enabled. The policy deny unknown status is allowed, which means that any deny unknown status, which means that deny any unknown configured file system, simply deny it. Maximum kernel level policies version is 28. So the SE Linux is not only configured on the levels which are not the system levels or the configuration files. The SE Linux is by defaultly load the from the kernel level access operations on the systems, which means that whenever the system boots, the SE Linux will be put the how cons all the files and things using the context. So let's see that how you can switch over these modes. Example, say if you say get enforce, which means that you get that which is enforcing. If you want to set to the permissive, you can simply say that set enforce to 0, and now you can go and see that SE Linux has been changed to permissive mode, which means that the permissive mode will allow you to do anything, but which logs the logs on the audit logs or the messages, like SE Linux is access this file, this file is allowed, this file is not allowed, but the users are able to access the files, just it reports, that's it, it does not do anything. But if you say enforce equal to 1, which means that this is SE Linux is in still enforcing mode, so that the SE Linux cannot allow other services which are not configured properly or which is not labeled properly on the system. So how you can go and see that different labels. Okay, simply say ls-ldz say /root, which is actually labeled with the admin underscore home underscore t, which means that the type of the SE Linux context is defined already, which means that, and if you see, go ahead and see like /user, so this has the different context over here. Or if you go and see that where it has the different context, and if you go and see whether they, okay, I do not have any FTP or WW service, okay, maybe we can install it later. But if you go to home, then you can see that home underscore root underscore t, and if you see maybe the etc, so etc underscore t, maybe if you see different files, example say /etc/password file, so like this you have the different context, so that the service can only access based on that context is matching in the, or the label is matching. If you type the different commands, or if you are trying to access this password file with the different commands, then it does not allow you to get into that file or change anything on that file, because it is not matched your context with the password file type. Or if you are accessing the user home directory from the HTTP protocol, which does not allow you to access because the /home folder is not typed as a HTTP. Example, I am installing HTTPD over here. For the best example, we can see on the HTTPD or FTP, things like that. Let's see that. So my HTTP is in a system, and say start HTTPD service, and ls-ldz see that /var www.html is the directory which is enabled as a httpd sys underscore content underscore t, which means that which can be allowed to browse from the web browser service using the httpd service. Okay, example say that I'm just stopping this systemctl, or we just allow that firewall -cmd -permanent -add the service equal to http and https firewall -cmd and reload the service, so which will not disturb our things. Okay, so now if I go to cd/var www.html, and here I just create some file called index.html, because that is SE Linux testing, something like this I have written, or SE Linux testing from web. Now if I open any of the browser over here and type what is that IP address, so this is the IP address of the machine, and go and see over here, enter. Now you are able to access, because the SE Linux context is defined as a HTTPD context, right? But then it will not allow you to enter into that service itself. What it says that your example say mkdir test ls-ld. Let's see that test directory. What is the context you get over here? See this httpd context you get. That's why the httpd context will allow automatically to browse your things. But if you define the context over here, example say that let's define some context over here. Let's see, I'm just defining over here that chcon, it's a temporary definition over here. So I'm just changing that httpd context underscore t to something else over here. Maybe I'm going to change etc underscore t over here. I'm just changing. Now ls-lz and see that index.html is changed to etc underscore t. Now I'm not doing any restart over there or service restart, nothing. Just go and see over here, refresh this service. Oh, it is allowing. Okay, systemctl, and let's restart the service over here. And now go and see this. What happens? You're not getting that file. So what you are getting over here, and maybe if we go to something like /test, so nothing over here, right? But if you create this file, example say that go to test over here and create some index.html and say testing SE Linux. Right now if you go to this file and see SE Linux, right? But if you change the context of that file, this file, now just restart the service to effect currently. Now go and refresh. What happens? Do not have the permissions to access this test because the SE Linux is enforcing you to stop. Now the same you can see on the /var log messages, and maybe you can grep for httpd related stuff over here. You can see this httpd related context has been seen over here. Like what happens? See this SE Linux is preventing httpd from getting the access to that file called /var/test/html file, right, which we are trying to access. But if you want to see the details, you can see over here SE alert and thus message over here. Let's see. So it is also show you in detailed information about that which file you are trying to access and which is preventing you all the stuff. But what I'm going to do over here, it is that set enforce equal to 0, which means that it records your messages but it does not do anything over here. Let's example say that let's watch this file. Okay, let's tail-f over here and just enter. Now I'm trying to access this file over here. The log will append. Example see this, the file is coming, serving the data, it's serving the data, but what happens? It is recording the messages over here. See this, right? So like that, what it will do over here, it is that it will just record. See this, SE Linux is preventing httpd open access to this file for complete messages. See this, see alert. Like that, it is showing you the information but it is not blocking you. But if you say set enforce equal to 1, which means that now you cannot able to access your things because the context what you set is not matching exactly what you were supposed to match, right? And now you can go and ls-ldz/var www HTML. You can see that this is the context exactly it should match to that system, that file. Now I will change that chcon. It's a temporary change. Okay, we are going to do it. Index.html. Now you just restart HTTPD service in order to affect that condition. Now you can simply go ahead and see this SE Linux is accessible. Now it is accessible, which means that it is permitting you the access to the outside. Like that you can do. So if you are trying to access inside of the other directories which is created or which is simply created somewhere else, and if you move to the same state to the that folder, it does not access, it does not give you the access because it is in a different context. If you want to disable the SE Linux completely, so you need to reboot your machine in order to do that. How you can do that anyway, but if you go to SE Linux /etc SE Linux and config file, go over here and say that which is enforcing, to simply say it to disabled, which means that your SE Linux is going to be disabled. But which is not disabled currently, you can see that get enforced, so it is still enforcing. But if you go to SE status and see this, the configuration file is disabled but the current mode is enforcing, which means that currently which is enabled but the configuration file is disabled. If you restart the machine, what happens? The SE Linux is going to be disabled. So that is about the SE Linux. I hope you understand, which has the three modes of the Linux, three modes in the Linux. One is enforcing, another is the permissive, and another is the disabled mode. So if you say enforcing, which means that it's fully enforcing, and the SE Linux context or the label match, based on the label matching, the SE Linux will allow, the files will be allowed. So not only in this file level, if you go to the ps-efz, so here also the SE Linux context will be enforced. See this. So in process level it is enforced, in file level it is enforced, and it is also enforced in the service level as well. You can also see the service level also, systemctl status and httpd. So here also the SE Linux context is enabled and which is in enforced, which means the service is trying to access from the somewhere else which is not labeled properly, or with the context is not applied properly. The service is still running and the service is okay, which means the file, all the files are okay, configuration is okay, but the SE Linux will not allow you to access any of the service related files to the external or the service, because the context is not set properly. In this video session we are going to see about what is shell scripting and what its advantages, and right click on the desktop and you can say click on the terminal, so it will open you the terminal. So what does mean by shell scripting? Shell scripting is nothing but the sequence of commands which is written, the commands which is written in the sequence and written in one file and execute it. That is called the shell script. Example, say I am just using the VI editor to write some basic script. Example, say basic.sh. The shell script extension is sh. So here we have to write shebang, maybe, which is bash. Example I'm saying is that this is the sample shell script. Okay, so in this my intention is to create one directory, under that create one file, under that file I want to extend some content. So first of all I am going to create some directory here, and the slash saying that created by okay, this is my directory name, and under that I want to create one file using the touch created by script, sorry, there is no space, created by script slash test file dot txt. In this I'm just going to add some, append some text, say echo testing script file, and let's append that file using the double quotations. Copy here and paste here. So this is my shell script. Now save this file, and before that let's go to the slash here and verify there is no directory called created by shell script. Now let's go and execute that file. I'm going to the home path again, and my script name is basic.sh, and go to slash and try. So the directory has been created. Let's go to that directory. The file has been created. Let's see that what is the content inside the file. Now if I execute it again, it's going to be executed, and it's going to say that the directory is already exist, the file is already exist, but the content is going to be added to the file. That's it. This is a sample shell script. So what does mean by the shell script? Shell scripting in the sense sequence of commands are the commands which are written in a sequence to do your work. Or whatever example, say every day you wanted to log into the server and verify some commands, or run some commands and verify those commands output and say okay, this server is working fine, something like that. So instead of doing manually every day, what you can do, that you can write all the commands into the one file in the sequence, then schedule using the cron tab, then every day it will execute at the same time and put you the output in one file. So after when you came to the office, you just verify that file so that you will get all the output, something like that. You can put all the files in one centralized place or one single file from the shared folder, then you can access that information from the single place, so no need to log into each and every server and verify. That is the shell script. What is the shell and what are the types of shells we have on Linux? So basically shell is a program which will take the commands from the keyboard or the input devices, then execute it on the terminal or on the shell. So the shell passes the command to the kernel, then the kernel will go to the hardware and will execute and get the reply from the hardware to the kernel, and from kernel to the shell, and shell displays again the whatever the output which is sent by the kernel on the shell itself. Example, say I am just executing ls command. This ls command executed so quickly that so the shell, whatever the shell I am using, which sends the command to the kernel. Linux, we have different types of shells. So before the shell is sh, now we are using bash. What does it make difference? So what is the difference we have? So sh and bash looks like same, in the sense most of the parameters looks like same, or most of the commands you execute on the sh and bash will execute it, but there is a difference. What does difference is? Let's example, say I have that comparison sheet over here, so you can see that some job controls you can execute on the bash, but there is a sh that job controls do not have. You cannot create aliases on sh, but you can create aliases on bash. So command line history, sh will not store any command line history if you use it, but bash can store. Command line editing, sh cannot do that, but bash can do it. vi command line editor, so it does not have any vi on the sh, but bash can have. There are so many differences over here, so which can give you a detailed information. See this list variables. So in the sh you cannot do it, but in the bash you can do it. That is the difference over here. You can see that. Likewise, if you go into the sh and type some commands and see that whether you can able to see some history or not. /bin/sh. So I enter into the sh terminal now. So example, say I execute some commands. So ls clear, in the latest version it is stored, but in the older version it's not. /etc shells. You can see this. If you set any user /bin no login, which means that the user cannot log in into the machine, but they can do some work after switching over from one user to other user. So basically most of the service accounts do have the no login access, so which is mandatory for the service accounts to not to log into the machines. So tch and csh is used for most of the programming developers, like who are into the C language development or the application development on the C language. They are more familiar and they have flexibility on these terminals. They can switch back. That is the shells we have, and the shell is a program which will take the input from the keyboard and send it to the kernel and get the output and show into the terminal. That's about the shells. If statement. How if statement can be used, or I can say that control statements are conditional statement. We are going to execute over here. So most of the scripts are, if you want to use some for loop, or if you want to use some while loop, or if you want to use so many until loop or something like, but most of the stuff, the if statements can be used in a different manner. This is the example I am going to give in the if statement is that. So it's a very simple statement. If statement, I'm going to write my shell scripting template over here, and I'm going to edit that if statement template. Same if statement example. The example I am going to write over here, which is very simple, and how we are going to write it. So if any value, whatever the value you give the value within 10, then what is this, that it's going to do some action. So that is the if statement we are going to write over here. Let's example say I am asking some user, you're taking some user input. Please provide value below 10. So I am saying, I am asking the user to provide any value with within 10, and I am saying that the value I am storing over here using the value variable, and I am saying that if you have to provide these braces in this, so you have to give the spaces compulsory in between that. I say $value is less than or equal to 10. If the provided value is less than or equal to 10, then what you have to do is that, example say echo, I say you provided value is dollar value. So I'm again saying something like this, mkdir example say test files. I would like to create something like touch test files. I'm going to create over here using within 100 files. I'm going to create .txt where I'm going to create /tmp directory, then say fi echo script completed successfully. So this is my if condition over here. So if condition is written over here, is very simple, different logic over here. So first of all, I'm asking the user to provide some value over here, and second, whatever the user is provided the value over here, I'm storing that value into this value variable. And here if condition, if and provide the space over here, and provide the braces and provide the space over here, and here the space, here the space, and here the space. So if you not provide the space over here or over here, the if condition is not going to execute properly, so it's going to fail. So that's why I'm saying that you have to properly space in between the if condition. Wherever you write the condition over here, then this condition is that the value, whatever the value I am calling over here, that the value stored over here in the value variable is less than or equal to 10. In the sense the value is less than or equal to 10, then it's going to execute this statement, and this statement. If the value is provided more than 10 or more than 11, more than 10, then the condition will be verified, then it will exit from the script. That's it. So it will not execute this block. So this is a simple if condition script I am writing over here. And same sh if statement, enter. I am providing the value as something like 10. So your provided value is 10. The script is completed successfully. If you can go to /tmp and see some files, then the 100 files has been created over here. That is the script which we have written over here. And example say the if statement, if you want to write in a different way, you can also write it over here. If you cannot, maybe some people what they will do, if not providing any semicolon over here, write the then in the next line. So this will also execute in the same way. Then I provide the value is 11, then say that the script is exited from the without the statement, whatever the statement condition is not, the condition is not matched, in the sense the value is not less than 10, so the script is exited from the its execution. So that is what we written and is executed successfully.
Let's see some for loop statement here as part of this course content. So we have a for loop. So how we can write this for loops on this? So here what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create some server list. So this is I just created some server list here. So 192.168.175 for some random IPs I put it over here, and this IP is the server IP, and this is something public IP. This is also public IP. This is server IP does not exist anymore, but I just put it as a here. So now saving this file here, I'm just going to write this for loop saying that if the IP is reachable, then it says that the server is up. If it is not reachable, then it says that server is down. It's a simple for loop statement, and we are going to see that. So I'm just going to use I am here with the ping.sh, and I writing this shebang value here. Let's say that ping servers, and I'm just going to write a for loop. So for server, so what I'm doing is that I'm just specifying the variable called server. In this, I'm storing the values of cat scripts servers. So whatever the file name here we written, that value I'm storing, putting over here, and I'm storing that values into the server variable. Do it now. What I'm going to do is that ping -c, ping one time to the $server, and put that output somewhere else into the ping result. Okay, now what you have to do is that, so you return the statement, and how you are going to validate this one. I'm specifying the variable saying that valid equal to, I validate against $? What this will do, ping one time to this server, so which means that the server IP address. So it is going to validate, say valid echo $? What it will do, it will say that whatever the command is executed in a upper line, so this command is executed, it provides its status with the exit code. What is the exit code here? If it is exited with this code number 0, then it says that the command is executed successfully. If it is not exited from the exit code is 0, then it might exited with the different value. So that is the status of that particular command execution. So here I'm taking the validation using the if statement, saying that $valid, so the variable valid has equal to value 0. Then echo, I'm just going to print is that server is up, else echo $server is down. So here $server, so $server variable has the IP address of that particular server. Closing that if bracket and closing the for loop. So this is a simple for loop. What I'm doing for, so I'm specifying the variable called server, I'm storing that variable values over here, and do it, say ping. So how many servers you have on this file, so it will list one by one. So it one by one stores into the server and go through each and one at one time. First IP address, second IP address, something like that. Then it say validate, saying that echo $, which is an exit code is number, which exit code is exited the above command status. Then if it is exited with the 0, then that is valid and is executed successfully, then that is 0. Now ping.sh, now you can see that the server is the up, 192.168.175.129 is up. This is the local server IP address, which is get super fast, and you can see this is the status of that particular command. Now let's execute into the debug mode and see how the output goes from here. You can see the first output, so it carries the file of the script server, and it execute this and ping to that particular server. You can see, okay, ping to that particular server, ping -c, and echo the valid script which is executed is that echo $, value is 0. Then if it is equal to 0, then what is that? Echo statement should come here saying that server is up. Again it go back to the file and bring the next value. and the echo statement was the exit code of that particular command is 1, which is not executed correctly, which means it is not something different. Okay, so now exit code is 1, then it is not equal to 1, then the next statement, the if else statement print. Similar way, both the scripts does the same. Ping to this IP address, then validate that command status. If it is 0, then it is up. If it is not 0, then it is down. That's simple about the for loop.
So here I just made some date and read the command and write the output over there. Then later point of time you just cat the file and verify. So now I have written a small script. So then I wanted to schedule the jobs, the future jobs. So how you can do that? You can do that using the cron jobs. So cron tab scheduler, so which uses on the in Linux. So you can do that basically scheduling the jobs. So whenever you want to execute any particular time, so you want to run some backup or you want to put some copy some data from particular time, you can make those some small scripts and you can schedule it. So how you can do that? /etc cron tab. So we just see that. So here the cron tab has a 5 columns. These are the 5 columns. So in these columns only we have to write the actual schedules. Then after that you can write your script path. Okay, so whenever you are writing any script, so you make the script paths complete, not absolute, because whenever you are running from your user, so if you make it an absolute, that runs, but whenever you are scheduling from the cron tab, so if you have to make it a complete script, otherwise which will miss the path, because whenever it is running from the cron tab, which may not run from the path where you are specifying it or wherever your script placed it. So that's why always make it full path. Example, if you want to make a path log, the write the log, you have to write it like this: log file, something like this full path you have to make it. But you are already in /var log directory here, but if you make a script over here, something like this, like log file, so which will automatically read the log file which is already located in the same directory. But whenever you are executing the cron job from the different paths, so which will not understand that where is that log file is. Okay, that's why always make sure that you write the full path on the whenever you are scheduling the cron tab or something like that. Here the cron tab has 5 entries. The 5 entries is that the first one, you can see that the first one, first start. So here the allowed values are 0 to 59, 0 to 59. So these are the minutes. So we have 60 minutes. So 0 to 59 minutes are allowed, not 60. 0 is a 60. 0 in the sense 60 value until 59. So how many at which minute you want to execute the schedule. So whether you can, if you want to execute at 10th minute, 11th minute, something like that, the first value should be, sorry, so the first value should be in minutes. Okay, so 0 to 59. So whatever the minute you want to write it over here, so you have to write it. And the second value here, which is an hours in the sense we have 24 hours. So which is also similar. 0 is a 24 hours and which is a 23 hours. So 0 to 23 hours you can write it. So almost 23 hours 59 minutes. Until that you can schedule the script. Okay, so day of month in the sense which date. So example, which day you want to execute it. So 1 to 31st
the values you can write it over here. So it should be valid. So you have to verify your calendar whether if you write a February month and 31st, so that is not going to execute any day. So which is a completely false. So that's why you have to verify your calendar before whether it is a month has 31st date or not, so which you are going to execute in particular time or not. So that is the day of the month, which is a third column. Okay, so the fourth one is the month. So either you can write the month is something like this, 1 to 12, or January, February, something like this. So the first 3 letters you can write it over here. So either of that. So 1 to 12 or January, February, something like this. You can write the first 3 values of that month name. Okay. So the last one is day of the week. Day of the week in the sense which day you want to execute. Either you want to execute on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, something like this. So here the values are 0 and 7 are considered as a Sunday, and 1 to 6 are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, so here Sunday is 0 and 7, and Monday is 1, Tuesday is 2, Wednesday is 3, Thursday is 4, Friday is 5, and Saturday is 6. So this way 0 to 6 or 0 to 7, either ways both the values you can write it, but 0 and 7 are having a similar value, which is called as a Sunday. Either if you write a 0 or 7, which will execute on Sunday. Okay, so this, based on these values, you can schedule it. So whether you want to execute it every minute or every hour or every day, every month, every year, whatever it is. So combination of these 5 values, you can execute n number of stuff. Okay, so basically I have written one small script. So I want to execute it every 1 minute. So we can use that cron tab. So basically if you want to edit that cron tab, so you have to type this cron tab -e for edit. So now I do not have any cron tab entries over here, so I'm just going to edit that cron tab entry here, so which is also a VI editor. So I have to enter I for editing the cron tab. Now, so I want to make the every 1 minute. So which means if you put star, which is going to be every 1 minute. So now I'm just going to put star, which means that all are the star values. So I did not specify anything star in the sense every time executed, every hour, every month, every day of the week, and every minute. So star in the sense everything. So I'm just going to execute what is the command here, /root /bin bash / codes.sh. I'm going to execute this data. Okay, so now just save this. I'm going to executing this file. So how you can know that whether the cron tab is executing or not? So whether you can just look for that file. So okay, where we have written hello file here. So which will automatically append it every 1 minute. You can see that, right? Just now it is appended. So after 1 minute, this file will append again. Okay, this is the one method. You can see that whether if you have a log file, you can see that on the log file status whether the cron job is executed or not. So one more thing is that we have log files, right? So the log files, you can just cat that file /log cron is the log file. So if you just look for that codes.sh file, you can see that. So when it was executed last time, you can see July 6th, 21st hour, 46 minutes, which got executed. You can see, so it is almost 46 minutes. So now 47th minute also, which is going to execute it. Okay,
So wait for a few seconds. So it is going to also execute it.
So in Verilog run we can watch the logs. Is it successful or failure?
Yes. You can see that now it is already executed one more time, right? Like this, you can watch that log cron is executed successfully or not. So otherwise, you can also do one more thing, is that you can write that the values over here. So saying that I want to capture the log, whether the script is executed or not. So what you can do is that you can just put and sign like redirect to 1 and 2, like input, output, error, everything redirect to the one of the log file, and you just go and watch that log file. So whatever this executed, what is input and what is output, everything will be logged on that log file, and you can see that, identify the debug method, whether the file is got successfully executed or not. Okay, so this way you can do the scheduling. So based on this schedule, so how you want to write it, so you can write it over here. So in between this ranges, you can write these icons. Example, if you want to write it every 5 minutes followed by the slash, you can give it. Or if you want to execute in between the values, something like I want to execute it between the 21 hours to 23 hours, the range you can specify by specifying the icon value over here. Otherwise, if you want to specify separate values, example, I want to execute at 21st hour, 22nd hour, 23rd hour, 24 hour, something like that, then you can just specify separated by the comma values. So you want to execute some of these values of every 5 minutes, then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, something like that. You have to write all of the entries so that minutes will be executed. So otherwise, you can also specify */5, which will execute it every 5 minutes. Something like this, you can specify it specifically when you want to execute it. So if you want to execute in between the 21 hours to 23 hours, so after that I don't want to execute this command, so that you can just specify that values over here, something like this, and specify the script file with full path where it is exactly, and this file should have the execute rights to that particular user, which user you are scheduling it. Okay, so to do that, cron tab -L, you can see that whether what are the schedules or what are the cron tab entries are there. So you can just see cron tab -L. So this cron tab is allowed for each and every user, and you can deny this cron tab entries. You can also use this /etc cron tab deny directory here. Cron.deny, there is a file, so you have to make the entry that username, so that the user won't make any cron tab entries over here. So example, if I switch back to the Ravi and try to run cron tab -E, which will show the error. Ravi is not allowed to use this program, so it is denied, something like this. Okay, so if I remove the entry from this deny entry here, if I switch back the user and try again, so that I could be able to make my cron tab entries. Most of the times we will disable the user accounts on the most of the production systems, because we don't want to run any schedule from the user base. So only service accounts will allow to run the cron tab entries, and root also allowed to run the cron tab entries. Okay, so this way you can allow it. Allow also, there is a command cron.allow. So if you want to specifically allow the user, you can just add into allow, but by default the cron is allowed. If you want to deny it, you can just go to cron.deny and add the user entry, so it will be denied. Okay, so by default, if you want to make any default scripts which you want to execute it here as a run parts, so you can just also add over here cron, just make throw the file into this cron.d, and add into the run parts. So what does run parts here is that /etc cron, if you tab, so you can see that there are the multiple directories already made. If you want to write it, execute the cron job daily, you can just drop the file into the shell script. If you just drop into this daily, so it will automatically execute the file daily. And if you drop it here, which will automatically execute it hourly. If you drop it on this directory, which will automatically execute it monthly. So if you drop it here, which will automatically execute it every weekly. So what is that means? Which will already have some run parts in the sense, so they already have some schedules associated with this directory, so which will automatically execute it every 1 hour, every monthly, every weekly, every daily, something like that. So you don't need to specifically schedule the jobs if you want to execute it daily, monthly, hourly, something like that. You just make the script and drop into the appropriate folder, which will automatically execute according to that schedule. Okay, but if you want to execute differently, not daily, not hourly, not monthly, something like that, in particular minute and particular hour you want to write, if you want to execute it, then you can just make that contab entries.
Red Hat Package Manager and LDOG Update Modified. These are the two package managers, basically installing, updating, removing the softwares we use on RPM based packages distributions, any distribution which supports the RPM. So we can use these two tools to install it and remove the software. So how this works, let's see what exactly is the difference, all these details. So RPM says, RPM means Red Hat Package Manager, so which was developed around in 1997, and M in means LDOG Update Modified, they say, or they say updater module, they say. Okay, so but LDOG Updater Modified is the latest word, or updater module is the word they say, and which is developed in 2000 nearby. Okay, and if you take an example of a simple package, the simple RPM package, which has a detailed description about that RPM. So RPM will have its package naming, what is its version, how many updates it have. Basically, whenever you have a 2.0 version, after that if there any features comes in, then add some updates to it. And then if they have any bugs in it or any issues in that package, they add some patches to that, that is the patch number. Linux version, so which version it supports. So this is an enterprise Linux 8 version supports. Package type, which might be a .rpm, .srpm, .noarch. Noarch in the sense no architecture dependent, which means which can be installed in 64-bit or 32-bit any of the system. But if you have a RPM or SRPM, so source RPM is compiled from the source code, and RPM is already a package which is Red Hat Package Manager distribution. So this is how the package looks like whenever we install. So basically we patch the servers, so we change the patch numbers and the update numbers based on this, and we can also update the major update was version numbers. What is the difference between the RPM versus M? RPM means Red Hat Package Manager, M means LDOG Modified Update Manager / Update Module. RPM does not resolve dependencies, it just failed to install if dependency not available. So what RPM do is that whenever you run RPM-ivh command with the package name, if there is no dependencies already installed to that package, so it fails. It says that the dependency is not installed, so install the dependency and come back to me. M, what it will do whenever you do M install package name, so it resolves and install the required dependencies automatically. So that's the main difference between the RPM and the M, and its advantage of the M is that resolving the dependencies and installing them automatically is the key area for the M.
it can install, the RPM can install any RPM package, need to provide the exact package path. Example, if you found some of the package you wanted to install it from the web, you just provide that RPM direct path and do a RPM ivh command, and with that HTTP URL to that RPM package, still it can install that package if dependency is already resolved. Yum will only install the available packages from the repository. Example, whatever the repositories you configured, that's what it can install. So whatever the available packages on the repository, so then Yum can only do that. So it does not install any external packages with the Yum. You have to manually run the updates, so RPM, by specifying the new package path. Does not do any patch updates or anything for using the RPMs. If you want to do any updates, so what you have to do, you have to download that updated RPM package, then again run the updates RPM-uvh, so that it will update the package. But M, so we can also use this M as a patch updates. Example, M update-y, which will basically install the updates which are available on that particular repository, and we automatically do the updates if you set that options. So that's one of the advantage, we can use it for patching the server. Difficult to manage when it comes to installing and upgrading the packages. So RPM is very difficult sometimes, like if you do not have a proper dependencies already installed on that server, quite difficult to install the packages with all the dependencies. So that's why most of the times use easy tool, which is M, which will automatically resolve these packages and install the required packages, and it will also update if it is required, if it's already have some updates on that. Major difference between the RPM and the M. Here is some of the difference between the RPM and M commands, so how we can install it. So if you want to install using the RPM, then what you have to do, RPM-I for install, V for verbose, H for hash value, so which will show the progress of that package installation, and provide the package path or the package name. For the using the M, how you can install the packages, M install package name. Updating, so if you want to update using the RPM-uvh and package path or the package name, M update, and you can provide the package name. Uninstalling, RPM-E, when you provide the package name, it erases that package. M remove package name, so M remove do also resolve the automatic its dependencies, and it also deletes the dependent packages while doing the M remove. So be careful while you are doing the M remove. So if it is a dependency for any other package, so that will break. Listing and querying, RPM-QA, and it will list out all the installed packages on that particular server. If you want to grep for the particular package, you can use grep the package name, so that it will grep for the particular RPM. And M list -installed, this will list out all the installed packages on that particular server. Determine the package name. Example, if you have some of the files already, example the password file, so you wanted to know which package associated to that, then you can use that RPM-QF, so it will provide this using that file path, it will provide the associated package. And M provides /etc password, so this is also one of the method to get this package name for that particular file. So this is what the examples related to the RPM and M. Let's jump into the practical and see how we can practically install some RPMs and using the M repository. Let's see. Here is the Linux server, and we just try to install and update the packages using the both utilities like RPM and M, how we can do that. So here I'm in a path where the package is already there. I just would like to install some of the packages using this. Example, say that I would like to install this tree package using the RPM. rpm-ivh and provide that package name. So it's just simple that if dependencies are already installed, so it will inspect the package and it will install it. So if it says it's already installed, so it does not do anything. That's a simple way you can install this package. If you want to erase that particular package, so how you can do that? rpm-e and provide that package name, so this one, and it say that it erased the package. So now go back and rpm-qa and grep for tree. You can see that, so there is no tree package. Now let's install it back again. Now it says that the package has been installed. You can see that. So this, before that it was say it's already installed. So this is the way you can simply install that particular package. And if you want to know something related to that particular file package naming, so how you can do that, you can see that. So whenever you see that what this file can be generated from this package, so if you install this package setup to this package, then it will generate this password file. So sometimes what happens, some people accidentally delete this password file. So what you can do, you have to reinstall this package, so it will automatically generate the default password file for that, if you do not have any backup sometimes. This is a simple method, okay, how you can install it, how you can uninstall it, how you can query the packages on the server. And if you want to update, you just need to download the updated package and run rpm-uvh and provide that particular package, so that it will do a update. So if the package is already installed, it does not do anything. But if it is having a higher version than that particular version, then it will update that particular package. Now let's see M repository, how this M repository works. Basically M repository need to be configured before you run any M commands. If you go to here, so I already have some CentOS repositories on this. So if you do not have repository, configure one based on my previous sessions, like how you configure the M repository using the local DVD, or you can also use EPEL repository, which is available directly. Then you can just install the EPEL release package. It will automatically configure the repository for you. Now what you have to do, when you want to install any package, M install, let's say that maybe I see MySQL, so it will query the RPM database and get this list from there, and it will try to install this. So you can see that whenever I say MySQL, it will automatically resolve MySQL, MariaDB connector and MySQL common packages. Okay, let's say yes. Now it will do the installation of that particular packages. So it will automatically resolve and installing its dependency packages. I said install only MySQL, but it installed 3 packages. So this is how it installs the packages. Sometimes if you want to, you don't know the package, but you know the command, how you can look for that particular package. M what provides, and say which command. Example, say password command. So I just say password command. So this is the utility you have to install in order to get this password command. So now let's see how you can uninstall it. M remove, say MySQL -y in the sense it will automatically accept that, and you can see the MySQL is removing and its dependency is also removed from the server. So that's the one. And one more thing is that M list installed, so it will list out all the installed packages, And similar like what you want, if you want to get some m provides and /etc/password file, and it will give the file which you need to install for setting up this password package. So similar way, RPM also given the same package name and M also given the same package name. So when you want to install this, you just say m install setup, then it will automatically install that base OS packages from that. So it is required and mandatory utilities, so it will install that setup packages. If you want to patch the server, so simply m update -y, so it will automatically takes all the scanned updates and gets these updates. You can see that. So there are so many updates, 3 packages and 77 packages are going to be upgraded to the next versions. Okay, you can see, and you can capture these values, and later updates you can compare these values with this package listing. So you can see what exactly currently we have and what is updating. Example, I would like to only do some updates on SSSD package. Okay, let's first query installed and grab this with the SSHD packages. You can see 2.4.09 EL8 is the package name we have, and m update and SSHD and say -y. Now clear the screen and go back and see here. You can see now. So it was EL8 before, now it's say 4.1. So that the update, simple, you can do the updates of the packages. That's about the simple method to how you can install and update and uninstall the packages using the RPM and the M utilities. So there are more, you can refer the man pages for RPM and M packages. We are going to see Linux containers, so which is in a negative support of RHEL8 containers. So RHEL8, they given a new methods to build the containers instead of using the other tools, external tools, but these are the built-in features of RHEL8, which are Podman, Buildah, Skopeo and Runc. So let's see what are those and how we can build the containers using these technologies or these tools. So what is mainly the container? A container is a form of OS virtualization. A single container might be used to run anything from a small microservice of software process to a larger application. Basically, the container does not have a complete OS, so it only have the required installs or the required libraries to run any software. So that's why it is a tiny, small, and it does not consume a more resource when you run the container. So that's the main advantage of that one. Example, if you want to run a small web server, you don't need to install complete operating system which installs so many files and configuration stuff, but the container will only do a small whatever the required libraries for that particular web server application. So that's why it's in simple MBs. Like example, if you run simple container which should be in around 150 MB to 200 MB, something like that. RHEL8 provides tools building the containers. It provides the tools called Podman, Buildah, Skopeo and Runc to work with containers within a single server. So within a single bare metal server, or maybe instead of building any multiple servers, you can build a single server. In that you can run so many containers to do your work, or you might be dedicate most of them are to the different services. Containers run demandless and rootless. So demandless means there is no service required to run for this containers, so it will run without a daemon. Okay, and rootless. So most of the containers launch, then you require root access, but here you do not require any root access. From the normal user also you can even run the containers, or even you can build the container from there itself. So that's the advantage of the using this Podman. So what are the core technologies which is inbuilt, are the RHEL implements the Linux containers using these core technologies. So control groups, which are the C groups we call for resource management. Whenever you launch any container, so it requires some resources, right? The resources are managed using this C groups. Namespaces for process isolation. Example, each and every container will have their own namespace, so to avoid the interaction between the multiple containers directly. So that's the security level. And SC Linux for security, so you can apply the SC Linux to these container policies so that they have more security in terms of accessing. Secure multi-tenancy. Example, you can run multiple tenants. Example, you have a different companies together, you want to run multiple companies containers within the single server, you can still do that, because it uses the different security methods to secure them, or they cannot access each other if they are still located in the same server. So that's the secure multi-tenancy. So these are the 4 methods, or the 4 core technologies inbuilt in this container technologies on the RHEL 8. Podman, Buildah, Skopeo and Runc. What are those basically? Podman is a demandless container engine for developing, managing and running OCI containers on Linux system. Containers can either be run as root or in rootless mode. So either the container can run using the Podman. So the Podman is main engine which is used to deploy and manage the OCI containers, and it can also be run as a root user or rootless mode. Buildah for building, pushing and signing the container images. Skopeo for copying, inspecting, deleting and signing images. Runc for providing container, run and build features to Podman and Buildah. So these are the tools we are going to use it for deploying the containers and building it them and pushing it them and making the new scratch containers and inspect the existing containers and signing the images. All of this we can use in the practical session. Let's see what exactly we have to do in order to start with the container technology in this RHEL 8. So first of all, we need to install the module called container tools, so which basically install all the dependent packages for this required containers packages. So the commands and associated libraries will be installed. Yum install, so there is a dependent packages for Podman. Like if most of the users already using some Docker containers, then if you'd like to replace the Docker with the Podman, so the Podman Docker would be a easy step, like where it similar commands like the Docker, same, instead of Docker you just replace the Podman, so it works. So that's the simple funda. That's why you can install the Podman-Docker, so it's similar like commands for the Dockers. Podman search CentOS, so which will basically search the repository on the access.red-hat-registry.com or on the Red Hat side, and as well as the Docker site for searching the images and pull the images using the Podman pull. And what are the name, the image name, you can here CentOS I just put as an example. You may put CentOS, Ubuntu, RHEL, whatever you want, and you can see that pulled images using the Podman images. And Podman inspect the image name ID, so the when you download the image it gets a ID number, so ID you can inspect that particular image whether it is inspect will provide all the detailed information that what are the packages are installed on that particular image, and where it is came from, and what are these details of particular image. Before running that, if you inspect it, you will get the full details on that image. And you can run Podman run and running that image, so it will run this image. And if there is no job is running within that pod, so you cannot see any processes running behind that, because it's a demandless. And Podman run -it interactive manner. If you want to execute any commands on that particular image, you can just run something like this, and bash, so that you can access the bash command prompt on that particular pod container. So let's see in practically how we can install and configure them. So this is my RHEL 8 or the CentOS 8. So if you do not have any RHEL subscription, or you do not have any trial license already, Trail is not subscribed to the RHEL 8, so I recommend to go with the CentOS 8. Since if you do not have the subscription, then the container technology may not work properly for you. So that's why if you do not have the RHEL 8 already subscribed to the subscription manager as a Trail version, as I shown you before, if it is not, then you just use the CentOS to do this. So let's install the packages required. module install container tools. Since I already installed these packages, so it says dependencies is solved, nothing to do with anything. So let's install the another packages, the dependent packages of Podman and the rootless container running dependent packages. install, the dependence package name is lirp4net-ns. so this is the dependent packages for rootless, and Podman and Podman-docker-y. So these are the packages required for our installation. So basically, whenever you install the container tools, it will automatically install all the required packages for you. Now we installed all the required packages for us. Now let's create some user to run as a rootless user. And example, I just run something like username is Ravi. I maybe create some comment as Ravi Kumar. It might be something admin, and say the username is Ravi. Then the user has been created, and set this username password. So user created and user password has been created successfully. Now do SSH to that user. SSH. Do not use a sudo, because since it does not load the required environment for you, so it may not work. So that's why you have to do this way. Then now Podman is ready to do with this rootless. Let's run some rootless container and see how it works. Podman. First of all, we do search on this CentOS method and see if you could able to get this access. You can see there are so many stuff. So this error you may get it because since we do not have any registries on this, it is not registered with that, so that's why it may get error. And you can see that Docker IO, there are so many CentOS images. So which image you would like to bring it here? So whether you can bring it CentOS or CentOS latest, whatever it is, you can pull that image using this. So now let's specify that which image you would like to pull it. Podman pull. I just would like to pull the CentOS latest version. Okay, and let's type this one. You can see now the image has been pulled over here. Let's clear the screen and see Podman images. Now you can see there is a new latest CentOS image has been pulled out and which was created 7 months ago, and you can see that there is an image ID which is here, and inspect this container and see what is there in that. Podman inspect and provide this ID. So you can see that there are so many details. This is a simple CentOS image. We pulled it from there, and let's run this image and see what we can run this Podman. Okay, now Podman images and Podman run and provide that image name or image ID. So it just run and exit it. Let's run it again with the different same Podman images. Let's see Podman images and run it with some different naming or some commands on there on the Podman, then delete that Podman image. So maybe I just run something different container here. Let's something like run it and remove it from here. CentOS, let's say latest and cat /etc release. So this is the command I just would like to run on that particular CentOS and remove that container after running this command. Enter. Now you can see that it ran the command on that particular, see the CentOS release 8.3. This is the command has been run and it exited. And similar way, if you want to run something different, Podman run, maybe I would like to put a different name to that particular container, saying that it's a TechAirKit for that, and interactively run on this Ubuntu latest. I just pull the different image and run bin bash on that particular image. So it just go and pull that Ubuntu image and run that bin bash. So I'm not removing this container, so I did not specify anything RM over there. So you can see that this is the container which is logged in. Now let's run something like cat/etc OS-release. You can see that this is the Ubuntu version 20.04 LTS focal fossa, and this is the image. You can see that, and let's run some ls. You can see directories on that particular container. Now if you go back, I just launch a different image, sorry, duplicate session of this one and show you something. Now just run Podman ps. So what is the processes are running in this? You cannot see here, okay, because it's a daemon list, that's why it does not show anything. And if you go back to the maybe user Ravi, let's see Podman ps. You can see, since this user is running the Podman, you cannot even list the PS from the root user. You can only list it from that particular user. So that's one more security level up about the minute ago, which was launched, created, and which is still running. So if I exit from this container and run Podman ps, so it was gone. If you want to run anything similar like using this Podman run -d. Example, say that I want to run is some HTTPD service. Okay, just put it as Docker image and put some HTTPD and pull that image. It's downloading the image. Now see, Podman images, and you can see that there are 3 images we pulled it. One is Ubuntu, another is HTTPD, and another is CentOS. Podman PS, you can see, which is still running in the background. That's how you can pull this using the Podman. You can still pull these images and run this container technologies using this Podman, and we'll see more detail like how we can create the containers from the scratch, and how we can clone the containers, and how we can push them and pull them, all of this in the next session. We are going to see that the next container technology, in that this next command is that builder, the utility builder. Using builder we can build, push, and signing the containers we can do using the builder. So how you can build a container, and how we can push that, or how we can save the container as a tar file, then we can import that same container to the other machines. Let's see that. So about builder, so the builder package provides a command line tool that can be used. Create a working container either from scratch or using an images as a starting point. So what we can do is that creating a working container, so we can create a working container from builder either from scratch. So we can also do the build the container from the scratch using an image as starting point. So whether we can use the another image and build the scratching container from there. Create an image either from a working container or via the instructions in Docker file. So we can also create the container using the Docker file. So that process also we see in this process. So like how we can create the Docker file and create the container using the builder. Images can be built in either the OCA, the open source container technology. Okay, image format or the traditional upstream Docker image format. So if you want to create an upstream Docker image format container, so you can also do that from the builder. Mount a working containers root file system for manipulation. Example, if there is already working container you already exist, then you can mount that working container root file system. Then you can modify that container and import that container and save that container as well. Use the updated contents of containers root file system as a file system layer to create a new image. Delete a working container or an image. Rename a local container. So this is what we can do using the builder. Okay, let's see how we can build a container image using the any of the operating system version. Example I took here is that CentOS, and build images. Then you can see that builder images, so the downloaded image you can see over there, and builder containers. Then you can see the working container which is currently exit. Then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to install the application called Hello in that container, and we are going to export that container and save that container as a tar file. Then delete the existing image and import that tar file again as a container. So how you can do that? So these are all the commands here. What is the process of that commands we are going to use on this session? So these are the commands here. Okay, let's jump into the practical and see how we can build these images. Okay, let's see. Here is my Linux server. I have just logged into the Linux server, and now what we are going to do is that we are going to build a image using this CentOS. From CentOS we just import one of the image and build with the application. So builder, now from CentOS Okay, we can see now the CentOS has been resolved. I need to copy that required content, build the images. Now you can see there are two images. Current one, which is we just downloaded the image. Now let's see, build the containers. There is a one container which is currently having CentOS working container. What I'm going to do is that I'm just going to install the application on this container, then import that container. So that's what we are going to do it here. So I'm just going to download this Hello application. So here is the Hello application. Let me remove this Hello application and download it again back. I can see, so the Hello 2.0 is available here. That I'm just going to copy this Hello application to the container. What is the command now? Build a copy your container name. What is the container name is? This is the container name here. And now copy this hello.tjar file. I'm just copying to the temp location. I can see the image has been copied. Now what we have to do now, we just copy the Hello application, but the Hello application required some packages to compile that application, so we have to install that application. So there, to do that, build and run, so the container name here, and run the installer commands. So minstall -y tar gcc make. These are the utilities required for compiling that Hello application. So if you are doing this with the RHEL container, then you might need to subscribe that RHEL container with the RHEL, then only you can run this. Otherwise you will get some M repository error. Now you can see the packages installed on that container. Let's clean this M, otherwise the image size would become more. So M build a run, and we need to working container. The working container is CentOS working container. Now run M clean all. So now you can see 21 files has been removed, so the image size will get decreased. Otherwise the M cache will be on that machine, so that the M cache will be also come as some size. Now run this extracting that application tar file, build a run. So now our working container, the container name here, tar xvzf, so that is a zip file, temp. Now what we have to do, so we have to provide that tar file name zz, and I am just compiling that output to the /opt location. I can see the Hello application has been extracted on that container. Now let's build that. So let's set some working directory on that container. Build a config --- working directory /opt hello. So the directory name is here. You can just copy this one here and paste it here, and the container name CentOS working container. This is what we are doing, is that we are setting some working container, the working path for that container here. Then what we do is that we just compile that package and install that package on over there. So to do that, build a run CentOS working container, that is our container name. then ./configure. So this is the way we have to compile that package, and after that install that make install. Now we just run that make command again. So here instead of configure, run it as a make. Make has been completed, run make install. Make is completed, make install is completed, so the application is installation completed. And let's see whether the application is working fine or not. So here I'm just going to test that hello command, hello application with hello-v, which will provide the hello application whatever the version we installed, and that. So that is the 2.10 version. You can see that hello application has been installed. So now what we have to do is that we have to set the entry point and save that as a Docker image and import that image. Okay, let's see how we can do that. Build a now config -- entry point /user local bin hello. So this is the application path, hello path, and I'm setting that as an entry point for this container. You can see some warning that you can ignore that warning as well. And now again run that build a commit the changes, otherwise it goes in nothing. So we have to commit that in a Docker format. Let's see, working container here, and I say that my first build might be my first build would be latest. So that is the name I'm just giving to that container as an image name, so that it will import to that my first build to latest on the local server. You can see now, so that image has been imported. Now if you go to the build images, you can see there is a latest image. You can see that the local host and my first build has been completed, and you can see it was 21 seconds ago was committed. So this is the images. Now what we have to do is that we have to import that as a tar file and delete all the images and containers and rerun that import of that tar file. How we can import that one? Podman and save that output of that file. Let's say my first build.tar file, and provide that repository name. So this is the repository name here, and enter. Now image has been saved. You can just ls here. You can see my past build.tar has been completed. Let's delete all the images. Okay, first run build the images here, and you can see there are images, right? Now I just wanted to delete all the images here. Podman rmi and deleting the images. So this is the image name. I just say -f, and again going back and deleting this image, and again I am deleting the one more image left. All the images are deleted. Build the images. Now you can see there is no image. Now let's load that image whatever we built using the Podman load -i and provide this path, my past build.tar. I can see my image is loading. Let's run that build the images. You can see my first build is loaded. So that's how you can download the images and run this container and install the application and import it to the tar file. So that's about this builder. Let's see the second way of building the builder images using the Docker file. So how we can build this image using the Docker file? That's the second method of building the builder images. First of all, we need to create the Docker file. I just created the directory here, and I also created the Docker file here. This is the simple Docker file where I am using the same method where I have created the builder container image as a previous one, but the same one I just simulating here using the Docker file. From CentOS latest, I am pulling the CentOS latest image on from the repository. Then I say that adding the label as author name is Ravi Kumar TechCare KIT. Then running this, install the tar gcc gzip make. After that, clean that repository files to reduce the image size. After that, add this hello application tar file to temporary location. Then extract using the tar xczf to the content goes to the /opt directory. Then I set the working directory is /opt hello 2.10. Then compiling this hello application using the ./configure make install, and check that the hello application version using the hello-v. So that conclude that hello application is installed. Then set the entry point of that builder image. Now let's run this Docker file and create the image. How you can do that? Builder build-t. So give the name which you would like to build it over here. So simply we are building using the Docker file. That's why I say that Docker hello point the dot, and the Docker file should be a capital D, so otherwise it does not work. Now step 1, which is executing, I'm pulling the image from the CentOS latest. Now it moved to the next steps, which is second step, and the third step is installing the tar gcc gzip make. Now you can see the builder image has been completed. Let's clear the screen and type builder images, and now you can see that there is a new image called Docker hello. If you want to run this container using the builder, you can simply build that container from here, builder from Docker hello. Now you can see that container has been running and builder container. You can see Docker hello working container is running. That's as simple as that. Define the Docker file and build using the builder. Let's see here how we can create the persistent Podman volumes, attach that volumes to the Podman containers and access that volumes, and see how we can mount and unmount all of this. So here we have Podman. In order to create the Podman volume, you need to use Podman volume create and provide the volume name. Example here, I would like to specify the volume name is called volume 1 and Podman volume ls. I can see that there are volumes which are currently created. Podman my_wall 1 and volume 1 is created. Now if you want to see what are the details about that particular volume, you can see volume inspect, the volume name, and you can see that the volume is volume 1 and the driver is local, and mount point is somewhere here on the var lib, the date and time when it was created. So there is no labels and options. You can see this is the Podman volume details. Let's attach this Podman volume to the new container and see how it is. Podman run interactively -it and -v. What it will do is that it will just attach that the volume and create that volume and attach to this example. I say that the mount point is new wall on the container. -name, I say new container, and from CentOS latest. You can see, so it was, the container was executed, and if you type df-h, you can see that there is a mount point with /new wall which is created under the container. Now let's create some files and see how we can do that. Let's make some directory, cd/new wall mkdir testing, and maybe you can also make some files called test container, something like this, and update this content. So I created some directory and files under that new wall. Now exit from here, exited from the container. So I just would like to copy some content from here to there on the container side and see how it goes. Let's look for some files here. So I have some files, Podman, and copy. I maybe copy some this hello application from here to the new container. So the container name is new container :/new wall/ testing is the directory name where I would like to maybe I just copy directly to the new wall. Now just execute and see whether we have that files copied on that location or not. Podman execute, Podman, let me clear the screen here, Podman exec, and you can run that container name here, ls-l/new wall. Let's see whether the container is running or not. Maybe you can restart the container. I now see that, you can see hello testing. So these are the files which are copied to that particular container, and you can see Podman ps. So the container is currently running. Now what you can do, so whether the container is persistent or not, in order to do that you just stop the container and remove the container and see that volume still exists, and you can able to access that content. Podman stop, I'm just would like to stop this container here, stop, and Podman remove this container. And now let's see that Podman ps, so the container is exited, there's no container now. Let's see Podman volume ls, so the volume is still exist. Let's create one more container and attach the same that container. Podman run interactively -mount type equal to volume and source equal to volume1, and where you would like to mount it as a destination is, maybe I just put it as some /d01, something like that. So you can use different mount point name while mounting. So I just create the container name would be similar, different. CentOS 3, something like this, and from CentOS latest. So let me log in back to the bin bash interactively. Now you can see the FFmpeg that is mounted, and just go to D01 and see that the files are accessible. And exit the container. So that sees that you can create the persistent volumes on this container and access them, and you can also mount them to the different containers, like whenever you unmount on the current container and mount to the another volume, then you can access that. Stop the container and remove that container. Podman rm-v and provide that container name. You can also delete that volume, podman volume rm, and provide that volume name -f. Now you can see volume has been deleted. So this is how you can create the Podman persistent volumes and attach them to the container. We are going to see that VNC server, how to access Linux server GUI remote desktop using this VNC. So what exactly is VNC and what does VNC server do? So VNC means virtual network computing used for sharing GUI desktop and allows you to remotely access and view, control other computers over a network. Example, if you want to access a remote server via network, you can use this VNC protocol to access that server. VNC uses the remote frame buffer and works on the client server principle. Example, the VNC server will have the sharing session, and the VNC client can access or connect to that server, VNC server, and view and control that computer or the control that VNC server. So what is the prerequisites you need to have on the OS side? The OS must be installed and enabled with the GUI. So since the VNC is GUI based RDP, like whenever you access the VNC of that VNC server, then you see a GUI based interface. So if it is OS is installed with the Xenome packages and enable the graphical.target, then you could able to install the VNC server perfectly and you can access that VNC server. Otherwise you may get a black screen while accessing the VNC server, or VNC server may not start properly on the server. Let's jump into the practical and see how we can install and configure this VNC server.
VNC server installation step-by-step guide. Let's see this. First of all, disable VLAN display in RHEL 8, and in order to do that, edit vim/etc gdm custom.config and uncomment this VLAN enable equal to false, then save that file. Now let's install the VNC server packages using the m install Tiger VNC server, Tiger VNC server module, and tiger VNC -y, so which will automatically accept, say yes. Now packages are getting installed. Now package installation is completed. Let's create the user for VNC, so which we enable the access to that user. User add Kumar and set the password for the user. Now switch to that user su-kumar, then set the VNC password. You only know password. Now exit from that user and copy the file from usr libsystemd system, the VNC sample file, to the /etc systemd. Then edit that file using the vi. Now update this PID file, which is %s%i dot PID. Then execute the start of the pre set /bin /sh -c /user bin VNC server kill %i and redirect that output to the /dv/null. So total output, the in and out 2 greater than and 1 and 2 pipe signs and colon. So that will redirect all the output to the dev null. Then exec start /user bin VNC server and auto kill %i exe stop, execute the stop command /user /bin VNC server kill %i. That's it, and save this file. Exit from here and now disable the SE Linux. Set enforce 0, which will go into the SE Linux permissive mode. Now edit /etc SE Linux and config file and set enforce to disabled, so that the configuration will also be disabled. Now enable the firewall port, which is VNC server port. You need to enable on the firewall -cmd -permanent -add the service, which is VNC server, and reload this configuration. So that's how firewall is enabled. Now enable and start the VNC server service. Systemctl daemon reload. So we have changed the daemon settings, so we have to reload that and enable the VNC server. Now start this VNC service. Systemctl start VNC server. Now you can see some error here. Let's verify that status -l, which will give the detailed information. You can see failed to start this VNC service. So desktop service is unable to start this. So what happened actually? Let's see the verify that log file tail-f var log messages, and you can see that there is a message called failed to load that user specification. So it seems to be a mistake in this configuration what we do on the daemon configuration. So that's how it looks like failed at step user spanning the /bin/sh. Let's edit the configuration file and see whether we can able to do verify first of all the user is having that correct ID and details. Okay, so that it is having the correct user and group. And now let's edit that VNC configuration file. /etc systemd system VNC server. Okay, so here I found that the user name is in capital letter K, so it should be small letter, not capital letter. Let's save this file. Now restart this VNC service. So before that we have to reload the daemon because we can't change the daemon configuration file, and restart. So now there is no error. The service has been restarted successfully. Let's verify the status. Systemctl status VNC server. Okay, now the service is running fine. Let's access from the VNC viewer and see how it is accessible. So I do not have the VNC viewer on my Windows system, so I'm just installing this VNC viewer. Let's run that installation package, and next accept this, next, and install this feature as a desktop shortcut and install this. Now it's going to install this package. Now the installation completed. Click finish. Let's open this VNC viewer here, VNC viewer, and now uncheck this sending the anonymous and got it. Now type that server IP address 192.168.175:1. Enter. Click continue and enter the password what you said while installing VNC password. And now you can see the VNC is opened, so it will take a little time to refresh, sometimes due to a network latency. You can see that the graphical window is loaded. You can see the VNC is working fine. Let's see NFS server, network file system, how you can create the NFS server and how you can export from the NFS server and mount it on the client side. That's what we see in this video. About the NFS, a little bit background about the NFS server. NFS is a network file system which is used to share directories across the Unix Linux operating system, which does not support directly cross-platform. So now you cannot directly access the NFS export from the Windows, but in the latest version of the Windows versions you can still mount the NFS volumes or the NFS exports on the Windows as well. Network file system is a NFS server client protocol used for sharing files and directories between Linux, Unix to Unix Linux systems, vice versa. So from Unix to Linux, Linux to Unix, or Linux to Linux, you can share these files and directories using the NFS protocol. It is a popular distributed file system protocol that enables users to mount remote directories on their server. NFS enables you to mount a remote share locally. Example, you have enabled the remote share, you can mount it as a local file system. NFS was developed by the NFS is being developed by the Sun Microsystems in year 1984. In RHEL 8, the protocol support provides is that the NFS version 4, NFS version 4.1, and the latest version is NFS version 4.2. NFS default port number is 2049. Okay, remember that one, that is very important. NFS server we can mount manually and automatically using the AutoFS. So how we can mount that NFS using the AutoFS also we can see in this latest issue. So if you come to the NFS server profile, what is the packages you need to install in order to configure the NFS server, which is NFS-utils is the package you need to install on the server side and client side as well. And daemon name NFS server.service you need to start from the server side. The port number is 2049 and the configuration file is /etc/exports. So this is about the NFS server profile. Let's jump into the practical and see how you can install and configure this NFS server and mount that exports on the NFS client. So the NFS server IP is 192.168.175.30 and the client IP is 192.168.175.129. So now let's install these packages. Install NFS-utils-y, which will install the NFS packages on the server side. So the YAML will look in the repository for the packages, and whenever the package is found, then it will try to install it. So it is already installed. Let's start the service. Systemctl start NFS-server. For the first time it will take little time to start. Now systemctl enable and the startup NFS server. When you reboot, it will automatically start in startup, and verify that status of the NFS server. Systemctl status NFS server, so which is running fine. Let's create the directories and mkdir-p /NFS test and say NFS_share. Now let's see NFS ls just see that the directories exist. Let's open the configuration file /etc/exports. Now write the entry of the export, so which is /NFS test /NFS_share, and I'm sharing with the client 192.168.175.129, and the permissions is read write sync no all squash and root squash. Save the configuration file. Again restart the service. So now run export fs-arv to see that whether the file would be exported. Now verify using the export-s whether it is exported properly or not. Let's set the security, the SE Linux enforcing to 0, so that it would went on the PhoneVC mode, and enable the firewall port, firewall cmd permanent add services NFS and RPC bind mount D. Now reload the firewall. So that's it from the NFS server side. Let's go into the NFS client. This is the NFS client, and install the NFS client side packages, which is also a NFS utils. NFS m install NFS utils and NFS 4 ACL tools. So now the M is installing the required packages and its dependencies. So the packages got installed. Let's clear the screen. Now see show mount -e and the NFS server IP address. So you can see that exports over here. You can see the export is NFS test NFS underscore share. Let's mount this. So I'm just making another directory mkdir NFS mount. Now mount using the mount command, mount -t NFS 192.168.175.130 / the export name, and now provide the mount point, which is /NFS mount. Enter. Now you see df-h, the NFS mount is mounted successfully. So create the test file which says that the permission is denied because we do the NFS nobody may not have the permissions. Let's jump into the server and change the permissions here on the server side. chmod I just say 777 on NFS test and NFS share directory. Now let's go back to the client and try to create some files here. You can see the files has been created successfully on the NFS. So now edit the /etc fs tab for permanent mount and add the fs tab entry here 192.168.175.130 / export name, the export name here. Now enter the file system mount point where you would like to mount it, NFS mount, and the file system name is NFS and defaults 0/0 and save this fs tab file. Now unmount this NFS mount point. Now again try mount -av. You can see that which is successfully mounted back using the fs tab entry. This is how we can create the NFS export and mount it on the client side. Let's check NFS exports on the server using the export fs-s and go to client side. This is NFS client. Now systemctl status AutoFS. So there is no service found. Now we have to install m install AutoFS package. So this will install the required AutoFS package on the client side. Now enable the AutoFS service. systemctl enable AutoFS. Now let's start the service. systemctl start AutoFS. Now edit the /etc sysconfig AutoFS file and specify the options over here. The options is timeout options hyphen timeout. We would like to specify the timeout for that. Timeout equal to 900. So now save this file and restart the AutoFS service. systemctl restart AutoFS. Now edit the auto.master file, which is a master file, and under the MISC I will add the new entry here /etc auto.mount. that is another mount file I would like to create for this AutoFS. Save that file. Now I am /etc auto.mount file. In this, add the NFS mount point entry, the mount point name, or the mount point path where you would like to mount it, and the -fs type, which is the NFS. The file system type is NFS, and read write permissions. Let's specify the server IP address here: 192.168.175.130 / the export name /nfs test is the one /nfs test nfs share nfs_share. Now save this file. Again restart the AutoFS service or verify this auto.mount whether the entry is correct or not. Then restart the AutoFS service. Now let's go to the /etcfs tab. We just added the NFS entry, comment that one and save that fstab file and unmount this NFS mount point. Now df-h, you can see that is automatically mounted back. Again you go to the mount command and see there is a mount point which is coming from the server, and unmount it again. And if you look for again the df-h command, you just mount it back. Samba server setup. So how we can install the SMB server here? install samba *y, which will install the required dependent packages for the Samba server. Now let's clear the screen. Let's enable the SMB and NMB services. systemctl enable smb.service or SMB. systemctl NMB. Now let's start the services. systemctl start SMB, then NMB. Let's see the status of the SMB, how it is. So it is okay now, status is active. Let's create the directory which is we are going to share using the Samba service, which is /smb_share. Now you can see that the Samba share context is on default _t, but SE Linux does not allow that for sharing. To change the context of the SE Linux, we have to use scmanage fcontext -a-t and provide the context name, which is samba_share_t, and the folder in a quotation /samba share and open bracket /dot question mark, star question mark, enter. So this will apply the SE Linux context to that particular folder. Now to take effect, restore con hyphen small vrf and run the smb underscore share folder, and now let's see ls hyphen ldz. You can see that the context is changed from default underscore t to samba underscore share underscore t. Now let's create the user add smb user. This is the user you would like to use it for the accessing the smb share, and convert that user to the samba user, smb password -a smb user. Now set the password and change the ownership of that folder to the smb user. Now let verify the database, pdt edit capital L, check -v and check that the user is converted. Now let's edit the configuration file /etc samba smb.configuration file. Now go all the way down. If you press shift G, you go all the way down. Now let's create the share here. So in bracket provide the share name. The share name I'm going to provide is smb share, all in small letters. So remember this is the share name. And now comment, this is an information smb share from Linux server. Now give the path, which path you would like to share using this samba service /smb underscore share. Browsable equal to yes, so there is no spelling mistakes. Okay, you have to verify. Valid users, valid space users equal to smb user. We are providing the permission to that user. Now writable equal to yes. Now save the file and verify the firewall, allow the firewall ports to access from the client firewall cmd -permanent -add service, which is smb or samba, and reload the firewall -reload. Now restart the smb and nmb services, systemctl smb service restart and systemctl restart nmb. So let's collect the IP address of this samba server, which is 192.168.175.130 / and try to access that shift share, and it is asking for the username. You provide that smb user and type that password and click OK. Now you can see the smb share is accessible from the Windows machine. Let's mount it on the Linux client side as well, how it works. Let's go to the Linux client. This is the Linux client. Okay, now smb samba client. Here m install, we need to install the utilities to mount that. M install sys -utils -y, so which will automatically install the required sys utilities to mount that samba share. Now I'm making the mount point mkdir /smb share. Now let's mount using the mount command. Mount -t, the protocol is sys, and -o, I'm providing the username equal to the smb user, and provide the path //192.168.175.130 / the smb share name, smb share, and mount point name. Enter and provide the password. It's mounted. Now type gf-h. You can see that the SMB share is successfully mounted on the client. That's how we use the SMB shares.